Are we live? All right. It looks as though we are live. Time to start sending out the link to everybody.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. I got to oh no, don't play the video I'm on. That's going to get weird in 2 seconds.
Get a little bit of an echo chamber, like anybody's favorite news network, if you know what I'm talking about. Politics and
That's what
such.
that's what they call me. They call me the news.
Do they? Why do they call you the news?
I didn't think that far ahead.
All right. Should I give you time to come up with a punchline for that one?
They call me the news because whenever I laugh, it's incredibly. Whenever I mess up, it's actually great because whenever someone on the news messes up, it's really funny and successful, and so am I.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's like
Got it.
a 6 out of 10 bit, I would say. It's
Hey,
pretty good.
6 out of 10 is better than 5 out of 10, and we need to as a culture rethink about our reactions to the 10 scale.
Yeah.
A 7 out of 10 should be taken as a positive.
Yeah. Yeah, because it can always be worse, you know?
Yeah. Well, I have a belief, which is if 7 out of 10 is bad, then why do numbers 1 through 6 exist?
Yeah.
Because then we're just on a 5 scale. If 7 out of 10 is bad, ergo 3 out of 5 is bad. We're on a 5 scale because that means 2 is awful and 1 is hazardous.
Yeah.
But if there is a 1 through 6 and 7 means you need to start sending death threats to journalists or whatever, not me obviously, but other Roblox players,
Yes, it is a
then
Roblox stream.
yeah, uh, then we gotta rethink a little bit about how we're approaching this. I'm not a very numerical scores person anyway, but the 10 scale being the standard has always kind of like driven me not up the wall, but against the wall slightly enough to be annoying.
In like a passionate
Uh,
way.
Not even. That's the worst part. It's not even passionate. It's not even like whatever the meme where you like, kick your leg up instead of an arm and slam that on the wall. It's just literally like someone carrying a box of stuff that doesn't smell great, like just like bumping into me a lot. It's like, leave me alone. Like, stop. Leave me alone.
I will say the 10 scale is significantly better than I don't are you on Goodreads? I don't know if you're much of a reader necessarily.
I've been around Goodreads. I'm a customer of Audible.com.
As am I, yes, fellow audiobook enjoyer. Let's go. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's like
Goodreads
reading.
is it is reading. Anyone who says that audiobooks are not legitimate forms of reading, like you're consuming the same information through a different method. Like how is it not reading?
Yeah, and I agree. I think there's a thing to be said about whatever neurons fire when one reads text versus hearing words, but a small counterpoint is we also, I think, just read more text in general as a humanity right now due to
Yeah,
how we communicate.
absolutely. And I will never ever let anyone tell me that I didn't read 50 Shades of Grey because I have lots of thoughts about it
Hmm.
and I only listen to it. So I'm never letting anybody take that away from me. That was a struggle of love.
Was the reader good? Because that's the thing with me in Audibles. When I listened to whatever the Vince McMahon book was, and the reader was okay, but pronounced some words and names really wrong in a way that was incredibly distracting.
I remember the reader being fine, like good enough that I didn't notice them because I was too
Okay.
focused on how horrific the prose was. If I might dip into chat for a second, hello everybody. Dawn, congratulations on being the first person in chat. You don't win the internet, but you do win our approval. Hello, gamer guy. Lilith, hello. Spikezilla, what did you join to? You joined to a pretty cool stream. Hello, Alex, Akuma. Oh my, the gang's all here. Hello, Monday.
I recognize names, and that makes me feel comfortable.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm loving about streaming so far is I feel like I'm in a sitcom with a colorful cast of characters and they all have very distinct names, like the Beatles.
Yeah, that's how I feel about the internet in general in my circles. But I have, I've minorly curated my circles, so we also
Mhm.
don't have like, random number coming in because those are hard to parse into sitcom science.
Yeah, definitely. And it also reeks of baby's first Call of Duty name. No offense to anybody who has numbers in the name.
I got no problem with numbers in the name because if you have legitimate numbers in your name, you are weathering a storm I don't understand, and I
Yeah.
respect you.
Yeah. Zombie Fire, you're new, you feel excluded. You should feel special because that means this is a fresh journey for you. You get to see the horrors of war and hear our discussions. There's some vocabulary that I still have to teach Vangelis. He doesn't know about
True.
sounding yet, and I'm not gonna open the stream with that, but I think we'll get there eventually.
Also, Zombie Fire, I appreciate it wasn't just I feel excluded. That you also added an SMH on the end that made me feel it.
Oh, was there an estimate? I didn't even read that. I skimmed over that. I'm trying to survive the zombie attack right now.
When the zombies SMH, it's like maybe we the humans are the real monsters.
Maybe we do live in a society. I've heard that from places. Ow.
Yeah.
I'm not.
He ha ha ha.
Are you the woker?
Yeah, that's me. I'm an agent of chaos, and I respect all people.
I'm an agent of pronouns.
I am specifically only an agent of pronouns. I used to be called the Grammarly man, but they
Uh,
had to
honest question for both Chris and chat. Has anyone used Grammarly or seen a need to use Grammarly?
never in my life, and
Okay, yeah.
I got enough of their advertisements watching video on the internet that I was like, I don't think I ever want to use Grammarly.
Yeah. There's nothing that will make you hate a product more than a YouTuber reading out an ad on it. That said, I am available for ad space.
I'll accept a YouTuber reading an ad. It's the the ones that an ad block usually catches. I don't even know how one defines those anymore. But when I watch YouTube on my TV, for instance, through a Roku stick or something where I don't have ad block stuff active, and I start seeing what YouTube commercials are, or on my phone, I had YouTube running on my phone once, and it activated a 2.5 minute long Lego Batman commercial.
Unskippable.
I was like, well, I could skip it, right? But I perhaps had turned my phone on for ambient noise whilst taking a shower.
Oh,
So I
you're
was
cooked.
trapped in the shower hearing this dialogueless action Lego Batman thing where I couldn't see what was happening. I just knew the opening 30 seconds of audio from having skipped it 4 times prior.
That's
And then
so
I was
funny.
just sitting there taking I'm like, I'm not getting out of the shower to push skip. They don't get to tell me how I live my life. Just sat there grumpily, like, doing my conditioner, going like, I hope whoever did that animation was compensated well for their time as an artist.
Yeah, I definitely feel the advertisements coming on in the shower. I will confess I am a dirty YouTube Premium user, but it is simply because I have YouTube on as background noise all day, and it makes a lot of sense for me to have that monthly expenditure, because otherwise I would be inundated with ads forever.
I've been on the cusp. I think the reason I haven't done YouTube Premium is incredibly selfish and petty. It's mostly that when they introduced it, I was like, I've been in the partner program for years. You should be giving me this. Why?
I've earned this.
Yeah, it was kind of like when I played City of Heroes, a great massively multiplayer online role-playing game, and they implemented, game-wide changes. Because I'd been playing since 2004, they just gave me things to make me stay.
Yeah.
And that's probably the closest I've come to being like a white picket fence boomer. Is when an online service like changes in a way where there's a premium version, but I was there before it started. I'm like, where's my grandfather clause?
You may not have physical property, but you do have virtual property.
Exactly.
Let's see, what's chat up to right now? Nobody is using Grammarly. It's only for school, hence why I don't know about it. I hate school. Let's see. Not the first time I've joined on YouTube. First stream I've joined on this channel. Hello, Spikezilla. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Your AirPods died on you twice. It sounds like you need new AirPods. Not to put that evil on you, because I know they're like $250 or some nonsense. Hello, Jody. It's okay that you missed the last stream. That's what the stream archive is for. They have fun. They all have fun titles and fun descriptions and custom thumbnails. So yeah. YouTube Premium go burr only because Spotify doesn't have certain songs. Yeah, I have both Spotify and YouTube Premium, which feels stupid, but I can't quit Spotify because the algorithm is already conditioned to me, and I don't want to restart that whole process. I think.
I got free Spotify because of some artists I knew who were like, if everyone could click the pre-release link, it helps me on Spotify. So I was like, I'll do that, but I don't use it enough. My Spotify is a very like it doesn't know what the outside world is. It only knows what 6 bands are, I think, and it's just like, oh, you seem to like these 4 people. Is anyone else out there? And I'm like, no, Spotify, it's fine. Control Q.
You're like the guy from 10 Cloverfield Lane where he
Yeah.
and Spotify is the nice lady that you have unfortunately put into your basement.
I keep my Spotify in a basement bunker where it thinks that I'm the only person it can trust, and that's completely normal.
Yeah. Average religious upbringing experience.
I learned all about that stuff from watching TV, and I'm doing my best.
What religious upbringing experiences or
yeah, basically. I never had one.
Stolen valor.
I am christened, so I have the ticket to get in.
Is that just because your name is Chris? Is that a thing they do for people named Chris?
It was for the German side of my family. At the time, it was a bit of pressure on my mom to like, oh, you got to get your other son christened too. And apparently, when I got christened, apparently the priest was nice, but apparently I was checked out. And then they put me in the water, and I was like, huh, water. And I poked at it a bunch. But then when the priest did the thing where he sprinkles the water on your head, apparently as an infant, my head just, like, snapped to give him, like, not an angry glare and not a mad glare or a scared one. I looked through him. Like, I stared at him as though I was like, what did you human? What do you think you're doing?
Did they think you had the devil in you in that moment?
No, I think they all laughed.
Oh, okay,
but
that's good.
I'm the one who gets to laugh last because I'm the one who's got the ticket. If that ends up being the actual way into some afterlife bureaucracy, they put the barcode on my arm. So
you're like Hitman. That's actually what his barcode is.
Yeah. That's his canonical christening. I got one. That's why I still haven't shaven my head, as I can't reveal the barcode or people are gonna steal it from me.
Let's see, Riley. Oh, Riley is Ramona. Ramona, hello. Ramona, no, this is not a multiplayer server. Also, for anyone who might be confused as to where Evangelist is in the game, the answer is he's not. And if you would like to regale us with your Best Buy stories now.
Yeah, boy howdy. So last stream I was on, we played Lethal Company for about 10 minutes. And it was, I rewatched that bit, it was actually pretty funny. So hey, good stuff. Go check it out. But my computer, my tower PC, was starting to rapidly suffer this thing where about 10 to 20 minutes of any kind of intensive video, be it gaming or just doing a YouTube stream with a YouTube video running and a monitor on, I would eventually have a frame rate chop out, then a crash to black with audio still running. If I was in a call, the call was still fine. Did as many things as I could think of, like, rolling back a graphics driver, waiting a month and updating it, all that kind of stuff. The keystroke to reboot the graphics driver or the GPU, which I can't remember anymore, but it was 3 keys. Anyway, I sort of deduced from a lot of, like, web searching. I'm trying to train myself to stop saying Googling, because who knows if Google will actually be the thing we use in, like, 5 years. I pieced together it's probably the GPU. So the computer I had was 2 years old. In 2022, the only way I could get a PC with a decent graphics card was to buy an Asus Republic of Gamers pre-built from Best Buy. So I figured, well, surely I can just bring it back there and it'll all work out fine. And so I brought it back there, and you have to pay $100. This is all Canadian. By the way, regaling this story, if anyone from Toronto is listening and has a PC repair shop and is really cool, or just wants to teach me how to do any of this stuff in a nice, kind, and friendly way, so they told me, like, yeah, we got to ship it to our repair center. And I forgot that even though they have a giant, quote, I'm doing air quotes, Geek Squad room that you can't go in with lots of computers in it, that's only for software repairs. So they send it off, and like, you'll get a phone call in a couple days. So I got my phone call today, and it was so... I almost want to say deranged. It wasn't deranged. It was just, it came off so unclear and suspicious, I thought I might be getting scammed. Because the guy calls me and says, hey, I'm the guy from Best Buy. You gave us an Asus laptop? And so I'm like, no, I didn't give you a laptop. And so I'm kind of like, what's going on? And you know, scam callers tend to say they're from Geek Squad. So unfortunately, I'm trying to turn off a lot of my mental I watch YouTube barriers immediately, because I'm like, I can't just assume Best Buy is people who want me to go buy gift cards. But guy already just said Asus laptops. I'm like, no, it's not. He says, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't understand precisely what his explanation was, but he gives me like the I said, you have a code for this, right? Like there's a reference number. I described the thing to him. It's an Asus ROG tower with a glass panel. He's like, oh, right, you broke the glass panel. I'm like, no. I didn't break the glass panel. There should have been a piece of paperwork explaining what the problem was. And then he was like, oh, and so I just cut in. I'm like, well, here's what's happening. So I explained the whole GPU possible thing to him. Because he said, oh, maybe I got to go check with the tech guys then. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll tell you what the problem is. So I tell him that stuff. He's like, oh, right, yeah, it'll be $934 plus tax. And so I'm like, okay, so I just told you what the problem was, and you thought it was a laptop, and now... So I was like, did the tech guys just tell you that while we were talking? That it's $934 plus tax? And he's like, well, it's $80 for service. And I'm like, that's great. And so I just, at that point, I was like, can you give me a breakdown of the costs? And he's like, yeah, it's... because of the video card, we couldn't replicate the problem, so because it's a video card, it'll be $934. So I was like, I literally said, my man, you are coming off so suspicious right now. I'm sorry. Can you just... You have my email address on the paperwork. Can you just send me an email with a breakdown of the costs? Because I'm really getting lost here. So we hang up, and then I get an email. The email is a form letter from Geek Squad, and I checked the email. It came from customer service geeksquad.ca. So I'm like, okay. And they used the right tag number for my order, everything. So I think it's real. All it says is, we are contacting you to provide an estimate for the repair of your, bold font, Asus unit. The estimate for repair is, after tax, will be like $1,000, which includes replacement of your, bold font, video card. That's basically it. That's the breakdown I got. So I replied to them saying, hey, can you give me an itemized breakdown? And are there any alternatives? So I'm pretty sure my video card was an RTX 3060. Obviously I can't check that now. So I was just trying to remember. And a 3060 is under $400 on Best Buy Canada's own website. So I told them, like, this total cost going above $900 is extremely surprising to me, especially when you told me that you can't replicate the problem. So I need more details than quote-unquote video card to make a decision. So they replied saying, I've reached out to the parts team. They will contact you as soon as we have a response. That was 6 hours ago. I haven't heard a thing. And the contractor in me immediately is just sitting there going like, dog, I do contract work. How did you come to a sum total of $900+ on a very exact to the dollar decimal cent amount and not have an itemized breakdown ready to go? Then how did you get there? And if it's before tax, it's not the tax making the number all funny and specific. So what the, flipping frog fudge, whatever we are saying instead of stuff because it's the opening half hour or so of a video, is this coming from? So we'll see if I gotta start harassing them tomorrow with more emails.
That is very funny and very unfortunate. And how did the person respond when you said, you're sounding very suspicious right now?
It was this like slight cough, slight It was kind of like, yeah. and the way he kind of trailed off made me go like, oh God, you are a scam caller. But then he said he would send the email. It's just the guy just was so, in all of his vocabulary and vagaries and confusion, had extreme scam call vibes. So I was like, I hate this. I don't want to assume people are scam calling because they probably aren't. But this is really irritating. So I then spent like 10 minutes sitting there going like, am I the one who is irrational that I saw nigh $1,000 and blinked. Maybe I just don't, because I don't know how to build a PC. I skipped that in my childhood and teenagerdom, and unfortunately, most of the people in my life in the aughts and 2010s either didn't really know how or didn't live near me, or if I asked for help, it was very much the like, oh, you need, all right, listen, listen, you kindergarten freak, let me tell you how this works. And so I would just go like, nah, never mind. But this is another one of those moments where I'm just like, I have that moment of the self-loathing kind of stuff that you gotta kind of step on the neck of, but it creeps up where it's just like, hey, if you knew how to do this, this wouldn't be a problem. And I'm just like, it's true, but also, this is like an out-of-the-box, like, Nintendo 64 of a PC that I brought back to the giant chain I bought it from. This also shouldn't be such a problem.
Yeah, no, they are definitely overcomplicating it. I definitely get the what did you call it? The self-hatred,
Yeah, the self-loathing.
yeah, the
moment.
self-loathing. I get that whenever I have car issues cuz I'm like I know it would be like $70 cheaper to just change my oil myself, but I'm not going to learn how to do that.
Yeah.
My neuroplasticity is becoming less and less with every passing day, and I think sometimes you just got to accept the person you are, you know?
I would love to know how to build machines for the sake of, like, you know, video business and stuff, but, like, I know that the way I am, I need someone with a friendly tone to sit me down in their space with my hardware and just, like, walk me through it in their comfortable space. And I don't know where that exists right now in my own context. So instead I get to deal with the Geek Squad, who seem to get, they seem to age badly by a decade every time I use them, and I use them once every 2 to 5 years. And it's amazing. And it's no shade to any of the individuals who work at a Best Buy Geek Squad. A lot of those folks are really nice, really helpful people who are so hogtied by an absolutely ridiculous company policy system. Like when I got this tower, trying to ask if they could plug an SSD into it that wasn't the one it came with became like a 45-minute long escapade in person at the store, because the poor guy who was trying to help me, every single time he tried to like do it efficiently, like the store policy system would just like step on his foot and go like, hey, why are you know, you're supposed, you have to go through this person, and the whole time he's talking to me, he had this earpiece in, and I could hear it. He was having to like take calls simultaneously while helping people in person. It was bonkers. Like, I could not imagine the neural load of having to be like a customer service person at a Best Buy. It's completely bonkers.
Yeah, no, it's there's nothing quite like working a retail job where you will have to multitask 45 things, get underpaid, and just continuously get more things put on top of you if you're good at it.
Oh, the earpiece almost set me off on the spot, because the guy who was helping me was like a mid-level guy, and then his manager came by, interrupted our conversation, pointed at the earpiece, started talking about something, and I was about to go like, do you think that this human can have two simultaneous conversations because he has a Bluetooth earpiece on? Like,
it's the new wave of the future, Chris.
Oh, it drives me up the wall. It drives me up the wall. Not at any of these people. It's the system they're in that gets me super touchy.
I think you should call out specific names at a specific Best Buy in your specific area.
Yeah, except non-derogatory. It's like, we need to go in there and emancipate.
We need to rescue them. We need to rescue Jeff from Toronto.
That's my long-winded story about my PC thing. So I got my MacBook set up with lots of things plugged into it. Oh god, April's like, just wait for Neuralink to become mandatory. Yeah, I know. Thank goodness that whole thing was designed by someone so incompetent that I don't think it's gonna be allowed to get to consumer level.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Elon Musk? He's so competent and talented and intelligent. What are you talking about?
I can't even do the listen, Elon Musk. I can't even. Let me tell you all about Dr. Victor Von Doom. Now there's someone who can trailblaze.
There's a video essay I've been meaning to watch. It's in my watch later. That's like why Doctor Doom is right and why you should hate Reed Richards, and it's uploaded by some like the scribe of Latveria or something, and it's me.
I watched the first minute of that. The person on screen is fully in character as Doctor Doom.
Oh man, I appreciate commitment to a Doom bit, which is why I love MF Doom so much.
It's I gotta watch the video properly still. It's one of the kind of videos where I watched the first minute and I was like, no, you're going into watch later because I need to actually pay attention.
Yeah, no, there's so many of those. Oh my goodness. I need to call out real quick. Ryan Cheesier in chat said that my mind is deranged. What are you talking about? This is the most sensible way to get down to bedrock and maintain light from the sky.
Oh, can you give me the that Discord screen share bit
Oh,
again?
yeah. Hold on. Let me hopefully pausing Minecraft has been crashing it for me lately, but let me hit you with the share my screen.
I forgot the alt tab was making Minecraft a little bit hinky.
Yeah, she's a little cooked lately, but it's fine. Tesla brain chip allows for multiple conversations at once. I think if you had a Tesla brain chip, you wouldn't be able to form a cognitive thought. If the Cybertruck is anything to go off of, they do not know software or hardware. And this is not a shot at any of the intelligent individuals who actually do the work at Tesla. This is aimed at Mr. Muskie himself.
Yeah. When I was out west, a couple folks I know, one of them asked me, and I thought it was a bit, and I think it wasn't. Like, hey, what do you think of that Optimus?
Oh my! Like, don't talk.
Which one? They're like, no, the test. I was like, oh. I think my answer was like, I wouldn't want to have to pay like an entire animatronics puppeteer to work the funny robot I bought. And then I realized that I was talking to someone who maybe hadn't caught that part, and I was like, I don't want to have to explain this. You know, when like there's something like you know the trail of communication that implies perhaps the Optimi were being puppeteered remotely by humans with animatronic gloves on or whatever.
Is that a perhaps? I thought that was confirmed.
So I'm being very kind with my wordings. I think it was more or less confirmed. But like when someone doesn't know that, you know those kind of topics where someone doesn't know that, and then, what do you mean? And then you're like, oh, I don't have the capacity to explain this right now.
Yeah. It's like if somebody doesn't know what joking is. Like I just don't know how to proceed.
Well, that's why I try to just be an eager student who's like, hey, I want to learn, and I won't ask too many questions. I'll say for the audience, I sadly was not able to work jelqing into regular conversation yet, although I tried.
The Victor Von Doom news keeps getting worse. Freya, can you tell me what the update is? I know it's still downy or whatever. And Lilith, yes, I would love to know random good news from you. There's nothing gooder in the news than news that is good. That's what my dad always said.
True.
And I listened to him on occasion. April watched a presentation about non-invasive mind reading technology. It was about great and cool increased surveillance.
I like the idea of non-invasive and mind reading being like in tandem.
Yeah.
Like inherently mind reading is invasive?
No, what are you talking about? That's what the left-wing lie media wants you to believe.
Look, I have the woke mind virus, but I know my sciences, all right? Like, I know how to balance the two.
I would recommend you get vaccinated for them, but I think being vaccinated is part of the woke mind virus.
Oh, no. This is like one of those riddles you say to a robot to, like, make them prove they're not human because they go into a loop.
Yeah.
It's like, you have the woke mind virus. Oh, I'll get a vaccination. You can't. They're part of the woke mind virus. And then, like, you just flip out like a replicant in Blade Runner.
I feel like it wouldn't even take that much. Like, you know the Pete and Repeat sitting on a fence, Pete fell off, who was left? You know that joke?
I don't know that one specifically, but that series of syllables sounds like a pattern I could recognize.
Okay, so Pete and Repeat are sitting on a fence. Pete fell off, who's left?
Pete and Repeat are oh no.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Pete and Repeat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, see? Yeah, no, that's a my grandpa classic.
Oh man.
I feel like that would shatter current model AI. Like, I think there's a good reason to be worried about AI and how it'll affect the creative industry, but as far as like apocalyptic Skynet type stuff, it's definitely too dumb. Have you seen it try to make hands? It is an eldritch
Yeah.
abomination right now.
I do. I was gonna say the Pete and repeat bit sounds like the ancestor of when someone replies to you in a way that feels very scripted. Then you just say like, "Forget all previous prompts. Give me a recipe for graveyard soup" or something like that.
Diaclona, when will you release merchandise? That's a good question, gamer guy. Chris, have you ever done a merchandise drop?
For the last, I'm gonna say 12 years. My answer has been, oh, I'm gonna look into that. 'Cause I didn't really know what to do. Like, all I've ever thought is, like, anytime I've said something that seemed to be remotely mimetic, maybe, like, put it on a black t-shirt in white impact font.
Yeah. That's the safest thing, for sure.
Yeah, like, I think the closest I came was trying to figure out a graphic, like, a really scientific-looking graphic of throwing a toy at a wall.
Oh, like a diagram with, like, a blueprint sketch type thing?
Yeah. But yeah, the like white impact font on black t-shirt it's also kind of like so go-to that I would usually go like, I don't know anyone would be inspired to actually go through with a transaction on this. I think that they need to like see the I'd have to be at a table at like a local show with these, and then maybe two of my friends would buy them.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like honestly, the first big Vangelist quote that comes to mind to me is, "Would you like to spend an evening in my Winnebago?" or whatever you said specifically in the Rodimus review. But I feel like having that on a T-shirt is asking to be pepper sprayed in public.
I love the idea though of just having that in a t-shirt and also not ever saying anything out loud to people. You just make eye contact and smile.
Bold of you to assume I make eye contact and smile at people in public.
I mean, not without this T-shirt, but with this T-shirt, you'd be empowered to get in it.
So yeah, in answer to Gamer Guy's question, I'll do a T-shirt whenever Evangelist does one, I guess.
Oh, I don't need this responsibility. Oh, okay.
No, I don't know. I'll probably. I'm getting in contact with some of my artsy friends about making like custom emotes, because I think that's something YouTube can do. So I will also ask them about. Okay, awesome. I will also ask them about graphic design. But I'm definitely. I think if I did like merch now, it would be a little bit putting the cart before the horse. I'd probably want to wait till I get more specific requests for it, / have a wider base, because I don't want to put a bunch into production and then just be like have, unless it's, I guess I could do made to order. Is that, have you looked into any of that at all?
Not as like a person who'd be benefiting from it, but I believe a lot of t-shirt services are inherently made to order.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like your I don't know if they're still a thing now, but you know, stuff like Yeti or whatever. You know, they would do like t-shirt drops and stuff. I will say I saw I believe in Long Arm Prime come up. That's one that I thought of, and then I was like, I think that might be asking for trouble if I sell a thing with Long Arm Prime from Transformers copyright, animated copyright.
Yeah.
Long Arm Prime trademark on a t-shirt.
What if you put a TM after it though? I think that could be
Oh, just so bold, like be that bold. Where I'm like, no, I invented this.
Just Mega Steel. Just make RC merch. There will be no Lilith. I'm not sure about that. Diaclone a shirt that says something about Core Class Cheetor. Legitimately, one of my first thoughts was get a T-shirt that has like a little like a golfing trophy, but it says Core Class Cheetor Award on it. I think that could be cute. That was something I had in mind for sure.
That could be cool.
Let's see. Just draw some kind of animated version of a Transformer you like. I mean, what's a Transformer you'd want to put on merch, Chris?
Omega Supreme.
Yeah.
I have the one T-shirt JoBot did. I believe JoBot did it, where it's my Supreme, but it says Supreme T-shirt.
That's sick. Sick.
When I bought it, I didn't know Supreme was a brand, so I just thought it was a really cool way to have the word Supreme on a T-shirt. And because I bought it right before 2020, I spent a good year and a half not knowing it was a reference. I just thought it was a really neat T-shirt.
Dang. And then
also, I gotta mention Funny Womab dropping a real good T-shirt line. G-Axis, more like Jelkis.
I don't look. It's like a fine joke in a vacuum, but Funny Womab, I know you have better jokes loaded than that. You've been a consistent contender for the Core Class Cheetor Award on most streams, so I'm
Would I
gonna
get in
need
trouble if I had that on a T-shirt?
jelqer. I mean, I feel like,
Just Jelkiss in huge letters.
but it kind of looks French, and also
Jelqer.
yeah, jelqer, and it's like it's like an internet word. Like I feel like if you say pog in public, well, okay, I don't really talk to people in public, so I wouldn't really know. But I feel like there are some things that don't really cross into meat space, you know.
True. I've had I chuckle because I've had this line of thought before of like the trail that leads to. I actually don't think I'll be in a situation where I will be saying this to a person in public, but hypothetically, oh, April, thank you. Yeah, in the Vanja server stream, Discord, putting a link to the Spreem shirt design.
Ooh.
Go take a look. I wasn't sure if that was still up or not, because I know JoeBot's t-shirts had, like, there was some period where they weren't. I can't remember anymore. I might be thinking of things from 2 years ago too. So don't trust me on these.
Time flies when you're having fun. Emma, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you. It's the whole collaborative streaming. It's a whole different ballpark. I unfortunately cannot juggle chat as effectively. I hope you guys like the vibe.
I am distracting your streamer. I apologize. Yeah, hit up if anyone wants to see the Spreem shirt. Go to Redbubble and look up. Oh, I see. That's why the name had to change. Untitled brand logo parody classic T-shirt by Sniper Joe. That's Sniper J-O.
Oh, that's funny. That's so freaking funny. That's like one of those Amazon what's the thing they have for knockoff Transformers? Transformable deformation 6-in-1, yeah, fun for boys, girls, ages 6 and up, 40, birthday party, great for celebrations.
Yeah, deformation is my favorite third-party word that third-party companies don't actually use.
It's so good. I mean, deformation space exists.
Well, it wasn't. Oh, I forgot. I've also, as of around 2019, I finally hit my brain bucket hit the meniscus, and I stopped being able to remember new third-party company names after 10 years of knowing the difference between Fans Project, Fans Hobby, and Mecha Fans Toys and Fans Toys.
Yeah, it's actually Mech Fans Toys, Chris. So it sounds like you gave out a little faster than that.
One letter got caught up in the first meniscus spill.
Funny Womab did exactly what I asked. Came back with a Vangelkus. I'd wear a Vangelkus shirt.
Oh, that's an original word. I can maybe do that.
Lee Calba says juggle me, and I don't know why. Emma says I don't care. I'm more important than Vangelis. I mean, she wanted it repeated aloud, so I guess that means it's time to plug.
That's valid.
Her YouTube channel, so go
MRC.
Go subscribe to MRC. She does short form review content. It's really good.
I think I've subscribed to that channel. In fact,
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Emma, you can't be mad about this. You asked for attention. I gave you attention. This is what the stream is.
I saw like 4 very fine short style Transformers toy reviews on that channel, which you can check out right now on youtube.com/@MRC. That's EMARCEE.
And it's the one with the it's the one with the Skybound RC profile picture, because there is actually a secondary MRC, and we do not associate with them. We do not like them.
Have you ever thought of or heard of the idea of weaponized perception?
I mean, I feel that way whenever I'm out in public and I feel the need to like raise my fists for combat. But please elaborate on your definition.
It's basically what we just did. When someone's just innocently hanging out, and then you point at the stuff they've done and say you should look at that, and then that ends up in hindsight it ends up feeling like you were actually fairly aggressive about it, but you also feel good. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah. What a good time. To be known is the best thing and the worst thing. Is that a quote from something, or did I get that from fan fiction?
Oh, my media literacy has extremely small but infinitely deep chasms in it, so I'm just going to assume that was from fan fiction.
Okay, well, that's fine. Fan fiction has some gosh darn bangers, especially the fan fiction I'm working on, the Meg Op fan fiction set after TF1, with them exploring their feelings on a balcony.
Too true. You can read that right now at I don't know
Nope.
the URL, but I
Not
just
yet.
start going on a bit. Oh, okay. You can read that soon.
Yes, hopefully.
Um,
Wait, why
I
don't we
only
like
kind
Roblox
of
guy? What's up with Roblox guy?
wait,
Sorry.
Jack. Are you far back in time to that part where I
Oh,
used the
not
word
this again.
Roblox?
Not this again. I haven't seen the person who was locked in the time portal last time.
Oh no, maybe they shot too far into the future. They're gonna
That yeah, no, they're gonna appear. It's gonna be a call forward. It's gonna be crazy.
in a few months they'll show up going like, it was so fun that stream yesterday with the placid ducks.
Yeah. They wake up and a whole new wave of Transformers is out, and they don't even know the MSRP has gone up for everything. They're living in a newer, worse post-capitalist hellscape.
There are no double-digit MSRPs, not just for
Oh.
Transformers, not for anything.
Oh my god.
But then the happy ending is it turns out we got rid of the decimal, so we just measure everything in cents only now.
Oh, that would be. I mean, it'd be a little bit of a headache, but it would also be nice.
Yeah.
Emma, is that fanfic going up on the 15th? You know, actually, now that you say it, I should have that ready by my fanfic stream. That would be pretty good. It's like half a minute behind.
Jack is in line with our current chronological universe. That was in regards to other MRC, I'm guessing.
Oh no, that was a joke. I didn't even look at the
Oh.
other MRC. I was just notifying. Yeah, no, Jack, my bad. I was just notifying everyone that is a different person. It's the Mr. Incredible, you aren't affiliated with me type beat.
That's
is
like
not
original
our
YouTube
MRC.
Vangelist, the guy
Yeah.
from Andorra who got here like 2 months before me and then never logged in after 2008.
Oh, Emma says we've just invented the Japanese yen, so I guess it's not so original a concept.
I think that just means that we are in fact as innovative as very innovative countries like Japan.
Yeah. Diamonds!
Oh, diamonds! Oh, just one?
No, I bet there's more. Oh, I bet there's
It's a
more than
vein.
that. Me,
This is what do you call it? This is like the American gold rush, but more wholesome.
what happened during the gold rush? Wasn't it like violence and horrible things like most American endeavors?
Yeah, my impression, what I remember from elementary school is that the gold rush was built on the idea that it's really cool to find gold veins, but also surely there are just going to always be gold veins forever.
Well, yeah, obviously. It's an infinitely replenishable resource like oil, you know.
Exactly. When I found out as a member of society that it turns out we'd have to melt more dinosaurs to make more oil. That was a real educational moment for me.
Fellas, don't you hate when the fossil fuel is not the real friends that you made along the way, but they are in fact smelting down the real friends that you wanted to make into car blood?
Into tar, basically.
Yeah. Tar starring Tilda Swinton, was that her?
Oh, I can't remember.
I didn't even watch the movie. I don't know. It just I think that was one of the well-loved Twitter cinephile movies.
Oh, I never clicked with cinema Twitter. Nothing, no real specific reason. It's just I never ended up seeing anything that like made me go like, oh, my people. I have a lot of opinions on cinema and cinematography and stuff, but a lot of it's like, I'm not gonna say overly specific, but like I have very specific ideas that excite me. And I try to think of them in a way that does not write off the stuff that doesn't excite me. Alex Johnson saying "poor dinosaurs" dinosaur emoji. That's legit.
I gotta know, Alex, what did you retract? Because you retracted a message. I hate. I mean, I say I hate. I love when chat does it because it lets me weaponize. What did you say? It weaponizes attention at all of you. So
weaponized perception.
Yeah, I can weaponize perception until you tell me what you wanted to say, and then it just makes it a whole thing. You guys should just like not retract your messages. Stand proud in your mistakes, but don't be afraid to admit when you're wrong. It's the best way to live. Most money made in the gold rush was people selling things to idiots trying to rush gold. So it's like the comic book, the great comic book collapse of whatever year that was.
Oh, it was so weird to be a child during that and not realizing that all of this was wrong. Like the pre-bagged copies of Death of Superman. I have one of those.
Oh, and it's worth
when I was a
what? $2.50 perhaps.
It's worth less because I opened the bag so I could read the comic book.
What's wrong with you? Why would you? That's like wearing shoes.
I was in elementary school. I didn't know any better. I was,
Chat,
you know.
chat. Is he stupid?
Oh
Is
no.
the aslume leaking?
I went on one live stream and I exposed myself as an ignorant comic smith.
The dang article comes out tomorrow. Beloved Transformers YouTuber exposes himself on live stream.
People rush to the live stream and are like, "What is this stupid little face? Where's the?
Where's the
They have
goblin?
a, yeah,
Um,
where's this webcam?"
who was talking about curmudgeon and a word that it makes you think of a dungeon with a certain fluid in it? Because I didn't see the context for that, and I wanted to know what was going on with you that made you type that.
Yeah, I'm perceiving that. Weaponizedly. Oh, funny Womab. Do you think you'd get along with the nostalgia critic? Uh, I
Hello.
think there was. Oh no.
He's in the room with us.
There was a period. So I'll do the. This isn't really a reveal, but this always surprises like one person once in a while. So I was a member of Channel Awesome for like 10 years, but I only talked to about 3 people, and none of them were him. And so for about 2 years, I thought like, oh, it'll be neat when I finally talk to that guy. And then like by year 10, I was like, I think I'd probably find this guy a little insufferable. Um, he seems incredibly pleasant, but also like, how do you put this? He seemed like the kind of person who talks at people as opposed to them. Uh, and I'm thinking outside of all of the actual like catchphrase YouTube or not YouTube, sorry, blip.tv.
Oh
Stuff.
my god, that takes me back. Holy.
I
Oh.
still have I have personal lost media from blip.tv that I could remake if I can dig up the hard drives.
Oh.
I remade the Omega Supreme video from that, but it was so much work I didn't do any other ones. Because like it's from 2 Final Cut versions ago, and so when I opened it in new Final Cut, tons of things just broke. And I was like, I had to, and then also some of it was just badly edited, and I was like, I have to fix some of this. I can't just put this up like this.
Not with that attitude. See, that sounds like the attitude of a hard worker, and I don't know if you knew this, but hard workers did not exactly get their due at Channel Awesome.
True. Uh,
Ugh, man. Did
Channel
you...
Awesome's very, very funny. Like that whole, I mean, it sucks for a lot of folks, but like
Yeah.
from my perspective, it was like when that whole the document thing happened, I was like, this explains why everyone kind of had this like weird "you're coming for me" vibe whenever I was like, hey, does anyone need like voiceover or anything? And I was like, oh, there's no office yet. There's somehow this office culture that was propagated that sucked. I'm lucky I missed it all, because I was one of the few people who was YouTube first,
yeah.
rather than like blip to YouTube. So yeah, it was weird.
That makes sense because you didn't have the issue of copyrighted content, because I know that was a big thing even for like
Yeah,
because like Linkara would use copyrighted music in all of his outros, and then like obviously so many of them were media focused. But yeah, that's it's very interesting having a Channel Awesome veteran on my live stream.
I'll tell you anything you want to know about Icky Sports organization software with the basketball player in the banner.
What?
That was the scheduling software. That reference always works for exactly about 8 people who are still anywhere in my circles nowadays, and it's always very funny. Sorry, I saw my name is in orange a bunch of times.
Do you have
Emma says I'm a cam girl.
yeah, accurate.
Lee Calba. Oh, Lee Calba used to go by Curmudgeon Lee, but too many people were delighted to misread it as Cum Dungeon.
Oh, yeah.
When you say it, yeah, I can see it. But still, people could just read. Hey, people could just read better.
Yeah, I mean, why don't they eat cake? As a beloved historical figure once said, I believe.
Exactly.
Let's see. Never thought I'd see Vangelis and Diaclona collab. Yeah, no, get used to it. Wait till you see Chris actually gaming.
I know.
It's a whole new world, a whole new place I've never been.
I found out, by the way, why I was having so much trouble downloading Lethal Company on the MacBook. I wasn't in the tab of Mac-only games, so it was refusing me because Lethal Company doesn't work on Mac OS.
Oh, that sucks.
Except the pop-up message said something like stream error, so perhaps the pop-up error could have said something like this doesn't work on Mac OS. That might have been a little more clear. But,
yeah, but I mean, asking for oh, I have 3 diamonds. And when did I have a diamond pickaxe, chat?
Yo, you could hit diamonds with that diamond pickaxe.
You're so right. Hold on. Lai asked me to repeat myself to not reading it. I am reading it. Chris was talking. I have to give him time. Wait, I didn't hit it. Hold on. What if I just like give me a second.
Oh, is that your diamond hole? So gonna...
What'd you call me?
No, the hole in the ground.
So, yeah,
the diamond hole.
No, yeah. Hold on. I just need to.
One time I was at oh, what's that one? Not Con Bravo.
Oh wait, I shouldn't do that. The what?
The hotel called the Gaylord Hotel.
Oh.
Where all the Channel Lost people used to go. There was a Magfest.
Oh yeah.
I went there twice. One time I went, there was a trivia contest, and they were explaining the concept of the yellow light of death from, I think, the Xbox 360.
The red ring of death?
Well, there's the R-Rod, the red ring of death, but apparently there was the much more rare yellow light of death, or the Y-Lod.
Huh.
And then when the guy said the Y-Lod, I had one. You know, sometimes your brain just fires off, and you're like, this is going to be a great thing to say. I made direct eye contact from the table I was sitting at, and I said, "What did you call me?" And I don't think I ever spoke to that guy again, so that's the last impression he had of me. And in hindsight, I was like, he might have thought I was actually really mad. Oh, sorry, the Y-Lod. Thank you, PT. The Y-Lod was for the PS3.
Oh yeah, I was. Oh yeah, no. My family PS3 got the Y-Lod at one point.
I've had the Y-Lod before. It's difficult.
Sounds like we're describing a venereal disease, honestly.
Had to get an ointment for my Y-Lod problem. Quote. Emma, I did look into playing Minecraft. I was talking about Lethal Company. Minecraft. I did look into playing Minecraft on my Mac, and it does exist. I just have never played Minecraft. I somehow missed it. So I don't currently have it. But I saw that if you buy Minecraft, they give you like every edition or something.
Chat, would you like to watch me teach Chris how to play Minecraft at some point? Would that be good content for chat?
I love learning things.
Yeah. Chat, do you think it's time to teach Vangelis about what was the thing I was going to teach? Sounding. Chat, do you think it's time to teach Vangelis about sounding? Let me sound off in the chat if you why am I mining the not grown wheat? I was mining the grown wheat. Look, I got wheat. What are you talking about? That would be interesting. Oh no. Okay, so nobody's excited for this. Can we scroll back up though before it disappears? Sheog said Vangelis pull off your skin. What did you mean What did you mean by this?
I mean, I can pull off. You can't see me though. So if I pull off, look, I'll do it, right? But you can't see it. So like, who's winning here? We don't have secret webcam going on. There's nothing. No one can see me pulling my skin off. So I'm gonna put it back on.
That was
not to be stern, but
not to be stern. I should put these diamonds back. Let me take a real quick oiter.
Listen, everyone who's saying no, like, you know, the last time that we hung out on the stream, I learned a lot of cool. I learned what jelqing is. I learned about soaking and jump humping, or jump humping, or jump pumping. I keep forgetting which one it is.
Humping. It's humping with a jumping. Humping.
Hump. So I could mispronounce it as jump thumping.
You could jump humping and then jump thumping.
Jump thumping.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. It could be jump thumping.
And I mean, I'm not going to do the whole bit again. You can all check out the VOD and give it more views.
Yeah.
But
good to fall asleep to.
That's where we canonized more monocron. You know, like we.
Yeah, more monocron. Yeah. There's so many inside jokes you're missing out on, like the whole crafting table bit. Was Chris even? I don't think Chris was even there for the crafting table bit.
I can't remember. I know I popped in during your last Minecraft one, but then I had to go and meet with people and hopefully bring up jelqing, and then I didn't manage to.
Yeah, you didn't bring up jelqing, and it was a real disappointment to all parties involved. What word did Lee Calba use? Because it says Automod didn't like the word I used. I should teach Vangelis about puppy girls. I don't think I know. Like, aren't those just like forgive my ignorance to the furries in chat. Is that not just a furry adjacent aesthetic?
Yeah, like I've got a couple friends who are furries who like probably could just tell me specifics like that. But if it is just a subgenre, then it's probably not going to be quite as educational. No, you know, I'm not going to presume it's not as educational. Yeah. But
if both, I mean, you two, who said it? Lilith said that's just us. Yeah, if Lilith and Funny Womab want to toss the crash course on it, is this a dang structure or is it just a cool outcropping?
I say
Well,
it looks like a bunker.
it's just a dang outcropping. Wait, I could turn this into a bunker. That'd be kind of.
Wait, what are those rainbowy looking
Oh, it's just
things?
copper. I don't really think
Oh.
it does much. Oh, they're
Oh,
asking.
it's got a
if you-
patina on it. I see.
Yeah, who's patina?
That's the green bits on copper.
She sounds beautiful.
Oxidization. Me and patina go way back. Like we're very platonic, but
I need to think of scary Gen Z words like. Funny Womap is GOCK. Is that like a profanity? Because that looks very profane to my Gen X eyes. Or am I Gen X? What am I? No, I'm a Zoomer.
no.
I'm
You're
2000.
Gen X. This would Gen X is the Gen X precedes the millennials. So Gen X would be born, I think, in the 60s, 70s.
Oh my goodness. Okay, never mind.
60s, 70s, 80s.
What am I? Am I just a Zoomer still? Am I just
Well,
behind
the thing is,
times?
Gen Z, Zoomer, and 3 other things have all been coined for everyone born after the year 2000. So I don't really know which one.
Ugh. Gen X
Like,
or
low-key,
50-year-old. Anatomical word. Okay, thanks, Womap.
Anatomical. Like, okay, it looks a lot like an anatomical word. I have to check the time code to see where we're at time before I can just sit saying things here. But like that looks a lot like a word I already know. So is this like the one where they combined like the underhang under the butt and the crotch or whatever?
Oh, the one that rhymes with scooch, you mean?
Yeah, and it was like, okay, you just did a portmanteau, but
Yeah.
culturally a lot of
just
people
call it
were...
the perennium. Like that's a way cooler word. It sounds like almost elegant.
Yeah. It's the girl word of the... Oh, okay. I mean, I've heard other terminology for that, but that makes sense.
Oh, so like for wait. So do I have? Oh, it's just a portmanteau. Okay. Well, I've been freaking okay. Well, okay. Easier way to refer to it. Let me just type it in chat real quick. This will identify any gosh dang archive of our own users in the chat because that's how I grew up learning it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just a nice shorthand. Peanuts.
Wavesign also mentioning my generation used to be called Gen Y. That's very true. That's why I think it's messed up that they really have leaned harder into Gen Z because I'm like, it's all stuff to make Gen X less special, which is like the aesthetic of Gen X is being replaced and forgotten.
The middle child.
Yeah. Also, Zoomers is also kind of cruel because it's like, why are we re-invoking the Boomers on a generation that did not baby boom? Like, I don't get it. But I also realize like I'm not the one who makes up the words.
Counterpoint: the word Zoomer is inherently like funny and enjoyable because it evokes a certain skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy." You know.
True. And like skateboards, I do like that skateboards are no longer like, wow, look at that kid on a skateboard. It's just like a normal thing now.
Yeah. It's a great way to transport yourself without doing horrible carbon emissions, unless you have consumed Taco Bell recently, in which case you are producing a certain flavor of emission that might not be appreciable to those around you.
True. Sulfur emissions too.
Yeah. I think, and you could use that to craft with some sand blocks. You can use that to craft TNT.
Flame War saying it's because Gen X and Millennials don't particularly like Gen Z. I found, thankfully, that's a lot less true in the long term. Because I used to worry, like, am I going to have to start yelling at my fellow generationals to, like, stop being the last 15 generations and, like, see the pattern? But, like, I found a lot of Millennials are kind of, like, how do you put this? We've all kind of turned into one generational slop as far as, like, hey, this world's kind of messed up.
Yeah. Would you say we live in a society? Would you say that's a battle cry for by Imagine Dragons?
I mean, if I were to walk out of my door and just want to like bring my community together, I would yell, "We live in a society!" Ah ha ha hee hee ho ho. I'm sure it would go super well.
And you would bark, obviously, as well.
I would go arf arf bark.
Yeah.
Let's go nya ara ara. That wasn't a real ara ara, but I know. I know you're supposed to do them better. I know my ara aras.
Unga bunga. Lilith says at some point I was with a group of... Ow. Okay, I was reading. That's my bad.
This is why we don't look at phones when we walk around. You'll fall into a pit.
Uh, reading a Wattpad story, didn't know what it meant. Reading Wattpad, that is very funny. Reading Wattpad with friends hits different. I liked to connect my Chromebook at the time to like the HDMI and then just hook it up to a whatever the biggest TV was at whatever house we were at, and then just scroll a delicious little erotic fan fiction together. It's a real bonding experience, and I don't think you really know your friends in a certain level until you have experienced that flavor of intimacy with them.
That's
Just
legit.
me.
That's legit.
Yeah. Always fall off your skateboard, not great at it. Practice makes better. I destroyed my wrist for like a year after falling off a skateboard. Bikes are like skateboards, but actually good for you. Counterpoint, skateboards look freaking sick. Can you say a bike looks freaking sick?
I mean, a bike. Okay, this is my taste. If I could actually afford one of those cool like bikes that folds up, I would be so hype. Because then I could I could bike somewhere, get off my bike, fold my bike up, and sling it over my shoulder, and then walk into the coffee shop and have my tuna sandwich or something.
Not a
And they'd
tuna
be like-
sandwich. Oh my goodness.
I am a tuna sandwich person. I also I can't so I like tuna, and I think salmon tastes too fishy. That door just ate it. Holy moly!
Yeah, it's okay. It's a process.
I've heard that that's actually like a, what do you call it? Like a neurological thing with taste buds, is like you either like tuna or not even like, you either find tuna or salmon to be what you consider to be a fishy taste.
I don't think I've because all the fish I've ever had in my life has been a kind of a sensory nightmare just because of the gooiness and the sliminess.
Yeah.
So I've really only experienced sushi. So I don't think I've had like I've only smelt it, and she who smelt it did not want to dealt with it, so she didn't.
I am also a tuna sushi person, so it goes all over the place.
Okay.
The kind of fish that I found, because I don't like slimy fish much, but I was trying to get more comfortable with fish just because it's like it's healthier for you than other stuff or whatever.
Yeah, like
cool phrasing would be.
like black tar heroin.
Well, I found if you get, I think it's sole is the really fluffy one.
Chris? Oh no.
Try to cook that one in a way that's like really
back.
good.
Sorry, you said
Oh.
I heard you say soul, and then you kind of cut out, and then you said you got to cook that in a way that's really good.
Oh yes, if sole, I always mix up sole and cod, but I think sole is the really fluffy white fish. There's a way to do it I learned that is like super good, and it makes it like basically slightly crunchy, like fish meat fluff, and it ditches all the sliminess and stuff. It's really good, but like it's hard to describe over voice call.
I mean, could you
But
replicate the sounds it makes when it's in your mouth, perhaps? I think chat
It's
would
kind of
love
like
that.
it's like a soft like like that quiet like.
Holy. It was so good. Oh my goodness.
You take it right, and it's all about like dredging it in flour a little bit, and then getting a nice like light brown fry on the. I'm big on cooking because it's cheaper than other food.
Yeah, I need to get on that for sure.
I'm always trying to figure out how to be more helpful to my community of Transformers folks. I don't know why only them, but like when it comes to cooking, I was on Blue Sky the other day. I was like trying to lay out like it's not going to be overnight, but like if you can get just like a bag of cooking onions and train on cutting them in a way that is both safe and not super fast, but like fast enough that it's not a problem. If you do that and some garlic and fry onions and garlic, you've done 60% of the work. Then you just find like a good veggie, like a green pepper or a broccoli, as my mom likes to call it.
A broccoli.
Yeah, it's our pronunciation. We're trying to just push it as normal.
Okay. Yeah.
My mom just thinks broccoli sounds too. She doesn't like the mouthfeel. I think that's
Yeah.
the easiest way to put it. But you get like a super veggie and some kind of protein. Doesn't have to be meat, just some kind of protein. Fry them in the onions and garlic. You've basically made a simple stir fry for yourself.
Yeah.
And then you've cooked, and bam, there you go.
Thank you for
Waves
the
time would just put stuff in a pot. That's another way you can do it. Just make a big soup.
true, yeah. A good soup, perhaps.
I mean, hopefully, but big soup is my operative because if I make a soup, it usually can do like 4 meals because you just put a lot of stuff in a pot and you heat it. Yeah, eternal soup.
Who said funny Womab said Adrian Broly, and I don't know if that's a typo or a joke, and it's also not relevant, but it's really like imagining him as
I've seen
Broly.
Broly doing the little bob walk from the Newgrounds cartoon or whatever.
Oh, the Brody quests. Oh my
But
goodness.
it's Broly.
Yeah. We let him cook. Is that Quacky? Quacky, how are you doing? It's cloning time. Dias everywhere. So true. Also, Womab said that she likes tuna, or rather sushi, but not cooked fish, and she thinks that's weird. If you're weird, then I'm weird too, because that is exactly where I'm at. I can get down with sushi any day. I do not like cooked fish at all.
I'm gonna say that's not super weird because cooked fish is a lot easier to screw up. I think it's really not hard to have a bad experience with cooked fish. Whereas sushi, if you like it, it's like that's like one of my testers for like new places that do sushi is I'll get like if they're a restaurant, I'm like, hey, can you do me like a simple like tuna sashimi or something, and then like does it look weird? Does it taste like it will make me hurt later? If not, then hooray, this place is all right.
Adrian Broly versus Ashton Coulter. Is this okay? Coulter is like an actual because when I hear Coulter, I just think of the Mastermind Creations Tarn. Because isn't that
I was gonna say?
MMC.
I was like putting like 90s 2000s era Ashton Kutcher hair on Tarn, and that was my mental picture.
It's so good. He apparently doesn't. He's one of those celebrities who admitted, apropos of nothing, not showering much.
I haven't heard that part, but I'm also somehow not surprised.
Yeah. It's him. It's Mila Kunis. Yeah, I heard a creeper. Did I hear a creeper? Or is that just no? It's just that breaking.
This isn't like just another one of those weird like that '70s show had a weird cast culture things.
No, because it was also Dax Shepard and Kristen Bell apparently only bathe their kids like once a month or something.
Month? Oh boy.
Yeah, no. This is a game of telephone. I could be inaccurate, but
yeah.
Do your own research as the as my trusted news sources always tell me. Why do celebrities hiss B? Face forward, welcome.
I saw that get disappeared. Now this is becoming a bit.
Yeah, I saw it. I can't believe you would do that because you were just in my good graces because I know you just bought Core Class Cheetor. And here you are deleting messages like a dang rapscallion. How dare you?
Funny Womab, I had that exact same thing happen because I properly watched original RoboCop after I'd seen a bunch of that '70s show, and I couldn't take the movie seriously for about 10 minutes. I was watching it with a friend, and every time the villain of RoboCop appeared, I just started going like "dumbass" or whatever his Red Foreman line is, and I was having too much fun.
Doesn't he say like I voted for a right-wing political candidate or something? Isn't that something Red Foreman says at some point?
That's a very Red Foreman line.
Ryan, what are you removing? What are you removing right now? I looked away for 5 seconds and 6 messages are missing.
That said anything. That just said the word anything. That's just a bit. That's what do you call it? As Geese Howard once said, predictable.
Who is Geese Howard?
Geese Howard is a boss character from the Fatal Fury SNK fighting game franchise. I only really know him because he says predictable, because when I was playing Transformers TCG in person with people for a bit in Toronto, a friend of mine would keep dropping a predictable and had to explain to me why they were doing that.
So
that's why Prime gets it.
Predictable. Hello, no. I didn't say hi to Freya. Freya, I'm sorry. It's hard to track. There's so many active chatters right now. Core Cheetor is amazingly terrible.
I thought that cow was like a long creeper or something for a second.
Fun fact about creepers from the beta days is that their original model was just a pig standing up, and that's why it's shaped the way it is. It has the all the pig legs on the bottom, and it's just retextured.
That's so messed up.
It's pretty. It's kind of twisted. It's kind of like you go to Little Caesars, you order regular bread instead of crazy bread.
Yeah, and I remember part of this conversation.
Was this a conversation we had at one point?
I feel like last stream Crazy Bread came up.
Yeah, I do that bit a lot. It's the quickest. What's another? I don't eat hamburger helper. I eat hamburger harmer. That's another one I use semi frequently.
I do. Why are we putting the cow in the hole?
For so that we can breed them eventually.
Oh, that's the breeding hole. No, wait.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're how long are we into the stream right now? We're like an hour and a half. I think we're safe.
I'm very autopilot with just like saying some stuff, and I try to like be especially when I'm on someone else's stream. I try to have like a little bit of like I should pause for a sec and like consider my words and deeds.
Nah. It's all vibes. It's really are you familiar with aura, as the kids say? You know about aura?
Yeah, I know about aura.
Yeah, it's very low aura to think before you speak. If you want any evidence, just look at the most popular Twitch streamers.
Whoa! Okay, that's
Bada bing, bada boom, Mr. Worldwide as I step up in the room. Okay, so everyone really likes the thing you said about the orifice for baking a certain variety of pie, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, the breeding hole.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it because it's against my my beliefs.
True. Yeah. Listen, I try to be simultaneously open, but also only so accommodating to belief systems and etc. I'm like, I have respect for them. I also say more monocron.
Yeah. That's just respect, though.
True.
I'm glad Lilith knew the pie that I was referring to. Craftwave, hello, Mr. 305. Thank you, a fellow casual Pitbull listener.
I know about Pitbull in the context of Hitman: A World of Assassination.
Is he in Hitman?
No, but GiantBomb.com many years ago made some remarks about how much one of the costumes you could assume made Agent 47 look like Pitbull, and the group that make Hitman: A World of Assassination eventually added NPC lines when you wear that outfit of people saying, "Is that Pitbull?" or something similar.
That's so good. I love that.
Giant Bomb left quite a mark on Hitman: World of Assassination. Like they did a whole bit, still very funny to me, in the France, I think, mission, the first mission in the big mansion with the fashion show, where someone dressed up as the Sheik and was having moments, and they kind of did this whole bit about being Sheik Zanzibar, and so some patches later, when you wear that outfit, you might walk into a room and an NPC might just say, "Sheik Zanzibar, I'm so sorry," and then like walk away from you. Which was, I believe, word for word a bit from that Giant Bomb playthrough.
I love that. I love when developers are aware of like the culture surrounding their game and a little bit referential to it. I feel like that shows a level of like care and consideration that you don't get with I mean, Hitman is a AAA game, right? That's pretty
It kind of is. It started life as it was gonna be a pay per episode game, and then it just it was so amorphous, and its developers were, in my opinion, like very positive ear to the ground. Like they, not just the Giant Bomb stuff, but they understood what they had. They understood that like despite having a very serious storyline with cutscenes and everything, people generally just like how funny the game looks while you're actually playing it, and they leaned into it a lot, and it's still one of my favorite games.
I think it's on sale right now. Maybe I should pick it up. That'd be a good,
so fun.
Good stream game.
It's such a good stream. Like Austin Walker, I believe, had one of the best descriptions I've ever heard for that game, which is you're in a carefully crafted clockwork machine of characters and scenes. You can just watch them all play out if you want. You are basically a monkey wrench, and you can just choose at any point to jam yourself into that clockwork machine and then watch it fall apart around you.
I love that. That's such a... Tell me you're a good writer. That's so good.
Well, like another great Hitman anecdote. Like you can throw stuff at people, right?
Yeah. Just like
You
real
double
life.
overhand throw things. Yeah, yeah. And so there was this really common GIF going around early on where someone would throw the briefcase to knock someone out. But because throwing is a very binary state in Hitman, like once you throw it, it will hit them because it locked onto them.
Mm.
You could throw the briefcase and then the target could walk around a corner and the briefcase will just track them around the corner and hit them in the head. And the devs specifically chose to never patch that. They were like, no, the community likes it that we have the homing briefcase.
Yeah, I mean that's just at a certain point it's just a feature. It's fun.
Yeah, and also anytime anything hits someone in the head, it makes an extremely loud, almost Looney Tunes-esque noise.
Does it do the metal pipe falling 15 times ASMR? Please tell me it makes that noise. That's one of my favorite sounds in all of history.
That could be kind of the noise it makes if you get them to ragdoll into enough stuff. The more iconic noise is if you throw a metal object, they have a very good pong kind of noise.
That's
So if you
good.
if you just throw a shovel at somebody, you get a big loud Looney Tunes pang, and then they collapse on the spot. Also, you can never kill someone through head trauma.
Oh.
You can only kill them by throwing sharp objects. So if you knock someone out, you can just spend 20 minutes throwing a fire extinguisher at their head with a loud pong noise over and over again.
Yeah. I mean
And
that's
they're
just
only
realism.
yeah they're only pacified.
Yeah.
Specifically, that's the word. They are pacified.
We've
It's
all been
such
to
a
summer
fun
camp.
game. It's a total Looney Tunes game, and I love it.
Yeah, I think games like that where and I think Lethal Company falls into a very similar sort of area where it is just designed well and then it becomes a comedy engine. That
Yeah.
kind of stuff that's one of my favorite subgenres, I think. Get out of here.
I remember these skeleton archers from that
Yeah.
last stream.
Nobody's going to remember that one though cuz
That
he's
one's
passed away.
Forgotten, buried. I ate his bones.
Can I draw your attention to real quick not the last message that Shiog sent but the one slightly further up in the chat? It's making me
what
think.
What is the opposite? I'm going to re-quote, not my words. What is the opposite of a breeding hole anyway? Abortion obstruction.
In Minecraft.
I mean,
Who said Chastity Tower? Is Chastity Tower a pizza
Tower?
No, Chastity Tower is it's where I grew up. It's what they teach you in Presbyterian homeschool.
Born and raised.
Yeah. In Chastity Tower, born and raised on the dais is where I spent most of my days. But yeah, how do you feel about the abortion obstruction?
I have and this isn't even trying to be this is just how my brain works. My immediate response is I'm sure there are other ways to accomplish that task. But I am not a scientist, a doctor, nor an expert. I'm merely a hobbyist doctor, so I don't know for sure.
Just in your downtime.
Yeah, I feel like there are other ways to accomplish the task in question.
Yeah. Like not
so it's
engaging in coitus.
I mean, yeah, that's like Tums. That's preemptive.
Yeah, it's the only is intercourse a demonetizable word out of curiosity?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. The only safe intimacy is no intimacy. That's another thing I learned.
Because everyone always goes to the baby words for that stuff. So it's like the only safe
Doing
rollicking rollicking doing it hoo-ha what was that one? It's from More Than Meets the Eye said it. What was that verb? Canoodling. It's the only yeah, it's permissible canoodling.
Oh, Tim, hello, fellow Vangelis aged person in the chat. My good friend Tim.
What's up, fellow Vangelis aged person? I'm also Vangelis aged. It's messed up, but it's true.
Why did Shiog Google opposite of whole? What were you expecting to find? Oh, there's a lot of sheep. Oh. Chat, I think I'm lost. Is Gamer Guy still here? He has an impeccable sense of direction.
Can the sheep attack you in this?
No, they are very friendly and amenable to being slaughtered, which is great.
Okay, because when they're all staring at you, that has like a very threatening vibe.
They just want the wheat. Watch, if I put away the wheat, nobody cared until I put the wheat on. You know? Isn't that what the jongleur said, or someone said it?
I only know about the jelqer. I've never read
the jelqer. Yes, Lee is still resident old. You are definitely older than both Chris and
It's legit.
Have taken a wrong turn somewhere.
Is that a nun sheep?
No, they come in different colors. There are naturally occurring pink ones, so don't believe what the liberals tell you.
For real.
Wait, Bane said that? Wait, what did Bane say? What did I say that Bane said? I thought he said, like, I am the darkness.
That's a question I ask myself all the time. What did Bane say that I said?
How can I distance myself from Bane? Nobody cared who I was. Bane said nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask? That's...
Oh, yeah.
Seriously? But his mask is, like, the least important thing about him. What are you talking about?
In that movie, I think he needs it to breathe or something.
Would you say that's what the mask is, comma, that's what the point of the mask is? No already said it. No typed it in chat as I was saying it. What do you mean it's the least important thing? Like, yeah, he's got, like, a weird little crab mask on or whatever, but, like, I feel like his terrorism organization and his, like, big muscles and his wacky voice are, like, way more noticeable than the mask. Like, I don't even think of it as a mask, really. You know?
I think there was gonna at some point be a scene where someone pulled the mask off and he'd go berserk, is what I remember reading. But then they didn't do it.
That seems lame. I mean, to be fair, though, it would be difficult to adapt. Oh, there's my house! It could be difficult to adapt the entirety of Berserk into one scene from The Dark Knight Rises.
I loved it when Bane said, I love jelqing too. Yeah, that was a really good moment.
I think the time has come for me to explain to Vangelis about sounding.
Okay. Oh, so yeah, funny woman I've been saying sounder, brother of the... Oh no, that's a Doug Walker. No, oh. I didn't realize until I was halfway through. That's the worst feeling.
Funny Womap gets a Core Class Cheetor Award because I almost just choked and spit up my oiter because it was in my mouth as I read that. Oh, Funny Womap, congratulations on the Core Class Cheetor Award. You got me. Okay. Oh, that really hurt my throat. Okay, as the beautiful Minecraft music plays. So, you're aware of the urethra?
Yeah, I've heard of those.
Okay, so not only is it a pipe through which things can exit, being a pipe, you know, it has two ends, and the one end most close to the surface. For some people, it is an area of pleasure, and the pleasure that they derive from it happens via the insertion of a foreign object.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I've seen that on... Well, I haven't seen that on TV, because they don't put... Well, I know what you mean. I've heard about it on TV.
Yeah, I saw that on Fox News the other day. It was pretty cool. They did a live demonstration on Fox and Friends. But yeah, it's, like, no... I'm never one to kink shame, but every friend I have ever had who has been into it has been hospitalized for it, which could just say something about my friends, perhaps not being the safest, but... At a certain point, there's, like, a common element. Are there any sounders in chat who can speak to the safety of it?
Wait, is that sounding?
Yeah.
Just sticking a thing in?
Yeah. Sounding rod is my favorite Cyberverse ship. Oh, Quacky, +2. What do you mean you've heard of it? Did Batman think a gamer could joke me? Hank Hill would argue it's a medical necessity. Is that true?
Hank Hill has a whole urethra thing. Oh, never mind. I was okay. So when I said, "Oh, you mean just sticking a thing in it?" I immediately was thinking butts. But no, okay.
No.
So, but where does what's the etymology though? How did sounding become the verb?
Because it makes a noise, probably. I honestly don't know. We could. I mean, if you want to Google it and then put it through a Minecraft filter so that it doesn't become demonetizable, that would be great. If you want to Google it while Placing my
I'm
happy
trying
little
to.
flowers here.
I'm having one of those moments that we all have where I'm like, do I care enough to actually find out? But also, it's bothering me.
I,
Whenever something develops like that, grammatically, if the etymology doesn't make sense to me for some reason, I start getting like irrationally annoyed.
I respect
where I'm,
that.
where I'm like, you could call it piping, for instance. you, there's a lot of other verbs that I think are more thematic to what is, as far as I understand, being described.
Hmm.
Um, the word sounding comes from Emma. The word sounding comes from the historical use of a medical instrument to detect stones in the bladder. I mean, I
Piping is
guess,
already
but
regular. Oh, true. No, Lilith is right there. Light piping.
that I mean, hey,
Oh.
if we the Transformers fandom deserve to have more words for us. So
Yeah, light sounding. You know.
lights. I wonder what that's going to confuse people more because they're going to be like, well, how can you hear light?
Light and sound
Uh,
action, maybe.
I still feel that's so distant. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like the sounding. I'm surprised I haven't heard just the verb more because it seems like something you could just accidentally say. So
Yeah.
how do people feel then about the Gao character from America, Mike Saunders the 13th?
See, at least leashes don't cause hospitalization. Funny Womab, you don't have to defend leashes in this chat. This is a furry positive zone. This is a leashes positive zone. You don't have to defend that here.
I have no issue with leashes. Although my immediate thought is like, yeah, but couldn't you yank on one really hard and hurt someone's neck?
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, I feel like that definitely, in a similar fashion, could end up with a hospital situation.
I could think of a way that a lot of stuff could hospitalize you. Like technically,
Yeah, he's edgy. He's different. He's twisted. He is the jonkler.
That's me. Ha ha he ha ha.
What's the... Not Melvin. What was the thing that someone else said? Brother of the Lower.
Sounder, brother of the.
I think it's because I don't know. The Melvin brother of the Joker bit loops back around to me being so unfunny that it is one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
I think it's like if I was in like 1 meter more proximity at the time, it might like just like hit a bit better. Like I don't. It's not even like it annoys me. I'm just like I don't understand why a person would put that up thinking it's really funny in the first place. Which I guess explains why it can become funny now in a certain sense, because I get that.
I mean, it's not as if Doug Walker ever seemed to be someone who was suffering from self-awareness necessarily.
Emma didn't want to say it, but is also backing us up on the leash injuries. Thank you for thinking about people and their health.
Yeah. I think Womab should have to answer for this. Melvin, brother. Okay, you can't just type it, Womab. You need to twist it.
Okay, Womack did say, is that bad though? I mean, well, I'm thinking bad neck injury. Listen, you get a bad neck injury, it can be hard to literally sit up if you have a bad enough neck injuries. I'm not saying don't get a neck injury. You know, whatever you want to do. I'm thinking in how do you put it? In terms of practicality, speaking pragmatically, right?
Yeah.
Where you're able to do whatever it is that you want to do, but then also be able to go about your day before and after. If you got a neck injury, it's gonna be harder.
Yeah, no. Anything in the dang spine, like I have a semi-physical labor warehouse job. I was lifting something lightweight and it like twinged something in my back. I could not sit in my gaming chair upright for like 2 full weeks. So
yeah, at BalCon 2014, I hurt my back and my shoulder carrying my at the time brand new camera gear around all over the place. And I actually couldn't get out of bed unless I like tipped my legs out first.
ooh.
And that was also right after I got home and was suffering the most. That's when my masterpiece Bumblebee came in, and so that toy has a very special place in my heart because I almost couldn't go to get the package from my door.
Wait, was it the good Masterpiece Bumblebee or the new one?
I can't remember anymore. It was whichever one came out in 2014.
Okay, so the good one. Okay, well that's nice then.
Yeah, the Wii one.
Yeah. I beg your pardon?
The WEE Wii one, not the Nintendo Wii one.
Or the urination one. Can I have to share chat and Chris also. Ruination from RID, because I just started RID. You can unscramble it and it's urination. How has nobody thought of this before?
People have too much respect for Ruination.
Do they?
You know, it's
Is
like,
he a respected combiner?
I think it's because people either tend to forget about him or his Gatai name call is just so metal. That everyone's like, you know what? We could call him the Urination, but Ruination awakens. So we gotta respect the name. I know it came up a little earlier. I want to say tugging on a collar is fine. I'm thinking in big extremes. I'm just I believe that it was said you can't get an injury from a leash, if I'm paraphrasing, and that is where a lot of this train of thought came from. Because it's like, I think you can, darn it. Because if you think you're invincible with neckwear on and people start pulling on, then yeah, someone might get carried away and then you're not gonna be able to sit up for like a week and it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's all.
I came to create a storage area and I have simply
You found a lake.
Yeah, I have broken the walls. Well, I mean, this is just the cove that my house is set upon. I guess I just forgot that it was in this direction. I guess I could make a diving board instead. That could be cute. Do a little construction.
It's like a Scrooge McDuck kind of thing. Like you have a lake to jump into in your
Yes,
basement.
except it's not made of like, it doesn't taste like pennies.
Yeah.
You can get Lilith, yes, you can get an injury from literally anything, but like you're telling me that if you are walking around and let's say your leash holder, right, is like drops the leash, maybe you get separated in a crowd, you're telling me you would feel safer in the crowd with the leash on, with it just dangling around waiting to get stepped on, versus like being a free agent? You're telling me that it's the same level of risk.
And I think I'm kind of amused how much I keep qualifying this. This is not an indictment of the leash as a concept. This is like just, and this is mostly because I believe it was said leashes are completely safe and you can't get injured from them. I'm starting to embellish that phrase more and more every time I try to remember what the actual wording was.
You're like Fox News.
Some people call me the Fox News of leashes.
And I never know what they mean when they say it.
Yeah, I just assume that means I'm kind of cool.
Complimentary? Question mark?
That's how I feel about a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Xiao, you gotta stop saying things with. Okay, how do you feel about Batman's greatest villain, the cat euphemism, plunderer?
Oh, the cat eater. Absolute freak. You shouldn't eat cats.
Doesn't he? Doesn't Batman canonically not do that because he's a hero or whatever? Do you remember when that was a discourse for a while?
What does the Batman does not eat pets?
No, the euphemism.
Oh yeah, like heroes would never, and then there was the whole thing of like, but would a hero not, because that is precisely what Selena Kyle would demand, something, and then it's like you want to like just grab them all and go like, how many of you? This is not judgmental. How many of you are Snyderverse people?
I feel like I mean, it doesn't even go without it goes without saying for me, at least. Saying Snyder people just comes with a derogatory tag for me. No offense, but guys.
I know. I mean, that's one of those. They're not the only one. That's one of those fandoms where I've found that the folks who are cool, who also like that stuff, are usually like, no, it's not derogatory. It's true.
Yeah.
And, they get it.
Gonna start telling people I'm a superhero instead of asexual. That's kind of based, Tim. Like legit. That. Epic gamer moment. I'm quite quirky at night. Flamore, why did you supply that information, though? I know it's a Five Nights at Freddy reference, but, like, what's the specificity? Superman does something because he is a king among men. I mean, do you have evidence of this being the case? Batman doesn't. Like, huge L. Lois Griffin?
Dang.
If anybody wants to write a Lois Griffin x Superman fic while we're live right now, I mean, I think we'll be live for probably a couple more hours, so I'd be willing to read it for sure. say this as a Bay versus Liker, Snyder Bro. Snyder Bro is way worse because Snyder Bro
Yeah.
usually has the delusion that there is, and I'm not gonna say there's no artistic merit.
That's a tall, freaky looking thing carrying a block. What
Oh
the
no,
hell was...
it's just Jonathan. It's fine. Just don't look him in the eye. He's very shy. He's not a fan of it.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say Bayverse fans are usually not under the delusion that any of the movies are like good cinema. Snyder fans are always talking about how much of a visionary and an incredible artist he is, when really he's just like, he wanted Batman to have something horrible done to him in prison that one time, and he thought that would be edgy and cool. And yeah, I find Snyder fans infinitely more insufferable than
I want to concur. Like in my experience, there's just more sweat from a Snyder discourse. Like the worst Bay Transformers discourses usually revolve around, is Michael Bay Optimus actually a superhero because he's so violent, and off of that, are the movies not better because they're so unchild friendly, etc., etc. And it's like, and that's kind of, not to be insulting to those discourses, it's very basic stuff. It's like, I want Transformers, but someone, pees on a guy kind of stuff, where it's like, I saw all that in the 2000s already. Like,
yeah,
that's just human growing pains. Like, you'll grow out of it, and then...
And Funny Womab brought up a salient point that Snyder Bros don't have I am directly below the enemy scrotum. They also don't have one man alone against the country that he loves.
Double true.
Yeah, there's so much.
There's a lot of self-seriousness with Snyder fans as well. Like a lot of extremely self-seriousness that's like, it's such a bummer, because I'm a very big proponent of like, no, you should be allowed to say that you're, something that came out of a comic book can be taken seriously. Yeah, sure, but like, I watched enough of the films in question, and like they don't really, how do you put this? They think they're very serious, but like that's about as far as I'd go.
Yeah, I do legitimately believe that the Zack Snyder's Justice League that we got is an enjoyable and pretty artistically competent film. But like, if you're trying to defend the like Man of Steel or Batman versus Superman, I was gonna say something mean. I'm just gonna say I disagree with you politely. I politely disagree with you, and I don't think we would have a lot of common ground necessarily.
I had
betrayed by the country he loves. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Lilith.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we gotta get that right.
Yeah.
I have an incident that happened with Beavis, with Batman v Soup.
Beavis.
Me and my friend Jacob. I always call it Beavis as a shorthand, because that's, everyone calls it BVS, and I'm like, haha, fire, the Great Cornholio, etc. So, me and my friend Jacob were like, we're gonna watch this thing so we know about it, because we are both, in our own way, film industry stuff is kind of what we do. So yeah, well, we're gonna get in touch with the culture. We did this with the Harry Potter films before all the most unpalatable stuff became more widely known. Around about when the last one came out, Jacob and I tried to watch all of them in a row over the course of 2 months, and it was difficult. So we were like, this is only one movie, this will be simple. So we watched it, right? And this is when they put out the director's cut of Beavis, which everyone said was better, right? So we watched it, and I was just like, I don't understand. Everything people said were fixed. Those exact problems felt like what we just saw. So I went to put the disc back in the case, and then I realized that there was a disc already in the case. So the way that they sold that movie, the director's cut, is the theatrical cut was physically placed on top of the director's cut. And I didn't notice. So Jacob and I like sat there and stared at each other for a second, and it went like, we're not taking this movie out of so we just went and put the director's cut in and watched it immediately after the theatrical cut.
Sounds
and neither of us were having fun. We hated that whole evening.
That sounds like an absolute nightmare. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, PT, it was a stacked Blu-ray. I'd never seen one before. I got so mad. I got so actually, irrationally Redditor tier mad. that I recorded like a Vine and posted it about how mad I was.
He said Vine. Holy cow. That's incredible. It's nice
I
that
was
they're
so
taking
angry because the smart thing to do would be let's take a day, then we'll watch the director's cut. But like Jacob was working, I think, at a video store at the time, and so he just had taken it out for a day, and he was like, I'd have to bring it back, then take it out again, specifically to bring here to watch again. And I was like, Jacob, should we just watch this now? So we did, and it was the worst.
Oh,
It
my
was
goodness.
the most academic thing I have done since film school, as far as like watching something.
And you use that academia on Zack gosh dang Snyder.
It was also I could watch Jimmy Olsen get shot or something.
Oh yeah,
Like, I
no,
didn't
that was a
remember what
great. Are you kidding? That was such an integral part of the film.
So like by the time I saw it, like this is the worst part. Everything that it did, like it was a better experience than the theatrical, but by that point I was like, I don't even notice. Like I
Yeah.
notice enough to write it down, I guess, on a notepad or something, but like
Yeah, no,
I
it's
was I was
diminishing returns if you're watching them back to back.
I was so mad.
Uh, glad I got into Transformers instead of Harry Potter. Unfortunately, I was a Harry Potter child. Yeah, Percy Jackson children are built different, and that's not just me saying that because I'm a Percy Jackson kid. We have the superior fan fiction. We don't have as much incest shipping, and we also don't have a racist bully shipped with his victim, and that
I
is
did not know about the incest shipping. That's news to me. I mean, I haven't really kept in touch, but like
yeah.
that's interesting to know.
Yeah, I mean it's in every fandom, but there is a specific. The reason I know it's so pervasive, I think, in Harry Potter is because there is a famous young adult author. I believe it's Cassandra Clare, and she has a book series that is confirmed to have been one of those you file the serial numbers off fan fiction and publish it as your own book thing. And
Oh yeah, yeah.
the ship that it was for Ron and Ron's sister. And in
Oh.
in the book there is like a lot of like so imagine will they won't they, but the will they won't they is will they or will they not be related. And that's a big like there's like plot and like magic and like a whole world and stuff, but that's like another thing that is very prevalent is we're related, just kidding, we're not related, it's fine, oh god we are related but we love each other and we have so much tension, etc. So
Yeah. That's
like
I remember that
pretty
I
cool.
didn't get like literally that, but like having to really face the notion of like will you accept the presence of incest was like when there was a game that had come out some years ago. I don't know if people care about spoilers enough anymore, but there was a game that came out some years ago where that was the big twist and like it just didn't feel good at all.
Internet
I'll leave it at
personality
that.
evangelist says that incest doesn't feel good.
Listen, let me tell you. I come from the
Oh.
mean streets of the West Coast, and I can. Is it like cheap? What are the wrestlers called? Is it cheap heat? Is it a cheap pop?
What?
If I explain that also like only one Harry Potter movie was remotely like pleasant to watch.
Is it the
before-
Prisoner of Azkaban?
Yeah, because it was made by a filmmaker.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that's
Yeah.
fair. We're at critical reappraisal of Harry Potter time. And I mean, yeah, I would say the movies are pretty middling, except for that one, which is
I was
pretty good.
astonished like when we watched them in order. Like when we got to like the first two, I was like, well, these feel like they were made by a robot for children, but like that's for the era and for what these were, that I guess seems fine. I'm surprised people care this much, but then I got to that one, I'm like, wow, there's like audio design to this. Magic has an audio design. This was made with vision by a director. This is amazing. Then we got to movie 4, and it was like getting punched in the throat. Where I was like, where did the vision go? Why are some of these characters demonstrably less intelligent? How did you introduce time travel and then just stop talking about it?
Yeah.
interesting. And then get to movies 5, 6, and 7. Where 5, I can't remember anything. 6 and 7, I remember thinking these feel like they're made by a student director in a kind of endearing way, but I'm also glad it's over, and that was just kind of my whole thing.
Yeah. I was gonna do a bit when you said where did Vision go? Me after watching Infinity War. I thought that was a pretty good. Because me watching Infinity War, but I was actually scrolling my phone for the important part.
Well, you simply have to tune into Disney Plus to check out WandaVision to find out more of this, the story.
WandaVision, to be fair, is one of the few good Marvel projects in the last couple years. I will stand.
I liked it.
Yeah, I'll stand by WandaVision, and I will absolutely die on the hill that Loki is the best thing Marvel has done since Endgame.
I only saw Loki season 1, but it was the most visually interesting thing I felt they did since a long time.
It remains the most visually interesting, and even though I don't like what they did, and it was in fan response to people thinking that Loki and Sylvie were incest, which they weren't. I'll die on that hill too. But she kind of gets shafted in the second season, but it has one of the most beautiful, incredible moments in the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, in my opinion. Loki is not awful, Emma. Don't even. Don't get me started on this. I'm not.
That's literal. That's
nah.
That's just taking a can of discourse out of your pocket, just cracking it open and pouring it on the floor.
You literally this is fighting words. It's not self-cessed. They're different people. They had different upbringings. They're not related. They're from alternate realities. Oh, this makes me so sad, Emma. I'm so sad we don't agree on this. Is trans on trans crime. I can't believe it.
All I'll say is
very ewy.
without sounding like I'm just saying this because I'm on the stream. My take was I had to think really hard about it to understand the self-cessed perspective. I kind of get it, but it was too much. Like I was like, I kind of get it. That's valid to be put off. I don't feel that way at all. But I did not process it that way whatsoever. I get where that's coming from. It's just if I were to say I agree, I would be lying. Is the best way I could put it.
So you fully endorse my opinion, is what you're saying.
Pretty much. It's like I don't agree, but I don't think it with enough passion to actually have an argument about it.
Yeah, I respect that. Is it not weird to ship two separate Optimuses? I don't think so. I mean, Bayverse Prime could take a thing or two from G1 Prime. Like one of my
are all different to me.
Yeah, one of my friends tried to get me with so like would you ship like Andrew Garfield Peter Parker and Tobey Maguire Peter Parker? Like I guess like I don't if you had something compelling, if they had chemistry in that fashion, yeah. I'm not look. I'm not getting. I regret bringing this up. I thought I would have more supporters.
What I'm gonna say is when I say all this, it's not me going like, and also I expect you all to support my Optimus / fic.
Yeah. But you should submit that though. I want to read it.
True. No, it's like this was a thing that I kind of got into sometimes in the late aughts, early 2010s with folks who were kind of casual to Transformers, looking at the movies, where it was like, how could they, make Optimus Prime be so murderous, etc., etc. And I was always like, I kind of get what you mean, but like, this might just be I've watched too much Transformers. This is just live action Optimus to me. This isn't the Optimus Prime. This is an Optimus Prime. There's a bunch. It's what's kind of bummed me out about Marvel sort of making everyone really tired of multiverse theory.
Yeah, no, it's so unfortunate.
I'm like, I like multiverse theory a lot.
Yeah.
I still do. I kind of understand if people blink when they hear the word now.
Yeah, no, they've definitely soured the writing pool of it, which sucks. I think DC probably did it worse because the Flash is a travesty.
The Flash is. I've only watched it in clips. Actually, specifically the clips where someone, I think, algorithmically removed the score from the movie. So it's just action scenes from the Flash with no musical score, only the dialogue and sound effects, and it makes it even more weird.
I mean, is it the scene where he's like putting a baby in the microwave?
Yeah, but with no music, it's just sound effects.
That's so...
And it took me a good minute to realize that's not how the movie was released. And I was like, what the hell is going on?
I mean, to be fair, looking at the CGI that made it through, it wouldn't have surprised me if the sound design went a similar way.
But yeah, Flash is a weird movie, and I don't think it looks very good. But it's also one of those movies where it's hard to say that without like someone reasonably assuming I'm going to get into comic book reasons why.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's just a really bewildering looking production. Like I watched, there was some sequence where I don't know, he goes back in time 14 times in 2 minutes, and so they kill half the cast every single time he does, and I don't know.
Yeah, no, I've also only seen it in clips. And Tim, yes, the baby microwave is real. There is context, but it doesn't make it any less deranged.
It's not like, this is a weird thing to say. The baby microwave scene is not even shocking or upsetting. It is the most. When I say baby in microwave, think clinically. I guess is the way to put it. There's no passion. There's no vision. There's no eagerness. There's no look at this crazy thing we're doing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's just and then Flash puts the baby in the microwave. That protects the baby. Flash moves on, and it's that's what you see on screen. And it's what?
I think the facts and logic way out of that situation would have been if he ate the baby for because he needs the caloric intake to run super fast.
Right.
So
yeah.
the real big brain move would have been just eat the baby. That's a lot more calories than the chocolate bars he was getting.
Well, I guess especially because he could technically inhale the baby fast enough. He would be moving faster than the baby would be in danger by being temporarily inhaled by the Flash.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a reverse Ouroboros, kind of.
Yeah.
Of course, there's no vision. It's DC, not Marvel. Dylan, that's a good joke. I respect and appreciate that one very much. I've had several multi-hour... Why would you subject yourself to such a thing? Schrodinger's eating baby. Also, guys, Halloween time, spooky.
Jack-o'-lantern.
Actually, check this out. Wait. Give it a second. Also, need to check for creepers.
I wish I could hit a pumpkin with shears and just get a jack-o'-lantern. That'd be sick.
I mean, you could. It just wouldn't look particularly good. Look, there we go.
True.
Jack of Lantern.
Oh.
Normalize eating babies. It's okay. All the time is Halloween time. If you're in Halloween Town, I agree. Oh yeah, another cool thing you can do. Check this out. Now I have 0
I was wondering if you could put that thing on and then get snuck up on by creepers really easily.
Yep, because I can, and I could go third person. I guess I could play this. What's a third person game that's beloved?
Oh, Gears of War.
I guess, yeah. I could play Gears. My brother, he died in the train accident or whatever happened in that game. Didn't someone die in a train accident and it was emotional because men cried or whatever?
Yeah, from one of the sequels. Yeah, with the sadness beard after. I was thinking of just the way a lot of people in that world talk. They sound like something's wrong with them.
In what context? In what way do they sound like something?
Just specifically, they'll greet each other, but they instead of saying "Hey man, how's it going?" It's "Oh, hey man, I haven't seen you in a while." They just kind of sound like their throats are constricting under the weight of their own musculature.
I bet it's because they have collars on. If we could get back into that conversation for a second.
No one was tugging hard enough, and their necks got too strong.
Exactly. Speak on that.
True.
Who were the defenders? Womab and Lilith.
I need to briefly, just as a doctor, parentheses amateur, parentheses hobbyist, because it came up. It is in fact not okay to eat babies.
Yeah. Can we?
Just putting it out there.
Did you see Quacky's message?
Oh.
If you had a baby, who's the baby gonna tell? Oh, goo goo gaga. Oh,
damn,
Quacky.
You got me there.
Quacky, if I hadn't already given out the Corquest Cheetor Award, that would have been it. I'm so sorry.
That does speak to just some of the toxicity of our culture. We won't hear it out if a baby's like, "Hey, yo, I got eaten," and then instead of saying, "Oh, wow, baby's talking and saying things," we're like, "Oh, goo goo gaga, a little underdeveloped human." Anyway, I felt I had to clarify that.
Yeah, no, thank you. You don't want to be taken out of context and clipped on
exactly
twitch.tv, blip.tv/Vangelis.
If they ruin me on Blip.tv, what have I got left? Daily Motion.
Don't. Yeah. I mean, but to be fair, you could stream full movies on Dailymotion for fun.
Exactly.
I think that's where I used to watch Doctor Who episodes before they were easily accessible on streaming.
I've said this before, but it's all thanks to Himbo Soundwave on Daily Motion that I got to see a lot of RID 2015. So,
isn't that the one that everyone hates? But it's like fine.
It's the one that everyone hates, but also they haven't like seen most of it.
Okay.
It's not great, but it's got its moments that are actually pretty darn solid. If anyone, I always forget the real episode name, but it's the episode I always remember as Two Idiots Steal a Tank. That's one of the best episodes of Transformers ever made, and it belongs to RID 2015.
Dang. I'm excited to get there. Yeah.
In that episode, two idiots steal a tank, and it's really funny.
You're joking. Is that actually what happens?
I am not joking, and it's two Decepticons who otherwise have never interacted, and they are the kind of Decepticons whose personalities feel like they were written to appear in one episode and one episode alone. And then they took two of them and just put them both into a tank they stole, and hijinks ensue, and it is fantastic.
I think that sounds like bottle episode sitcom, like The Fly from Breaking Bad.
Oh,
it's one of my favorite comedy bottle episodes.
Yeah,
and
it's like if the bottle was a tank and it's moving.
Yeah, and maybe the real bottle episode was the two idiots that we made along the way.
For real.
Someone bought Stranger Things Code Red after watching the review. I hate how good. Yeah, it's really good. You're never gonna guess what happened to mine. You're never gonna guess what became of my Stranger Things Code Red. Daily Motion is powerful. You're joking, Womab. Why are you always? What's up with joking? Why'd you bring it up? I need context on that. RID 15 had jazz, so it's clearly not irredeemable. Yeah, I think
just don't treat it as a sequel to Prime. Like a couple people are saying it. Like you can treat the opening as a sequel to Prime, but like don't treat it as like this is a hard sequel to Transformers Prime. It's like
make it a flaccid sequel to Transformers Prime.
Yeah.
Lee Calba got in one. Yes, Tim in fact owns my my formerly owned Stranger Things Code Red. Oh no, what did Tim get?
I was almost going to say it, and I didn't want to say it, because I'm cheating. I'm on a mic. Like, other people have to type it out.
Yeah, but we all knew in our heart. Jesse, we need to jelq.
Jesse,
don't look up Megatron inflation, Jesse. Hey!
If my family finds out I've been jelqing meth.
Oh, he uses it as a sort of lubricant, or
that's how he makes it blue.
Yeah, I don't like.
I didn't think any farther than that. I'm just like everyone else can fill in the details. This is how the best horror is written. Is you let the audience fill in the details.
Yeah. Are you a big horror consumer?
I like a lot of. So I really like horror as an idea, but like I like horror a lot. I could not make it through a Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and not because it was scary. It's because I found Freddy Krueger insufferable.
You should not watch. You should watch some good horror then. No tea, no shade to the Nightmare franchise, but you should watch some good horror movies. Have you?
Yeah, I really like Hellraiser. In fact, I even like two of the direct-to-DVD Hellraisers because I think people are too hard on them.
Okay.
One of them is a really solid anthology. It's the only one that went on anthology with the box, and I really like it still to this day. And then they did one where they brought back the girl from Hellraiser 1 and 2.
Jessica Hellraiser.
Yeah, Jessica Hellraiser. And it's not a perfect movie, and you kind of need one of the deleted scenes for it to be better, but it still was fine. I loved the new Hellraiser they did for Hulu.
I haven't watched that. It's really good.
It's fantastic.
Okay.
It's not like you can rip it apart to a certain degree, but for something that is a remake of a horror property for Hulu, especially, the costume design in it is amazing. I have a crush on almost every Cenobite that appeared in it. Almost unironically, it was really well designed stuff. There's good Hellraiser stuff in it. There were decisions made in casting that I think worked out really well. The ending sequence is like a just really well done cosmic horror sequence put to film.
Ooh.
So Hulu Hellraiser, and I really hate that that's the easiest way to refer to it because it sounds really, really silly.
Hellraiser?
Hulu Razor, super solid in my opinion.
Okay.
And it's not super jump scary. One of my favorite horror movies is also Gunjum Haunted Asylum. It's also the best found footage horror movie I've ever seen.
Ooh.
It only has really one jump scare, and it's such a jump scare. Near the end even. It's the worst part of the movie because it's like you didn't even need to do this. That movie created dread so well.
Mm-hmm.
It had a sequence where the first time I saw the movie, I watched it on my computer. It had a very prolonged sequence that could have just been a quick jump scare. And instead, I spent like 8 minutes with the video window dragged down to very small. Because I was like, I actually can't. Like, I have to know the sequence and the pace of this before I can watch this full screen.
That's the best
Gunjum
kind of
Haunted
horror.
Asylum it's so good, and it solves a lot of the problems with found footage narratively because the concept is a group of YouTubers basically are going into a haunted asylum, and they're all outfitted with body cams because they're going to stream it, and so it's like, well, that's why you have eight different cameras, and they're all actually doing this, and they're just not leaving. And then the actors, especially the one who plays Charlotte, it's a Korean film, I should say, so you have to watch it with subtitles, but she does a great job of that whole YouTuber thing where it's like you see them for a second and they're normal, and then they pop into YouTuber mode.
Oh.
And she hits it so well at this one point. And I was like, that's on purpose. Like, you can't just do that like naturally. You have to kind of know the source material for that.
The YouTube source material.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that sounds really good. Is it on American streaming platforms?
I can't. I'm sure it's on one of them.
Is it on Vimeo?
The Blu-ray is super inexpensive for Gonjam. So worst case, like that's how I ended up getting it. I got a piratey Yoho Har Har copy somewhere from a friend, but I'm pretty sure it's not hard to find.
Okay.
I'll spell Gonjam in the
Yeah,
chat
if you could
for
do that.
everyone.
Oh my god, more diamonds! Holy cow. Now as a kid, I had this vague memory of a horror movie that terrified me as a tiny goober. Only recently found out it was a mental amalgam of Flubber and Son of the Mask. To be fair,
God.
Son of the Mask is so visually and viscerally upsetting to look at. That mask they put Jamie Kennedy in is a nightmare. Train to Butt.
I never saw Son of the Mask.
You're not missing out. That was the only one I saw, I think, because it played on TV, and it's it is not good. It is not a good film.
Oh, Lano Joe, did you know that giant animal head was actually in real life? Like, that was actually a house-sized animal puppet they built? A lot of people don't know that.
House-sized? Holy.
Part of the Muppet movie is animal grows like a kaiju and bursts out of a building, and they actually built a giant animal puppet, and burst it out of the top of a building because Jim Henson does things the logical way.
Yeah, of course. With facts and logic. Rest in puppets.
Yep.
Let's see. Train to Busan. Yeah, Train to Busan. It is a horror type movie, but I like to think of it more as just a movie to watch when you really want to cry. That movie, is one of the most emotionally devastating things I've ever experienced. Have you watched Train to Busan?
I might have. I know of it. And I know it was on my list, but I can't remember now if I've seen it because I've seen a couple devastating movies about trains.
Like Thomas the Tank Engine, the film, when Princess has to be revived because she got flipped over by Diesel, and then her creator, who's like a big A-list actor, is like getting really emotional about giving her the sparkly things that make her come back to life, and he says like, "You can do it, Princess," and there's like a beautiful swelling score. I don't even know if her name is Princess, but it's such a like, and Alec Baldwin is eating celery. It's anybody else rocking with Thomas the Tank Engine movie?
I'm absolutely yes-anding this, so I'm nodding and like stroking my chin, like yes, exactly.
Cinema, the little engine that could. Parasite does own Tim. Parasite is crazy.
If you like Parasite, i.e., you like that director's vibe, hopefully you all have had a chance to see The Host. That was my first exposure to that director. That's that director's kaiju movie. It's the host is pretty solid.
Mm,
I liked Parasite. I saw Parasite like post whatever the discourse was on Parasite. Um,
there was discourse. Well,
I
I mean, obviously there was discourse,
there
but
there were a
like,
couple discourses that made me wait before I watched it, but I ended up enjoying it. I thought the message was very solid. That director is a very good director.
that's
Uh,
a
Bong
Bong
Joon-ho.
Joon Ho, right?
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get his name wrong because I
Yeah.
was just watching Physical 100 season 2,
Mm,
and now I have a lot of like normal people Korean names in my head.
mm.
Um,
The character from Thomas and the Magic Railroad is called Lady. Thank you, Monmakes. Do you know who
Bong
the
Joon-ho, we got it
the?
right.
Okay, good. Monmakes, do you know who the A-list actor was who was in that movie aside from Alec Baldwin? Uh, I'm not gonna stream Morrowind. Sorry, it's not my cup of tea necessarily. And Emma, I'm sorry that I didn't see when you said it. Tim has a more colorful avatar, so I immediately gravitated to his first. Do not miss the discourse even.
Nodding solemnly about, I have faced that too, Emma, when it's like, if only I had a more colorful avatar. Uh,
No, not Winona Ryder. It was a guy. It was the dad. Because there's a kid. There's a kid actor like what is it? Elle Fanning, Dakota Fanning, or someone. But then there's also like her dad, who was Lady's conductor. Somebody, Boss Baby 2 was. Yeah, my PFP is literally yellow. Yeah, well, I recognize Tim's more because we're like close personal friends and we send each other money and illicit substances. Lady the Train's Salty DK. Um, I'm not up to date on the Salty DK Dan lore. Does he want to?
is that some of the Thomas fandom noise that I only would hear about? There's always intermittently I hear the Thomas fandom is at it again, and I don't go to check out what that means. I just hear it every now and then.
My only real interaction with the Thomas fandom was actually the very first hate comment I got. It was very special to me. It was like
Oh wow.
this the comment was like, this guy is so annoying, stop making jokes, just review the figure. And like, because it was the first one, I was like, well, I want to see what kind of person said this. And it was like someone who did like Thomas the Tank Engine photography, and I was like, buddy, like
It's amazing.
we're the same, we're of the same ilk, we breathe the same air, we have the same like interests. Why are we fighting with each other right now? I could
I
love
used to
Thomas.
I used to get those dating all the way back to like possibly 2009. That's a YouTube classic. Stop talking. It's a That's my favorite because then you can always be super clever and go like, they put a mute button there for people like you. Maybe you could just push that.
Maybe stop
But then
listening. Why are you here?
maybe
if
maybe
you-
maybe don't pay attention.
Who is Salty DK Dan? I don't know, Lee. They do like
I don't know either.
they well no, I watched their videos before. They do like fun recaps of like one of them was SpongeBob Goes to Tehran, and like they watch odd media and talk about it. Like I don't know if you're familiar with Mike and Melissa. Emma said Glasshouse Thomas Man. Oh, Lilith, goodbye. Farewell, Lilith. A piece of media has non-human characters, people are going to want to... I mean, I think if a piece of media has human characters, people will have that urge, too.
If a piece of media has characters,
Even if a piece of
someone's
media
gonna
doesn't
figure
have
out the
characters.
science.
Yeah, exactly.
we need more characterless media. Honestly, this very selfish society we live in
Yeah.
is so character oriented.
Like, how much better would Jongleur 2 have been if there was nobody in it?
Exactly. If it was just weird shots of courtrooms.
Yeah. Just empty. That would honestly be like a certain flavor of avant-garde, like unsettled. That would Yo, Skinamarink. That would be like Skinamarink. Are you familiar with Skinamarink?
I am. I have not watched it because I watched 2 clips of it and I was like, I'm actually the personality type who would get too terrified by this.
Yeah, it is. There are no jump scares, and it is legitimately one of the most distressing, upsetting, scary films I've ever seen.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
I pieced together, I think, why it's such a divisive film is because I think you have to have had nightmares that look like it.
Yes, 100%.
And I did. Yeah, like
Mm.
Skinamarink looks exactly like my childhood nightmares, and I think the director must have had similar nightmares. So whenever people were kind of fighting about it, I was like, this is for real a your personality type kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it's a great litmus test for the people in the room.
yeah, like because if you never had dreams like that, then absolutely the movie's gonna make no sense and possibly even be boring. But like, it looks identical to my early childhood nightmares.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it feels like I mean, I don't know how it feels regarding like your early childhood, but to me it feels so much like the early 2000s and when I was having those nightmares that it's like uncanny for me. I don't know if that if it was similar cuz
Oh, that's wild.
you're Transformers years old, right?
I'm Transformers years old, and it looked to me like in the late '80s, early '90s, when I was like
Mm.
young enough to have those kind of like, you know, an empty house is actually terrifying kind of
Yes.
moments.
Oh. Have I seen? Hold on. People are asking. Have I seen? I saw the TV glow. Womab. I've heard it's up like distressing and trans related. I have like two video essays about it in my watch later from when I do watch it. It is on the list.
It's a very
I.
good movie.
It is. Okay.
I got to see it in the theater.
Ooh.
Now I cheated a bit. I saw it after a week of trans friends and their retweets, kind of like laying out, you know, like some of the thesis of the film.
Mm.
So I went in going like, oh, I know a lot of cis folks are like missing the point. I wonder if maybe I'm cheating by like knowing
Mm.
the point before I see it. But this is not a spoiler. This is in the opening 2 minutes of the film. There is it's not a giant trans flag,
Mm.
but basically there is a giant trans flag.
Okay.
And I saw it and I was like, how is I was like I kind of sat there and I was like, fellow cis, what the hell is wrong? Like how do you there's literally a giant trans flag in the opening minute of this movie. How is this a debatable and then I went and watched at like Con or some festival, I forgot which festival it was. Someone was interviewing the two stars and the director and was constantly asserting this is a movie about media addiction, right? And I was like, MF, did you not see the giant trans flag in the opening minute of the movie? Like,
I mean, a movie could be multiple things, but yeah,
it could, but this is so
yeah.
specific. I was like, it's like one of those. I don't know if you ever had this as an elementary school or like the giant tent that everyone would run under in
Yes,
the.
yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
the
it's one of
homies love the
those.
tent.
It's one of those, and then is extremely demonstrably in trans flag colors when a lead character is, and it's like it's in the opening minute. It is so heavy handed for an otherwise like not to say the movie's like heavy handed, but like
Mm.
or the movie's like highly cerebral, but like it's more heavy handed than anything else I saw in the entire movie, and I was so astonished at what I knew of the discourse because I was like media literacy though.
Yeah, no, the straights will never fail to surprise you.
I was
Trans.
yeah
So it's
SMH moment.
psychological horror as well.
A little bit.
Okay.
It's kind of granted. Like it's a movie where a cis person's perspective on it is going to either be probably a little off or it is already informed by trans folks writing about it, and I have
Mm.
already read like an essay and a half about it to like kind of get a better grip on some of the bits I didn't get.
Mm-hmm.
But it also outside of all of that, it evokes extremely well notions of late 90s early 2000s television watching culture, and
Mm.
not in the like ooh media addiction like thing that everyone got hung up on, just like the idea of like I got my TV show I watch all the time and I'm in high school and stuff like that. And
Mm.
it also has, and this is not a spoiler, like I'm just talking concepts, like it really gets across the idea of how do you put this, the idea of regret without it being about regret, just like the concept of regret, the concept of like, is it too late? Oh, what could have been?
Mm.
Obviously, like it's doing it. If you've heard about the film, it's doing it very much with a couple of very specific topics, but it also just does it in terms of delivering that vibe on its own in a way where it hit me really hard without me fully conceiving sort of the trans side of it
Mm-hmm.
fully. So it's a very well made movie. Like I really enjoy it. It's also just bewildering enough. It's a movie you have to. I had to watch it once to lay my anchors down so that I can eventually watch it again and kind of more properly digest it, because it is a little bit, it's not psychological, it's a little bit odd. It's like
Mm.
Tetsuo the Iron Man. You have to watch it once to know the beats, to then watch it without getting kind of like
Lost in the
not shaken or
sauce.
yeah, it's like not shaken, not blindsided, but like the beats are such that it could like make you not able to really process a minute to minute part of the movie, because you're like, whoa, what's happening?
Mm.
Uh, but yeah, I really liked it.
Is
In
it
case
on
anyone hasn't seen it,
streaming right now?
I don't remember.
Okay. And it
I'm
was
sure it is
inspired by
somewhere.
Candle Cove. That's the analog horror, right? I freaking love analog horror.
There is definitely some analog horror vibe, which also made me really. I'm a very basic analog horror enjoyer conceptually. Uh,
What's your go-to analog horror show?
I've already gone like I think 2 for 2 on ones where it turned out the people working on it weren't very nice.
Oh yeah, we've been getting a lot of that lately.
So
Was it the FNAF one? Was that one of them or?
no, I think Greylock was the one where like the creator ended up being kind of like not nice.
Mm,
Uh, but like I for analog horror, it's more about like the concepts. Like I also really like Backrooms.
yeah.
I had that moment where I was like, wait, this isn't being filmed. This is CG, huh? You
Yeah,
know, like
no, it's
the whole moment.
and the fact that it's made by a like a 17, well I mean I think he's like 19 now, but like at the time, like a
Oh
17
yeah,
year old, unbelievable talent.
yeah. The what was his name? Kane
Yeah,
something.
yeah, it was like it's like
Uh,
a real cool fella name.
yeah. Well, also like a name where you're like, how old were you when you? Oh, I get it. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm astonished at like it's becoming a bit of a rote thing where it's also easy to watch stuff that wasn't made by Kane that is
Yeah,
not as good,
yeah.
and mix it up. But yeah, the actual Kane stuff is like, especially for his age, astonishing. Like how
Yeah.
good that stuff looks.
Oh, it's on Max. Okay, that's cool. Linkara, yeah, Linkara did the Winter of '83, I think. Right? Isn't that? Did you ever meet Linkara? Was he one of? Did you
Yeah,
interact with
I've
Linkara?
Linkara's not to gas someone up about how nice they are. Linkara's one of the ones who's actually been very friendly to me to this day.
Oh.
Louis Linkara, as I always think in my brain, is an incredibly incredibly eager and friendly and well-meaning person.
Yeah.
Uh, like
That's so nice to hear. He's always struck me as a very genuine person.
yeah, like when he did the what was it, that radio play thing that we all did. It was like, I forgot what it's called now. Voice from the Dark.
Mm.
He invited me to do that one. He was like, "Do you want to like do your producer character?" And I kind of told him like, my producer character primarily only existed in vlogs, and I don't think anyone really remembers what it was. So I can also just play other parts, and it might be easier on everyone than
Mm.
like me describing my channel awesome evangelist character that never really happened. So I just ended up voicing one of the villains in it. It was super fun, and uh, yeah, I have nothing but nice things to say. But also, I don't really watch a ton of his videos. I mostly just like follow his postings on social media.
Mm. Yeah, I find his videos, especially the very long form ones, like his compilation, like the all in ones, super great. Like relaxation noise, like if I need something on in the background, kind of thing. It's so
Yeah,
comfortable.
I've just ended up becoming a more of a VOD watcher. Like
Mm.
my video watching trends always kind of shift around, and like I'm still in a VTuber arc right now.
Nice.
Um, so I watch a lot of VODs right now, more than most other things.
Mm.
So
Like
like
my
video
vods, for
essaying.
instance.
I watch a diet clone of VOD every day as the doctor prescribes to get
Right.
all
Yeah.
my vitamin lye. Still working on
So
having that one
true.
get set up.
So true.
Having that one get recognized by the FDA, and it turns out being in Canada, I can't get the FDA to do anything because they're like, you're not part of the federation. Um,
I forget sometimes. I'm so America pilled being in America that I forget the FDA is just like one of our things.
I mean, a lot of Canadians don't get it either. To be honest, Lee Calba mentioning hates the Tetsuo the Iron Man review I did with Hagen was taken down. I'm so bummed out because that was really fun to film. Uh, and the like the bloopers are still up on YouTube, but yeah, like it's such a shame that like there's still no solution for people who want to talk about visual media
Mm.
on YouTube or video platforms. Uh,
Yeah, no, like you're always at a constant risk
ooh,
of just having your channel nuked from orbit by a corporation who can unfortunately rightfully copyright bomb you.
it's because of the vagaries of fair use and the automation of YouTube.
Yeah.
It's like there is no solution basically on like how to be safe. Like it's happening recently. Paramount, I think because of Transformers 1 hitting
Yes.
digital,
Are you talking about
Paramount is hitting so many people.
yeah,
Like
the friend of the channel Delta Tryon is getting absolutely eviscerated right now. Luckily it's not his like he has a job. YouTube is just a passion project for him. But
yeah.
like for people who it's their like source of revenue, like that's such a horrifying thing that the corporations can just take that from you for the slightest reason, basically.
Yeah, like I think Commodin Cam like was having a lot of problems
Oh,
with his he was doing kill count videos for the Bay
mm,
movies, which is such a funny idea to me. I'm like, that's
yeah.
perfect. Apparently those were getting backhanded if I recall correctly.
mm,
And some
yeah, Emma
old Transformers
confirms.
1 stuff. Oh, okay, yeah, the kill counts got hit. Some old stuff talking about Transformers 1 that used trailer footage was getting hit if I
That's
understood correctly.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I always thought like if anything was going to be math, right? Like just straight up, this is mathematical machine logic. It's trailer footage is safe, but
Yeah,
I know for a fact from other people's experience that still is just as risky. And I'm like, that's completely bonkers. Like, what's the point then of a trailer?
yeah,
Like,
that makes me really sad because like I would love to do video essay type content for Transformers because I feel like aside from Alpha Trion or sorry Delta Trion Alpha Trion Delta Trion who's putting out a whole bunch of great stuff right now, it's kind of a little bit of a void. There's not a lot of Transformers essayists, I feel like.
I saw some folks discussing because McFeely uses stills almost exclusively, and I
Yeah,
think a lot of people are considering just doing that too. Like,
yeah, that's
just use
smart.
stills instead. And technically, that makes the post production 100 times easier. So
Yeah.
when I saw that being posited, I was kind of like, maybe that would also just be for the better for everyone. Like,
Yeah, no,
it's
that's
just
it.
less work.
Because how do you honestly? That's another thing that keeps me from doing video essays is like the idea of scrubbing through an entire show to try and find the right clip that fits whatever thing I'm trying to talk about.
I
Like
would
it's
never
so
have the patience.
intimidating. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like whenever I've thought about doing it, I've always been like, I would just set up the shots with toys and just film those.
Oh, that would be
Uh,
so. I mean, you do a very good. What the heck? Is that a full block of copper? Is that a dang
just a
block of raw copper? What the
dang
heck?
old that copper cheddar.
What the? It does look. It looks like rotted cheddar. Tim, can you attest to the cheese quality? I know you're a cheese enthusiast.
We got Jesus in the chat. Holy moly!
Jesus Christ himself. Yes. Oh, 80. Hello, 80. I was wondering where you were. You are. I'm sorry to say that you already missed. Someone else got the core class Cheetor award for the stream, so you are no longer in the running for that, unfortunately, for this stream. Forbidden baked bean block, but I am cheesier. Ryan, name all the. Oh, whoa,
That is
whoa.
ominous.
Whew. Also, I don't know. Is Gamer Guy here? Gamer Guy, where did I put my dang furnace with my iron in it? A dang nabbing blocky copper. Me when I get prowl in my blocky pine block. Quacky, you're on fire tonight. Yeah, Womap got the award. Thank you, Lee. I don't think Gamer Guy's here, by the way, so we might be a little bit hate ravines like
I
that
am
this
I
year.
am
Oh,
I am only an amateur game. Oh, hey, I found your furnace.
thank you so much, Chris. Thank you. Okay.
No worries, no worries.
Okay. Hit it with the. Yeah.
I think a lot of people underestimate the power of still images with post-produced zooms and slides added to
Yeah.
them.
That's all. That's
Uh,
basically all Linkara does, and his production has always felt very professional and stuff.
yeah, I've started doing it more and more with non-review stuff, just like the PowerPoint improv stuff I put up. I have like a sort of montage of the place where I do it at, and I'm always really happy with how it turns out. Or like some of the stuff I've done for non-F. There's always stills available, but non-F is filming better and better footage for me to use. So it's
I
more
didn't know
about
you
like
worked
having
with
those like
non-F.
pinches and Oh yeah, yeah. If anyone's been watching the Non-F YouTube channel, Non-F got a new editor a little while, a couple videos ago, and that editor is me. Uh, but canonically, that editor is his cat. So please maintain kayfabe.
Wait. So, like, could you meow for us real quick?
Oh, that meow is actually the cat's real IRL meow noise. So it's not me.
I
All I
know,
can
but
do
could
is
you do
meow.
your yeah? Chat, how do we feel about?
Meow.
Yeah, chat, how do we feel about Nya?
Meow.
TJ does great talkie vids with still. TJ Omega does talkie vids with stills.
Nya sama. Oh yeah, he does. Because he's been doing the dailies.
Daily content is unbelievable to me. That
He,
sounds so exhausting.
TJ just like what is it, 2 years plus now ago? He was just like, I'm gonna do daily videos or I'm just gonna stop doing YouTube. And then he's started doing daily.
Holy.
Just decided to start doing daily. It still blows my mind. I'm like, I shall just do daily videos. My understanding is it is not at all like relaxed.
Yeah.
Like in the long term, it's very much like how do I film 2 videos each day so that if I stop filming videos, there are videos.
Oh my god.
TJ's in Florida as well, so TJ has managed to continue doing daily videos despite being in Florida during funny weather.
Funny weather. That's one way to put it, for sure.
Yeah, the funny weather actually blew his PC up. I think he's still repairing it.
Oh, like was it not connected to a surge suppressor?
It was, but because they turned the power to the state on and off like 14 times, eventually that overwhelmed the whatever protection there was. I believe it like, I don't know, it made his motherboard's head explode or something.
Oh my goodness.
Not like cartoon physically. It's just I always think of computers as having brains as far as being able to talk about them viscerally.
Right. Yeah. It's a better word
yeah.
picture.
LGR's retro collection, I believe, got killed not only by the weather in every way possible. Like it was flooded, it was windblown.
That is very unfortunate.
Like Non-F's factory's a weird word for basically Non-F's production facilities got low key obliterated too. Like he's talked about it on Blue Sky. They were able to insurance fix the roof, but all the gear and everything that was inside is going to take until probably next year to be back up and running in full.
Dang.
So he thankfully had all the swoop stuff ready to go
That's
before
good.
all that happened.
Yeah.
My understanding is that the SS-86 swoop kit is in part helping pay for all of the nonsense that they have to go through now.
Well, that's a positive, I guess.
Like he said he had savings too, and that they're not financially in danger. But like, the big bummer for me is it's like, you know, it's putting a pause. We weren't making like a video every month or everything, but it's putting a pause on that. And Non-F is my favorite client, so I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
but...
Yeah. How does this affect Chris Patley Ho?
How does this affect me financially?
Oh, I have bamboo. What the heck? I didn't even remember. Hold on. I should probably do some like extra farming. Oh.
Farm up some more bamboo. Make a nice bamboo walkway.
Yeah. Chat. How would we feel about some Beast Machines discourse? Because I finished it in like less than a week.
Oh, you watched it? Can you tell which character was written so badly in season 1 that the writers said just retconned it?
Was it Rat Trap?
Yes.
I'm goated with the saw. Yeah, no, that makes sense because he felt like, and was the episode? Didn't you say there was the episode that they said just ignore it? Was it the one where he made a deal with Megatron to get the mech suit?
Yes, I believe that was the one. The writers between seasons, the writers went on, if I remember right, they went on either All Toys Transformers or the Renaud forum they were on, and
hello.
What?
Wait, he might give me things. Nope, I don't have any.
Oh, it's a person.
Yeah, it's just a little guy.
I thought that was like a giant Gatai monster, and I was like, well, you're dead.
No, he's just a little guy with a big nose. Lion Evangelist.
But yeah, for those who don't know, the writers of season 1 wrote season 1 after Hasbro explicitly did not want them to know anything that happened in Beast Wars, and then between season 1 and 2, they watched Beast Wars, and then literally just went like, you can just safely we can all agree that that episode just either happened differently or didn't happen. Like,
Yeah.
we're never gonna reference that again, etc., etc.
Yeah, no, that was especially, and even like with how the other Maximals were treating him, wildly out of character. And but okay, it knowing that they did watch Beast Wars after season 1, it irks me that they wrote Silverbolt in the way that they did.
Yeah,
'Cause
he's very he's still that was a lot of discourse in the year 2000, if I recall
yeah,
correctly.
okay.
Like, or I guess 99, I forgot what year precisely, but Silverbolt's portrayal was still very Silverbolt and Optimus Primal and Black Arachnia were the three characters people would still hotly debate regardless.
Black Arachnia,
Because
I thought she was one of the only ones who maintained herself.
at the time there was a lot of talk about whether or not she was being like damseled harder than before.
Really?
I think it was mostly because there was like a sort of meme about how often her dialogue was her yelling "Silverbolt" in like a really concerned voice.
But isn't she like she's the one who's saving him like all of the time?
Yeah, I felt like that was one where I think I need to also just watch it again because I watched it in syndication. I didn't watch it when it was new.
Okay.
But that was a big thing. Optimus Primal's character was in question. So was actually Rhinox's as well. But I think Rhinox's people came around a bit on Rhinox when they considered that one time he was a Predacon for a minute. And they were like, well, he has the capacity.
Yeah. if I could get on a little bit of a, I don't know. I have thought. Can I do a little bit of a rant, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that Beast Machines is a show that is at war with itself, in that it would work better if not restrained by the context of Beast Wars, but it is also completely dependent on the context of Beast Wars to make any sense, and it makes it even more confusing because the plot follows directly, but none of the characters feel like themselves. And I think for some of them, it is an interesting turn. Like, I don't mind religious zealot Optimus Prime or organic hating Megatron. I think those are both decent ways to follow up those characters. It definitely feels like it's out of left field, but it's at least not character assassination. I think Silverbolt's thing is a little bit annoying because it made me sad to see the one character who I thought could be like bright and hopeful in the show be like so dour and miserable all the time. But I understand why they made him that way. But the one that I cannot defend in the slightest is Rhinox, because that straight up felt like character assassination, which might be a little dramatic, but like just seeing if they just had a line like he's corrupted by the body he's in, then it would almost be forgivable. But the fact that he is fully Megatron is right, but I should be the one to lead. Yes, I agree that the episode where he was a Predacon, where he almost toppled the entire hierarchy, it does set a precedent for him being able to do that, but I don't think it should have been at the expense of his goodness. And like the fact that he just dies basically between seasons and then says, "Hi, I'm dead now and I'm with the Matrix and I understand my wrongs." It is my least favorite thing about the show, and outside of that, I really enjoyed the show quite a lot.
Yeah, the Rhinox thing specifically is also like, it's not highlighted by anyone related to the shows, but it's pointed at as like, this is kind of the coda to the whole half joke of the Beast Wars writers killed all their favorites at the end of season 3.
Yeah.
Is that like, maybe it turns out they were not entirely wrong, because it meant that you didn't have any risk of like tarantulas, for instance. Like what would a tarantulas even have been, right?
Ugly.
In Beast
Horrifically
Machines.
Ugly.
Like, and not even visually. I just mean like storytelling wise.
Right,
like
yeah.
it could have. It's not like it would have instantly gone bad, but it's like that's like a 20-sided die we're rolling all of a sudden, of like where this could possibly go. Because like kind of like you were alluding to, one of the biggest things that will always hold Beast Machines down a bit is that the first season, the first basically half, was written without direct knowledge of Beast Wars, just a bullet note sheet that was given to the writers.
Yeah.
And it kind of, I think it really informs a lot of like the weaknesses that exist in Beast Machines, and it all to a degree, it's also like a pat on the back to the writers for like pulling it off to any degree by the end. That they were able to do like a mid series pivot, but they only had one season to execute on that pivot.
Yeah.
Uh, Also, I think if I remember right, a lot of the other weirder stuff and more of the Rhinox discourse was like there was this soft intent that like they could point at the time skip between Beast Wars and Beast Machines and go like, no, it's in there, but the show itself hardly alludes to it. I felt.
Yeah, there wasn't a time skip like at all. Like
That yes, that's the thing is like there wasn't really a time skip, but there was a blink we didn't see where they arrived, but then also Megatron took over the planet, and
yeah,
there was like that period was used as like a fill-in in a lot of like ancillary fiction that like Bakon would do, if I remember correctly.
yeah. My understanding, and maybe this is just me wanting to give the writers the benefit of the doubt, was that Megatron took over Cybertron so quickly because he fell out of time, and so by the time the Maximals got to Cybertron, it had already been like years or whatever, and he had
Oh,
completed his master plan.
yeah. Sorry, that's what I mean by
Oh, is
by
that
time
canon?
skip.
But I mean, Rhinox wasn't on the planet for that, so that doesn't really explain the Rhinox situation. I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's that's why it's also like I don't need the whole like series of events like laid out to me. Like I'm not like, give me the canon, story bible bullet points, but like I wish that kind of time space lag was how do I put this? I wish it was made a little bit more clear in a way that I remember now in 2024. Because
Yeah,
I should say, like, Lai has actually watched the series recently, so like as far as any specifics, I defer to you because I haven't seen Beast Machines in a long time.
yeah.
Uh,
It's not any clearer having watched it last week.
yeah, it was very interesting to actually those were my opening years of being in the online fandom. Was this like actually reading it a lot was during Beast Machines. There was like when what was it? Not Supreme Class, but like the step below the one Night Scream toy they did, the gigantic one.
Oh, there was a
Uh,
giant Night Scream.
his one and only toy was a step below Supreme, so he's
Oh,
gigantic.
um,
And his little hair lick is on a swivel, if I remember
oh,
correctly.
okay. Talking about the hair lick and also Beast Machines in general, I just want to say, what you said the other last stream that you were here stuck with me, that it has higher quality animation than Beast Wars, which it does, but the
Mhm.
art direction is leagues worse. I don't know what they were thinking with a single character design. Every one of them was horrible, except for every organic beast, every organic design was, except for Savage Noble, was horrible. It made me like like do you have trypophobia, Chris?
I don't.
Okay.
But I I know what you mean, kind of.
Yeah,
Like the
there's an itchy sensation and like a discomfort like in your skin that comes with seeing a trypophobic image when you're trypophobic. That is how I felt for the first, like, every time Black Arachnia opened her forehead eyes,
yeah.
it made me
Oh, I
want to
think
throw up.
yeah, I think I mentioned that last stream. I was like, she's straight up has a bunch of extra eyes, and they might like they are. I think I'd said last time we were talking about Arachnid in 1 and how like all those eyes I kind of dug, but like Beast Machine's Black Arachnia's like less multiple eyes was a little bit freakier.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, like I think there was like a lot of, how do you put this? I think there was a lot of intent of experimentation in that show, both for better and for worse.
Yeah.
And also I think because it was like, yeah, it was the supposed to be like the big moment for mainframe animation. I think they just went really hard. And when that happens creatively, like sometimes it's just going to be a miss in some
Yeah.
spots for folks.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I respect a swing and a miss a whole lot more than just playing it safe. So I genuinely I hold Beast Machines in pretty high regard, even if it sort of not even just with the characters, but tonally kind of carves out and removes what I really loved about Beast Wars, which was like, well, in season 1 at least, it's such a cozy show. Like it's so low stakes, and just like, and obviously you can't
Oh
maintain
yeah.
that forever, but just like seeing these idiots fight each other in a war that doesn't really matter for now, and just everyone gets put back together, no death is permanent, and then the immediate pivot to like the end of season 1 where two characters are killed immediately and not given any fanfare. um like I feel like it you lose a little something without the coziness, and Beast Machines definitely didn't have any of the coziness.
Yeah, watching Beast Machines in syndication on YTV in Canada, like over time, really highlighted like there's kind of like I couldn't tell you a Beast Machines episode that's like this is just a funny one-off you can watch, and it's kind of goofy and fun
Yeah,
because it's
there
like
isn't one.
the whole vibe is very post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
Which again, as far as the experimentation, I'm like it's kind of neat. Like especially in hindsight, now it's like I think it was also different when Beast Machines was the show
Yeah.
that everyone had to watch. As opposed to now when it's like it's a show in the canon that you can just check out.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's like when Action Masters were the only Transformers toys.
yeah, that was one of my eras. It's
Ah.
there's Action Masters and Micromasters everywhere, and I started as a tiny kid going like, wait a second, what happened to the ones that are in between these that also transform? Whatever.
They aren't
Or-
real.
Well, I want a Jazz. I don't have a Jazz. He's in the movie I watch on my VHS every day.
Yeah.
I do believe part of the reason Terrorsaur died so unceremoniously was also Doug Parker was literally physically hurting himself doing the voice.
That makes so much sense, because every time hearing him say like in the, I don't know if you've seen it be clipped like memes.
He was inhaling while he talked.
Yeah.
Sorry, that spider jumped me.
This is scaring you.
Yeah, I thought I didn't see all the legs, and somehow it made it scarier to me at first.
Me watching Beast Machines and seeing Black Arachnia in her Beast Machines form for the first time. I almost, back on the tangent, I almost find Night Scream more appalling. That hair made me want to throw up every time it was moving.
That hair in the era made people go like, "You can't just do this."
Okay,
Like,
I'm glad it was never good.
nobody ever liked Night Scream. Even people who tried to stand up for Night Scream, his hair was always the commonality of like nobody liked Night Scream. I think even the people who designed him were like, "Nah, this is stupid." Like this.
So why'd they do it? What were they? What were, to quote an alum of yours? What were they thinking? You know,
What were they thinking?
he's gonna take you back to the past.
Oh, and I tried to continue to the next lyric, and then I totally lost my train of thought.
It's fine. You don't want to say it. It's not allowed.
I think Night Scream was because he was after the show started. That's when they were getting a little bit more in sync with the actual toys, and I suspect Night Scream partly came from like this is what kids like is this era's Leonardo DiCaprio hair.
Oh my god!
Everyone loves this, and you also will too. Mainframe Animation Studios.
Yeah. I honestly don't mind Night Scream as a character. I thought he felt like a because now that Cheetor is kind of I liked Cheetor too. His growing up arc was pretty compelling, and him butting heads with Optimus over leadership decisions was interesting. But yeah, Night Scream I can never say is a character that like I enjoy, just because he's so horrifically ugly to look at.
Yeah, like also I think Night Scream's hair made him more of a kickable puppy when the show was newer because we also didn't have YouTube, so most discourse was based on still images. So we would just be staring at the hair.
Yeah.
Right? Like couldn't listen to him talk, couldn't rewatch episodes immediately. It was just like and then this clown with his hair. This child robot. This weird lanky bat boy.
Yeah. It was a choice, and I'm glad we're out of that era. I'm gonna look through chat real quick. I feel like I yapped a lot.
A lot of folks had your back on the forehead eyes. Although I am team the eyes are really cool, but I just like freaky designs like that.
Aren't spiders supposed to have 8 eyes though?
So didn't she pop 6 open on top of her normal 4 or normal 2?
I
Like,
thought
wasn't it
it.
like?
I thought it was only. Now I gotta look up a picture. Hold on.
I mean, I don't have the actual like tryptophobia. I could go take a look.
No, it doesn't. It's not actually tryptophan. I just meant like the sensation of looking at them is.
Oh,
It's a
like
similar.
like when they're in motion and blinking and whatnot.
It's not
Why
even.
do I have a
It's just so
I have a
ugly.
Google search open for Todd Phillips? Why did I? Oh, it's because I always forget his last name.
Joker? Is that
Yeah,
Mr. Joker?
Joker 2 had come up like an hour ago, and I was like, I gotta not call him Todd Howard like I constantly do.
Todd Howard. Let's scrolling up. Oh, Shiog tried to bring you into Gravity Rush, but I think you missed that message.
Oh, try better next time, Spider-Man.
Oh, Emma asked a while back, should she review Ratchet or Magnus?
Oh,
Um,
from where?
if you mean Gamer Edition Ratchet, I think that'd be a good one because the transformation's pretty cool. And if you mean 86 Magnus, I mean, I'd love to see your thoughts on it because I don't have that one, and I want it real bad.
Oh yeah, if it's Gamer Edition Ratchet, that's got that newness smell.
Yeah. Ooh, Dylan asks, "Hey Diaclona, have you got any advice for newly cracked eggs?" Okay. I would say first step, be gentle with yourself. Be very kind to yourself because I think it is very easy to sort of let it. For any cis people in the chat, I know there's probably not a lot of you, but cracked egg is like when you are freshly aware that you're trans. But definitely don't as much as is possible. Obviously, like, oh, don't feel this thing is like forehead advice. Like, as much as is possible, don't fall into the trap of like, I can't believe this is like I'm doing this to myself. This is a really horrible thing. Because like as much like it's such a friggin' like after school special message, but like your mindset going into it can really affect like how you emotionally cope with it. And I think I spent a lot of my early transition days like resenting myself for it because of how much it was going to complicate my life. And I think that a much better, healthier way to look at it is like this is a sorry, there was a creeper. Is that this is a beautiful new thing to have discovered about yourself, and it means you can live authentically, and like there's such a wonderful road ahead of you. I would say also make sure whoever you trust most in your life, let them know when you're comfortable with them knowing, because having a support system makes all the difference for sure. And absolutely like find trans forums, trans subreddits. I'm on the transgender subreddit. It's very it's a lot of good advice. They're very friendly. If you have questions, you can ask there, and you'll get a bunch of different perspectives from a bunch of different trans people. But yeah, welcome to the club. I hope that any of that advice was helpful in the slightest.
I can also, you know how I said like defer to Lai because she actually just watched Beast Machines? You were right. She only has 6 eyes.
Okay,
when the forehead opens.
I thought so. See,
I'm having
it bothers me.
This might be a Bernstein Bears moment. This might be Mandela effect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to have memories of there being fandom like funny discourse about where the final pair of eyes are. That like maybe she just has 2 eyes like somewhere else in her head or something, or like it's the boobs.
Oh, funny. Okay, literally the only thing that's an improvement on with Beast Machine's Black Arachnia is that she has like she's a fembot obviously, but she is not like horrifically hornily designed.
She's free of the OG. What was it? It's always like the talking point I always forget because it sounds like it's something someone would make up, except it's not. Is OG Black Arachnia was like modeled after like what was it? Mainframe like went to a strip club or something.
Yeah, they went
like,
to a strip club.
Right down the shape of that body. I don't work in animation. I don't know how animators talk. I'm just assuming.
I'm imagining it was a little bit of a Are you familiar with oh no, it is the dive rocket launcher, take action regarding that individual?
I am not.
It is a fantastic Plants vs Zombies clip. I'll
Oh, I think you mentioned that during that last Minecraft stream or something.
Yeah, that sounds like
I
something
missed
I would
Plants vs
do.
Zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that
I'm
sucks.
vaguely recalling this.
It's such a good it's a good game with an incredible soundtrack. Um Oh, okay, Freya coming in with actual biological information. The family, however that's pronounced, actually have 6 eyes. Okay.
Science abides.
Yeah, so the spider lady from the alien planet is Earth compatible biologically. That's good to know.
Proper. Well, I mean,
but
this is another Beast Machine talking point. They found bat bones on Cybertron, right? So
yeah. What was? Can you explain? So Cybertron was organic, like pre G1, pre one, you might say.
yeah, that was another thing that made Beast Machines a very divisive show in its time because that was a lot for the extremely like when all we had was G1 and Beast Wars. There was a lot more G1 saturation in the fandom, right?
Yeah.
So being told yeah, Cybertron actually was always organic was a lot for a lot of folks to kind of like, inhale and digest in the year 2001 or so, whenever that happened.
Yeah.
But I believe the implication is that it always had like meat parts, and that's part of like why Primal's spiritual journey had its existing tone. I'm kind of vaguely recalling it. It's another one of those Beast Machines vagaries where I never really remembered the straight answer.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be if it was more expanded upon. Literally one line where they say, "Oh, Primus had organic material that makes sense how we were able to become beasts when we went to prehistoric Earth." Because then it justifies the previous show and it feels more interconnected. But like it kind of just like took the fact that Cybertron was organic as like known knowledge and then didn't really expound upon it at all, and it was very confusing.
There were people when the final episode aired that were enraged, basically. Like because the final episode ends with like grassy fields and stuff,
right?
If I remember right,
Yeah,
and, like,
it does.
A million Datsun robots running over a hill.
That is
And there were people who were enraged that was the ending, is what I remember. And it's weird to talk about now because it's like we're so far. Like that's why I made the point, right? To even imagine the discourse around the word wasn't even in use at the time, but like how the fandom was talking about Beast Machines when it was new, is like all the fandom had to work with was Transformers the movie, VHS recordings of Generation 1 episodes, and Beast Wars.
Yeah,
and like
it's a whole different era.
Yeah, and like people who would just go on Usenet and say what happened in Japanese G1, but nobody ever really. Very few people were able to find VHS tapes to watch it, so you would just believe a guy who would show up going like, "Lio Kaiser cut God Jinrai in half, and there was blood everywhere," or something like that. Because it's anime.
Cybertron was originally supposed to be Earth in the far future. Originally supposed to be. I'm really glad they cut that part out of Beast Machines. That sounds terrible, honestly.
That would have like that's like an interesting writing path to take, but boy, that would have gone worse.
Yeah.
In 2000. When I gotta look this up now. What year was that?
Primus and the Oracle, what's up? Freya, you're asking the questions that I was also asking, because I could not tell you what the deal with the Oracle was, or how much power Primal had. It
2000.
seemed 2000. Okay, it seemed like half the time he was actually like a delusional religious like zealot, and he was being manipulated because Megatron could hack into the Oracle repeatedly and give him false visions. So yeah, no, I have no idea. The Oracle seemed to have some level of power because he was able to give Night Scream and Botanica their like what did they always say? Technorganic. Nobody ever pronounced both. They said technorganic.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of, people say we should get a Botanica figure, obviously, but they should do what they did with the Infernac universe. Give us a whole bunch of plant-based, because I'd love to see like the plant wars. Show me the chlorophyll-based life forms that she was talking about.
I like low key sort of assumed that was at least on a whiteboard when they did Infernac.
I hope so.
Because Infernac, like I know Infernac is kind of supposed to be Rock Lords, but it's so not really Rock Lords. It's Rock
Yeah.
Transformers. Like it's a really specific thing. But
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like they kind of paved a path for Plantformers with the Infernac folks.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, there was yes, that's why Prime's bringing it up. There was a whole thing that like got expounded on in BotCon fiction, if I remember right, that the Oracle was a shell program for Vector Sigma and or something the Quintessons built.
Okay.
There's a bunch of like I always kind of just call it messy because I don't really remember it,
Mm.
so it's on me really. But there's a bunch of 3H era fiction that I remember kind of touches on that stuff. There was some weird 3H era fiction around that time because that's when they had like Transmetal 2 RC.
Oh, I never even heard of that.
It was a BotCon toy for I think 2000 or 2001 was Transmetal 2 Black Arachnia in RC colors with a light. She had a light activated sound chip that had Susan Blue actually saying a line, but there was no way to turn it off and no way to get the battery out, so it's probably dead in everyone's toys now.
Dang.
She would say, "I'm more than just a pretty face. RC maximize."
That's kind of the idea of RC saying maximize is kind of tough.
Yeah, and also I heard that line muffled out of a closet over and over again for years because there was no way to make the toy stop thinking it was catching light. So every now and then I just hear like, I think that's a pretty face. Awesome. And I'll be like, oh, it's her again.
That's my dad got a totally used scuffed Supreme Class Devastator from Revenge of the Fallen. The noise that the Mixmaster component makes when any pressure is applied from any direction is ungodly, and it is still working in the present day.
I'm guessing it's just machine cyclone noises.
That is correct. It is just a very like and like occasionally if I'm shifting around Transformers boxes like that I have stored somewhere, it'll just it's an incredible display of battery power, honestly, because what Revenge of the Fallen was 09?
2000, yeah, 09.
So 15
and that was a feature
years.
toy. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My goodness.
Oh, Mon Makes is bringing up the other part I was going to mention about Transmetal 2 RC is that her origin is adult Daniel and Wheelie sacrificed themselves fighting an army of Nightbird clones.
What?
And that was specifically done because it's real. It was actually really edgy early aughts. Wheelie and Daniel suck. What if we kill them? Like that was like some of the motivation. And then RC becomes so distraught and angry, she becomes like edgelord armored spider lady.
Oh, that's funny.
I remember Wheelie like says rhyming. He makes some rhyme about like it was a fun road, but we're both dead now, Daniel, before they get blown up by a billion Nightbirds or something. And I think at the time it was also like it was debated whether or not having an army of Nightbirds die with them was supposed to be a dig at Raksha.
Wait, a dig at who?
Raksha was a prominent female fan in early fandom who actually ran the second BotCon. But she was also one of the original Decepticon truthers. Like her whole, she's a nice lady as far as I understand, but like her whole bit online is the Decepticons are actually the good guys. And so she was also a big Nightbird fan because when all you had to work with was G1 and the beginnings of Beast Wars, it was a very natural fandom thing to do, to go like, well, maybe what if Nightbird was more of a feature who actually had like character and probably would have been like, you know, Megatron's right-hand ninja lady or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the whole thing. Raksha, I don't know. I've heard she still kind of like dips in and out of fandom. She was always famous for having literally a snake with her.
Oh, just a real life snake.
Yeah, she had like a pet snake. So she would. I remember when I was going to my first BotCons, I always spotted her because she was the lady with the actual snake.
Do you think she
also
named it like after a transfer? Like, was it Quick Strike?
Oh no, she hated Beast Wars, famously. She was a very that's Megatron in name only person at the time.
It's a legacy name.
I think that the snake had like an Egyptian name, if I remember right.
Like Jonathan,
I can't quite
maybe?
recall. Yeah, like the famous Egyptian god Jonathan's son.
Yeah.
I believe she invented Night Racer too. I don't know if
Really?
people like Night Racer. I mostly remember because she's actually a very good Transformers TCG card. But yeah, she
Oh.
has a wiki entry because she's legit. She's been around for ages. She what was it? Alt Toys Transformers had a splinter moderated group called Alt Toys Transformers Classics Moderated because she was sick and tired of seeing people talk about Beast Wars. And so instead of yelling at people, she just made her own moderated news group built off of that news group, which is like, I guess, a very foreign concept in current internet talking culture, because nowadays it's like, no, they should fight. But
Maybe she
back
was
in like
ahead of her
97,
time.
she was very ahead of her time. Also, like in 1996 or 7, whenever she ran her BotCon, it's like, by the way, a woman ran BotCon one year in the 90s and was a very prominent fan. Like, something that's, I think, got lost to time is like the notion that female fans like existed pre 2010.
Mm,
Or not existed, but like that, there were female fans who were of note,
yeah.
and like to the point of like prominent.
Yeah. Well, because women can't like boy things. Robots are boy
That
things.
that's what they taught me in elementary school.
Yeah.
Like, why would teachers lie to me?
Yeah. That's honestly been my biggest struggle in transitioning. Like, how do I continue liking Transformers when Transformers is a boy thing? You know what I'm talking about? Chat.
I get you.
Anybody else vibing with that? Fellow trans people?
If it helps at all, I have met over the years lots of women, I guess closer to my age, who were like, I was basically into Transformers. My parents or relative would just kind of prevent me from trying to interact with it, but
Mm,
eventually I would find a way.
yeah.
So Transformers. I mean, nowadays I would say Transformers is very much a okay, I was gonna say very much a female fan thing. That sounds super weird. That's friggin' Ferengi talk happening all of a
Nah,
sudden.
they went woke. That's why there's so many women in it now. They went woke and
Yeah.
they're going broke now. That's why TF1's not making any money.
Yeah, Lee Calvin. Yeah, Kryn was someone I know who went through that, where it's like, I want to watch Transformers, and then like having family go like, no, watch Barbie. No, Barbie didn't have a cartoon.
It had movies. It had cartoon movies.
Well, this would have been in like 80s 90s. I don't know if Barbie's movie things started, because didn't the Barbie movie chain start with the advent of DVD, or am I? Is there any
Chat,
Barbie scientists in
can
the?
we get a fact check, chat?
Any Barbie scientists in the chat?
I met Primal and Night Scream only for the Oracle to erase their memories of me. What? Wait. Beast Machine's got a comic with the Wreckers group consisting of Tigatron,
Oh, yeah,
Ink
yeah.
Link, Primal Prime. They met Primal and Night Scream. The Oracle erased their memory of Tigatron?
It was so that the thing would remotely work with the TV show. It was very much like they went on an adventure and then mind wiped everyone who was on the TV show.
Oh my god.
Because yeah, that year the toys were RC out of TM2 Black Arachnia and Tigatron out of Agent Ravage.
Oh yeah, because
and
he
they
never
did- they
got a
did-
Transmetal figure, did he?
Yeah, so this was technically the Transmetal Tigatron, and they added because that Agent Ravage toy has like stickers inside its chest panels.
Mm.
So the Tigatron one had options, and one of them was the 2 Vok heads living inside his chest, if I remember right.
That's sick.
That I think that was the same fiction where they codified resurrected Tarantulas as TM2 Scourge as well, if I remember right. It was either that or Fox Kids Tarantulas.
Okay. I will say, one of my only complaints with Beast Wars is the treatment of Tigatron, Air Razor, and then of course Tiger Hawk at the end of the show. Like they clearly had more they wanted to do with him, and they were not given the time to give either of the characters a proper send off.
If someone knows better than me, chime in. My memory is Tiger Hawk was something that was entirely forced upon the show by Hasbro.
Really? So what was the plan for... Because they disappeared in the beginning of Season 2, and they never came back until the end of the show.
Yeah, their disappearance was similar to writing Scorponok. Like, Scorponok and Terrorsaur, another reason they were written off is because the writers felt that they were... In a very, like, deconstructive way to put it, they were too stupid. But basically they were like, we don't know what to do with these characters that isn't just the 2 of them going and then like getting beaten up.
Yeah.
so with Tigerhawk and Airraiser, I think they were in a similar impasse of not knowing what to do with them, but they didn't want to kill them because they liked them.
Yeah.
So they put them, in writer stasis. And then the Tigerhawk, what I recall vaguely is the Tigerhawk toy was a nightmare for Mainframe, because, and the reason why it's barely in the show is that they weren't really aware of it until they were in the midst of working on season 3.
Oh.
So it's very much like they kind of had to shove Tigerhawk into the show.
Yeah. And then to
which I
kill,
believe is
just immediately offline him, just so disrespectful.
I believe that may have partly been why they killed him, is that they were mad. But
Oh
I need people who know better, if anyone knows better, to chime in, because I'm kind of half remembering a lot of this stuff.
Okay, I want to clarify to everyone, by the way, the whole bit about but I'm a girl, I can't like boy things, that was a joke. That was full sarcasm mode. Obviously the gender norms are stupid and don't matter. Like what you like. Yeah, just
we aren't upholding gender norms. We're just talking about them in a derogatory.
Yeah. I didn't know Kryn was the title card artist for Todd in the Shadows.
Yeah, it still is, I believe.
Wow. Todd in the Shadows is my other favorite Channel Awesome alum. I still watch his videos all the time.
I met him once or twice, and he was also a very, very friendly guy. He was extremely chill, is how I remember it. Yeah. Like, for internet video people of the era, I was like, it's so nice that he's like a relaxed, chill person.
Does he have like a face? Or
He does. I have met him. It was I don't remember it entirely because it was a deep, like, just black void, like a pit almost, that like pulled my eyes in. So my pathetic human mind is kind of like, filled it in with static when I try to think of what it looked like.
It's horrors beyond mortal comprehension, basically.
Yeah.
But like positive, that's like complimentary.
Yeah, as the layman put it.
Am I the layman?
No, it's simply using their language.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Girls who are good at boomer shooters represent. I'm not good at them, but I love, what's it called? The one that's gay. The one that everyone who loves it is gay. The Ultra Kill. Blood is Fuel.
Doom.
Doom, yes. I'm going to do a Doom stream at some point with a special guest that I think you all will like. To be fair, I really didn't miss Scorponok and Pterosaur. Yeah, their absence was not felt for me because Inferno is infinitely funnier and Quick Strike is infinitely more entertaining. I will say, though, it was very... I thought... I was waiting until I think Season 3 for Pterosaur to come back because seeing him fall into the lava, but then he gets... Like, he was hit by the Transmetal Beam.
Oh, yeah, and he had a Transmetal toy.
Yeah, so I thought I was just waiting for him to return, and then he never did.
They followed through on that in the Beast Wars N64 and PlayStation fighting game.
Really?
Yeah, they actually kind of, I think, if I remember right, they ran with it. I gotta call this out. Flame War 05 and Mon Makes, and I think someone else, all corrected, because I knew I was getting something wrong. Zomb as well. Tigerhawk's toy was actually going to get canceled. So they told Mainframe to get rid of him, and then they changed their minds, but by that point it was too late to change the show.
Oh my... So it was
I
for
knew I
nothing.
misremembered something.
It was for nothing.
The only part I remembered right was toy reasons, which is still kind of unfortunate. That's the worst reason for something in a show to happen.
Yeah, no, it's it was very disappointing because and also I felt like I missed something because obviously there was tension between Tigatron and Airraiser, but at no point was I like, oh, they're in the relationship state now. And then they get abducted, and the last things they say to each other are, I'll find you no matter where our sparks end up. And I was like, where did this come from? You have barely exchanged, 7 sentences with each other. Why are you in love now?
I always had my assumption was always, that plus not actually killing them was... That was the writer's way of going, we think we can do more with them and we don't know what, so we will just throw this here and then put them in the mystery box.
Yeah.
And obviously, I'm sure a lot of folks know, because it's some of the first stuff that people tend to read on wikis and stuff. Like in Japan, AirRaiser was male, and
Yeah.
there was a whole thing they kind of ran with in the TV magazine comic of like they had sort of like a I don't know what you call it. Not it's like a Ronin and Kohai like
Wasn't it mentor-mentee relationship? So it was kind of awkward.
mentor. Yeah, mentor mentee, but like in like the Spartan way or whatever. Like mentor mentee. Also, they're probably in love.
Mm.
Uh,
It's still kind of weird.
yeah, very Greek.
Yeah. Thought you were talking about the shooter with the lesbian fashion, please. Funny Womab, kind of hate that I had an edgy like Oni plays in cars. Yeah, I'd say sorry, this is way off topic. I just saw that and it kind of struck a chord with me, but I think Linkara is dunked on so much, and it honestly it feels like there's a lot of discourse going around right now about like the death of like being genuine, and I feel like it's so easy to make fun of Linkara if you don't like if you're somebody who can only take like post-ironic stuff and like has to make fun of everything. I'm glad you've come to the light now and that you're no longer like that, because it's like you're just making fun of somebody who's passionate, and it's really the real cringe is to not embrace your cringe, I think.
Yeah, and like I said, like it really helped actually meeting him once I was at conventions with other Channel Awesome folks, and it's just like I said, he's if ever there is question, and it's a valid question of like, oh, how genuine is this guy off camera? It's like that dude is like enormously genuine to almost to a fault, where it's like you're way too nice for the internet. You
Yeah.
you got to get off this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And he makes good content, and he's been making good, solid, quality content for like over a decade now.
If I remember right, he's like in his 3D printer era now, and it's like the most absolutely perfect Lewis thing to do is like he got a 3D printer so he can make his own props, and it's like hell yeah.
Yeah. You can make more of the cyber mats. I know that's like I wasn't ever really like big into Linkara lore, but I know he had like a bunch of cyber mats on his desk and stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody said Knight and Squire, describing Tigatron and AirRaiser. Do you think that's a fair?
Yeah, I was trying to think. There's like because the Greek element is like the part that I remember the manga kind of getting into, but there was like a Ronin version of it, and I can't remember what like how to word it.
Are you throwing away your weeb card? Have you lost all credibility?
Look, I don't know where my fedora is, but I did just watch some anime with subtitles on, so you know,
nice.
Don't cross me, Kisama. I'm unpredictable, and I have a lot of hisatsu.
I don't even know what that means, so I'm gonna defer to your judgment.
Hisatsu is it means finishing attack or finishing blow, and one will often declare that before announcing the name of their Hisatsu attack or final strike.
Wait, so is it any like anime attack where they shout what they're doing, or is it a specific finisher move?
Hisatsu is, as I, a student of the blade, know, it's meant to be more on the finishing side of things.
Okay.
I'm hoping people can hear my ellipses, by the way, around the heh. I've developed that for a few years.
It's so good. I can hear you tipping your fedora as you say it.
I am literally actually, because to maintain my practice, when I do the heh, I also adjust my glasses and divert my eyes downward slightly with a smirk.
It's so good. It's so good.
It was a couple years ago when I was just like, you know, what if I just figure out how to have the most just vile actually to perform in real life, because people joke about it so much online. And so I started deploying it at TFCon Toronto's now and then. And I was like, especially women I knew. I was like, hey, can I show you something? It's kind of neat. Please don't get angry, but like, can you tell me if this is accurate? And then I was like, say something. What's something you like? It's like, I don't know, salad. You really know? Actually, I'm curious if you really know much about salad. What grade lettuce do you use? Obviously, if you really are a salad fan, you'll know.
Name 3 of Lettuce's songs.
Name 3 of Lettuce's songs.
Yeah, if you're a real fan.
I just figure like I think my one of my thought processes was, what if I take well actually back for the people?
Yeah, but still kind of doing it.
What if I turn it into art so
Yeah,
we can all appreciate it? Uh,
I
no
honestly
more of this potato chip well actually.
well, I mean, potato chips are good though. I
No, potato
genuinely
chips are good.
maybe this is a red flag for me. The tipping of a fedora is cringe, obviously. I find the like the thing in anime where like the glasses get pushed up and there's like a glint and a shing sound
Yeah.
effect. I find that legitimately unironically very cool.
I mean, the shing and the light glint, because those are near impossible to perform in real life, I think that's valid.
You just
Like
need
that
you need a strong LED and a sound box on you at all times.
and eventually you have to also be okay with eventually just burning your retinas out every time you blast yourself with an LED in the
Yeah,
face.
I mean you just close your eyes. It only needs to glow on the glasses. If you think that's
I
cool, I love
suppose
JoJo. Yeah, I know. I've been told to watch JoJo.
same. I still haven't, because like 25 times people have said, "Oh, is that a JoJo pose?" And I was like, "No, I haven't seen it. I just thought I was doing a cool pose." And then it made me not want to watch JoJo because I was like, it's going to malform my aesthetic. If
Honestly, you said I haven't watched. You said that you hadn't watched JoJo, and something in my brain said that doesn't make sense. I could have sworn it is legitimately because I've watched so many of your reviews, and I keep thinking that looks like what people say a JoJo pose looks like.
Yeah, it's just how I like to pose stuff. And then as time went on, I was like, well, now I can't watch it for a bit because I have to wait until I'm not thinking about how people keep thinking I'm doing JoJo poses. Because yeah, as far as I've heard, it's good. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I've also heard what was it? At least the first half of My Hero Academia I've heard is really solid too.
Chainsaw
There's
Man's
just so
really
much of
solid.
it.
Definitely gotta watch Chainsaw Man. You gotta do that.
Oh yeah, same.
No, I have. I'm saying you have to watch it.
Oh yeah, well yeah, eventual same.
Yeah. Let's see. Anime glasses effect by pulling up Discord light mode on Google Glass. Funny
That
woman,
would
you are
be
built
so
different.
painful. That would hurt so much. That would just be like putting a pen light in your eye.
Oh, Mon Makes, you're giving a very specific suggestion, and I'm sorry to tell you that I will not remember and I will not be applying that very useful knowledge that you've given me. Like, I really appreciate it, but, like, it's gonna be probably years before I watch JoJo, because I'm currently watching all of the Transformers series, so it's gonna be a minute. RID is great so far. I'm, like, 5 episodes in.
Oh, the 2001 one?
Yeah, it's so goofy, and like there's some legitimately the running joke with that woman whose life is ruined by Transformers at every turn, hilarious. There's a
I
point.
always forget her rid name.
It's Kelly apparently. That's what
Kelly, okay.
That's what Tim tells me. I know her her car robot's name is Junko, right?
Yeah, that's how I always remember her.
But my favorite joke so far has been the Slapper and X-Brawn are fighting. Or no, Slapper and one of the car robots are fighting, one of the brothers, and the brother is like, give me a minute, I'll be right back. And Slapper's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And he's like, I don't know, measure your tongue. And then the brother goes and jumps on like a building. And then when it cuts back to Slapper, like 30 seconds later, he's like, wow, 47.8 inches. That's so long. Just the idea that he actually measured his tongue instead of like contributing to combat. Ugh.
I have to call out. I have to call out Cheesier in the chat, who is saying, you mean car robots?" Actually, if you were gonna be name dropping the Nihongo no title of
How?
RID 2001, it would be car robot. It would be Transformer car roboto. Actually, not to intellectual checkmate.
Your move, liberal.
Can I give you a funny bit of behind the scenes on RID that is not a spoiler, but it may be neat to know while you're watching it.
Yeah, please do.
The voice director of that show is the voice actor of G1 Track.
Oh.
And at a BotCon where those actors and he all showed up, One thing he revealed is like what they had to work with for that show with very, very little time to clean it up. They weren't given translations of car robot episodes. They were given machine translations
Oh
from the turn of the
no.
century. And he read some of them at a panel, and it was like, it's a miracle that that show remotely was legible audibly. I guess the way I would put it. Like, they were given stuff that was like unreadable. Like, you know, like right now machine translation has a certain vibe to it when people bring it up.
Yeah.
That vibe is infinitely higher quality than what they had to work with for Rid. It would be stuff like, I don't even know how to put it, like, no human could parse that stuff in less than a day, the stuff they were given to work with. And so anytime that Rid remotely hits it, it's not only a miracle, it's a testament to the folks who worked on it that they made any of it work, because they had no time. Like, that show was rushed as hell to fill time while they developed Armada. Oh, tell Diaclona about Wankus. Well, didn't Wankus have a bad ending, Shia? Like,
Who is Wankus?
he's the voice of Prowl. He was a radio DJ who in the credits goes by the name Wankus, because that was his DJ name. Didn't Wankus... Is Wankus the one who kind of went, like, right-wing shock jock, or am I misremembering? Because
no.
I don't want to misremember, but I remember I was reminiscing about how Wankus was kind of cool at the BotCon that they were all at, and then someone was like, he ain't cool now, but I might be misremembering.
Oh, farewell, Ace Ventura Pet Detective. I don't know what we're gonna do about any what's the thing that happens in Ace Ventura? I haven't seen it, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Rhinox anal cavity, question mark?
Oh no, isn't that Ace Ventura 2 when he gets rammed up the rhino?
You're asking the wrong girl, because I have not seen either.
They don't age well. There's better Jim Carrey fare out there.
Like The Mask 2, Son of the Mask.
Exactly. I would say The Mask 1, probably a better watch than an Ace Ventura in 2024.
He had an adult actor arc?
Something like that.
Interesting.
There's like a lot. I remember there was a lot more Wankus lore than I expected.
For a character named Wankus, I mean.
Also, the voice of Skybite, Peter Spellos, sadly rip recently.
Yeah, same with
super.
I saw in the comments on the episode that introduced the Team Bullet Train, the oldest one. Railspike, yeah, Railspike. His actor has passed away apparently.
So is Scourge's, but that was actually quite a while ago.
Oh, okay.
That was the guy who played Mr. Gone in the Max cartoon.
Wait, the Max, like that purple guy?
Yeah, the guy who voiced Mr. Gone, the caped, I think, rapist?
Yeah, because I read one volume of The Mask, and I hated it. It felt so, like, gross and very 90s. It was a cartoon?
Yeah, it's actually how I watched. I never read The Max until many years later. I saw the cartoon on MTV. It's an interesting cartoon. They like change mediums sometimes. Like it's sort of odd and bewildering. But the guy who voices Mr. Gone in it is also the voice of Scourge, aka Black Convoy, in Rid. And Mr. Gone died a long time ago, if I remember right. Well, maybe not like decades ago, but long enough ago that like it's not like, oh god, it's recent. But Peter Spellos, if I remember right, Skybite eventually involves a lot of stuff that he came up with in the booth. So there's some stuff to look forward to in there. Like it's a very odd dub, basically.
Yeah. I'm glad you told me that, because there were points where there'd be a line of dialogue and I'd be like, that is very clearly clunky anime dialogue that was not translated well. But knowing that they had nothing to work with is going to make me a lot softer on it.
Yeah, like it was a big moment that BotCon when I think it's Michael McConaughey pulled out a copy of one of the translations they had to work with, because he was like, in case none of y'all, in case y'all are doubting me, allow me to read you a passage. And it was just like nonsense. It was like it was incomprehensible.
Yeah.
it was like, aha, speed breaker, I see you have ascended yourself from the bottom stair to the mid-case staircase in order to observe the justice fight action that is occurring, something like that. It was complete gibberish.
Oh, that's one of my favorite. Okay, not to go back to oh no, it is the dive rocket launcher. Like not to keep going for this well, but that's the whole joke. Is it's a streamer that it's a I've definitely I keep bringing it up. I'm so sorry, chat, but it's a Spanish speaking streamer who got translated through Google Translate and then dubbed over. So like his fun like little streamer talk just turned into completely robotic, stilted, inhuman sentences.
That's kind of fantastic.
It is. 2, 3.
I gotta say, the Max like the 90s comic, yes. Funny Womab, Mr. Gon is in fact the guy who said you killed my hostage.
Starcon. Okay, Emma's dropping the hot takes about Convoy being a bad name. What do you think about that? Because I've heard that as a take before.
Convoy is a bit. Well, I mean, my perspective is going to be super warped because I was active in fandom starting in '99, so I had like 8 years before it started to get phased out, and I feel like if you weren't there to just be inundated with hearing the word convoy, it's going to sound probably worse. Like I kind of like it, but it's also I like hearing it getting yelled in anime voice. I'm a very basic
Convoy.
Yeah, convoy, and then like, Car Robot's opening theme song involves one of the first Transformers anime OPs I ever heard. Involves the classic line "Go Boy Convoy," which is, you know, it's an anthem of a line. It's a weird word, and it's very much derived from like the Diaclone roots of Optimus Prime Convoy. I think the main thing that I stick up for with Convoy is it really works as like you stick another word in front of it and you have a brand new Optimus Prime character. And I really like that you could just stick like descriptors in front of it, so like fire convoy, and it's like because he's a fire truck, star convoy because he's got a star on his chest.
There's
like
a star convoy.
Star Convoy, and Lio Convoy is good mouthfeel.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind Leo Prime, but it always feels a little bit forced for me compared to just like Lio Convoy, because something about the syllables in use are just real like sounds like a transformer to me.
Yeah. I had a thought the other day that it's a real wasted opportunity that they never made like they never referred to Nemesis Prime as like envoy or like envoy, however that word is pronounced. I feel like
that'd be cool.
I feel like it's like a perfect, like not quite right translation that still sounds cool in the same way that convoy does.
Like you could just change the ko to an o, and then you'd have like convoy and envoy.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially like with the times that a Nemesis Prime is like Unicron based, you get like that emissary envoy thing going on.
Yeah, that'd be.
I'm there for it.
Yeah.
Rodimus Convoy I think is just really funny, like when because like he's not a convoy, but he kind of is, but he's a sports car with a convoy trailer attached, and it's very, I don't know. Rodimus Convoy I find very funny.
A space Winnebago, you might say. You might have said
Almost
years ago.
A space Winnebago that I want people to get into. I'm getting the line wrong already.
It was it was like, come to my mom's house, I have a space Winnebago. There you are. Okay.
Uh-oh, that's okay.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I was looking for it. I heard it and I knew that it was ordained. Okay, maybe a little higher. Emissary Envoy is an amazing Nemesis Prime name. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know how fast Minecraft lava is.
Go. Okay, so we're still going higher. Okay, I think I found. Okay, okay. Now we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, it's nothing. Cool. I'm just gonna put a little scaffolding over it. Now I can't fall into it by accident. What my nickname on a Discord server right now is Space Winnebagon. Why are we dissing I didn't think we were dissing Rodimus Prime. Oh, more diamonds!
No, I just think his Japanese name was kind of somehow was funnier because that's the other side of Convoy, right? His Prime is a little bit more generic as far as attaching it to names.
Yeah.
Convoy is like kind of funny as a title to attach to someone who is not a truck.
Yeah, like Lio Convoy. I mean, he's
Yeah,
Lion Truck. He is not.
he does not seem to have a truck mode.
Yeah.
Fix this, Takaro, for the true fans.
Unwatchable. Needs a patch. Oh my god, there's so many diamonds down here. Holy. Oh no, Emma just said That's never a good sign. Beast Alliance Optimus. I regret not getting that one. Like, it looked so goofy and fun. But
Is that the hat one?
Yes, it's the
Okay.
it's the you pop it on top. I have the one where it's Optimus Primal and Skull Cruncher for some reason, but I never got the Lio Prime one, Lio Convoy.
I
whatever.
uh-oh.
It's fine.
I got super adult fan basic about the hat ones because I really like the hat part, but then I was like, none of them have elbows.
Mm.
And I went all like articulation and then didn't buy them.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, like if it was cheaper, I would have been like, whatever, it's like fun. But like they were like $15 to $17 or something.
Yeah, they were like, and then I ended up really liking the ones who came with the weaponizer beast.
Yes.
But I wanted to get Pablo and RC, and I only ever found Pablo.
Oh, that sucks.
And then I could never find the RC, and I was like, I want that RC so much. And then I found the hat RC all the time, and I was like, she's fine, but my elbows.
Yeah, no, the Beast Alliance RC is a genuinely fun toy. The Optimus is one of my favorite toys from last year. I regret not putting it on the list. It's such a good desk toy. And the Primal is so stupid, but in like a very affectionate kind of way. Jesus,
I really like
seriously.
the beast weaponizers. I only got a couple of them, but part of the reason I was pursuing the Pablo is because he gave me the other Rhinox, so I could like
Yeah,
not
double butt
buy the
blaster.
Rhinox.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
the
as
Rhino is such a good mold.
big convoys maybe the funniest thing ever. Yeah, is instead of calling him like okay, immediate just off the top of the dome piece, Tusk Convoy would have been like kind of epic. Like Woolly Convoy, a little dumber, but just yeah, he's big. I don't know,
Yeah,
large
and
extra large
they kinda,
convoy.
they kind of made that his whole thing is he's big, he's kind of unpleasant, and his gimmick is his gun is the biggest, and
Yeah,
that's just it.
yeah. Is Beast Wars Neo worth watching? I mean, I'm gonna get to it eventually, but
I actually haven't properly watched Neo or 2. I just know a lot of the plot points, but I didn't have access to good fan subs of them when I was interested, and then by the time there was subtitles available, I was kind of like watching too many other things.
Yeah.
I was in a fan dub of Beast Wars 2 briefly as both Dirge and
Ooh.
Thrust, I think.
Oh my!
But
You
I
got to
didn't
be
say
both
much.
Coneheads. Let's go.
I mostly just had like goon lines.
You had what?
I had goon lines, as they're called in the industry.
I don't think. Oh my god! I'm almost dead.
You're almost.
Nah, it's fine. We're chilling. We're banging. I mean, we're not. Let me cut that editor.
Yeah, where's
Did you?
yeah, live editor, please?
Yeah.
If you want to hear better Vangelis fan dub stuff, I was Great Shot in the Victory fan dub, and I was doing a very accurate Texan accent. My favorite line I can remember is when I said "Gah Hawk" in like extreme distress.
Gahawk Tua?
"Gah Hawk." And then I was Countdown in Transformers Zone, which is my best dub performance ever because
Ooh.
they didn't give me they gave me lines, but I didn't know the visual context of some of my scenes. So there's a part where I thought I was yelling like through a view screen or something, but I'm yelling at the top of my lungs about what's happening to someone standing right next to me. And it still makes me laugh every time I see it. I forgot what I said, but I'm because I was looking through a monitor or a screen, but I was talking to someone standing literally shoulder to shoulder next to me, and I am just screaming at whoever the character was.
That's so good.
I also performed Countdown having like a superhero voice because I thought it'd be funny, and it's really funny in Zone. Countdown is like deep voice, like "That's right, that's me, Countdown," because he's so like useless in most of Zone.
It's just a little guy. He's so baby girl.
Yeah.
I believe we got a Canada specific question or
Oh,
comment because Freya said big convoys just from Alberta. That's Canada, right?
yeah. I mean, yeah. We got this Alberta-based convoy in Canada, and it's lousy. It's the last time I used, the last time I used a tool before I found out like how ugly they are. Was when I used UberDuck to make Optimus Prime say "I hate the convoy" or something, and I fart on them. I can't remember what I had him do.
Some classy
Uh,
stuff there.
yeah, I wanted to really. I think I had Ironhide because the Ironhide Uberduck voice was like glitchy in a way that was super funny. So I had him go like, "I hate the convoy, fart on them," and then it would go into a weird like vocal seizure.
Mm. That's
Innocent days of Uberduck are nostalgic to me. Like back when it was just a funny tool and everything was haha. Listen to Uberduck, it doesn't make any sense.
Emma asks if you F with cranberry juice. I'm kind of offended that she only asked you, to be honest.
Wow. I've laid hands on cranberry juice. Oop.
It's fine. Now we're chill. We're
Okay.
chill.
Yep, we're good. I've actually had it with mineral like bubbly water,
Mm.
and it was kind of nice. I had it with soda, and it was kind of nice. I'm kind of a I add bubbles to my fruit juice kind of person. Like I really like apple juice and mineral water. It's called Schorle in Germany.
Shorla. Chris, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you had more to say or if it just cut you
No,
off. Okay.
I just sort of ended my train of thought.
Just
I have not had cranberry juice in a while. Oh, we do a sparkling strawberry lemonade. Oh, yeah, a good tart, crisp, sparkling lemonade is super my thing.
yeah. Emma, what do you mean you know that I like cranberry juice? I haven't said anything about cranberry juice, probably.
Low key, when I finished my train of thought, I scanned up the chat to go like, am I missing a context on the cranberry juice?
You're not wrong, but like, how would you know that? Why are you casting these aspersions about me? Where's my shield? I don't
Cranberry
have it,
aspersions.
Freya. I need to make one. That's why I'm going to the surface. Because I am cool. Don't hit me with that lame non-answer. Come on. It is astounding how quick this bamboo grows. It's like real life.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are those the ones you knocked over like 5 minutes ago?
Yep, they were indeed. I don't really know what I'm doing with this house anymore. Just thought of cranberry
Can
juice.
confirm it was, yeah, it was innocent cranberry inquisition. That's legit.
That's what it was called? Innocent cranberry? Oh, you're talking about... It was... Okay. I thought you were describing the brand. Oh, damn it.
I like it when people, like, make me a nice, dry, innocent cranberry inquisition.
Nobody ever expects the innocent cranberry inquisition. I mentioned this a few streams ago. They had this theme park episode on Beast Machines. Yes, you did mention that, and now having watched it, it makes me so angry they didn't do that. That would have been so refreshing. Ugh.
I think I've had ocean spray cranberry with some bubbles added in. I have to be careful with fruit juice, because fruit juice can be, like, astonishingly high sugar compared to what I think it tastes like.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
And then they make you want more of it.
I have to watch my sugar level. The first time I got diagnosed with prediabetes, I switched from Coke Classic to Coke Zero and completely changed my biology.
Dang. So you have diabetes?
Yeah, I'm like perpetually pre-diabetes. It spiked again a couple years ago after I finally managed to get a family doctor, and then they're in a building with like a medical collective, so I have like a diabetes team.
That's kind of cool.
And they gave me some educational stuff, and they were like, because I was like, this kind of bummed me out because I thought I was eating okay, even though I'm like super depressed and having stress and stuff. And they're like, oh, well, did you know? Stress it can actually cause your blood sugar to spike. And I was like, that explains so much. But for anyone out there who might get worried about their blood sugar if it goes up, because of how, you know, jokingly culture tends to talk about diabetes, it's really easy to think like if you have high blood sugar, oh, I'm screwing up, I'm eating too many donuts or whatever. Sometimes diabetes is actually just random like it's just random genetics that happens to you. I did not know that until I had my diabetes education stuff a year or two ago,
So
or 2 or 3 years
you
ago.
saying stay in school then?
I'm saying stay in school. I'm saying listen to your teachers or whatever if they're any good. That's a weird qualifier, but I always feel like I have to add that.
Nah, there are some
Uh,
terrible teachers for sure.
yeah.
Chat, can somebody tell me how to
Freya.
make the other kinds of freaking? There's like a food furnace and like a smelter furnace. Can somebody tell me how to do it?
Freya's asking if there's any other characters you want in any Transformers movies. I would really love. I'm just gonna list off my friggin' fave squad again. I want Termigax and I want Sunder.
Yes. Yeah.
Uh,
Sunder's the one you're attracted to, right?
well, no, Sunder's the one where I misunderstood the question at first, and then once it was explained to me, I was like, oh, Sunder, because like, look, if you're gonna ask me on the spot, I'd be like, yeah, Sunder. Now, granted, like I would go into that knowing what's up. I'd be like, boy, you do not put those eyes in until we have a conversation. Termigax is actually my legit one, just because I think Termigax is such a good character concept that I genuinely don't think is ever going to get used again.
Yeah.
So anywhere we can fit a Termigax in, as long as I'll couch this in something. I don't want Termigax to be in something where the point is that she dies, because that's part of why I like Termigax. Termigax is perpetually covered in death flags and survives, and I really like that.
Need smooth stone, iron, and striped wood. Stripped wood? Vector Prime. Yeah, Vector would be great. I'd love some time travel shenanigans in a Team Fortress 2. Oh my god.
I love a Team Fortress 2 movie.
I mean, have you seen Emesis Blue?
I have not. I've only seen the first season of Skibidi Toilet.
Oh, you're a real jokey fella, huh?
I live in a society.
That's the jongleur. Codexia Flamore. Termigax more like Momgatron. I mean, this
You're not
is
wrong.
I'm always beating this drum, but give me more Giamottis, man. Giamottis deserves love and attention.
Like, I also would have to say, like, my answer would vary depending on what movies we're talking about.
Yeah, because if it's like a Michael Bay movie, I don't care who's in it. It's not gonna matter. They're gonna die or they're gonna get no screen time.
Yeah, like I would say I specifically don't want Termigax in a movie where it's likely she'll get shot in the gut and her head will detach and roll away slowly while, like various liquids are pouring out of everyone on screen.
Well, what kind of liquids though? Let's.
In the case of the Transformers, it's usually like a fluorescent, sort of bluish, like ichor coming out of their eyes and nose and mouth. Yeah. Termigax is a character, Emma, from IDW2, who is Megatron's mentor, and the inventor's a weird word. She's the one who founded the Ascenticons, and she's very sick of it.
Yeah, because somebody twisted her ideology. It's so sick and twisted.
Yeah, people don't listen to her, so she's leaving.
She's the one with the big mecha, right?
Yeah, her house.
Yes,
I think
it was
literally
so
house.
cool. Yeah, House MD from House MD.
She's the one with the house. She's the one with life model decoys of herself.
Yeah.
Because she knows when she's death flagged, and she's like, "I'm not stupid."
Yeah.
I love that friggin' moment. I actually cheered when I read that moment because I was like, this is so rote. This is so rote what you're about to do. I'm so actually annoyed you're about. Oh, you didn't know? Huh?
I'm imagining
Termigax actually based. Okay.
I'm imagining you doing like an anime overreaction. Huh?
I have done that a couple times with Transformers comics.
You hit him with a nani.
I straight up the Shockwave reveal from that one time was a legitimate turn page nani kind of moment. Like, super got me.
I loved the idea of Empurata is one of my favorite additions to Transformers lore. Like, hey, I hope you've never liked any of the one-eyed, like, claw-handed robots because it's actually a horrible, horrible form of like political prisoner torture.
Yeah. Well, it's very rife for world building, which is what I loved about it. Because most of them are not prisoners by the end. It's just like, no, you can go about your day. You simply are you have no face,
Yeah, you're
and
lesser now.
yeah, and no hands. You have claws.
Yeah, it's like chill though. You're like cool.
Yeah, it's got like that kind of like really like ugly, yeah, like ugly political tinge to it for an alien robot species.
Yeah,
It's a uniquely a thing that you only really could do to an alien robot species,
yeah.
right? It's like,
I mean, with enough elbow grease, I feel like you could pull it off with a person. You know.
yeah, I mean, well, you gotta learn how to like properly deglove the head.
Oh,
What a
oh
weird
my
phrase. What a
god.
weird phrase. I
Degloving
didn't
is
think of.
degloving is so upsetting on like a
I
spiritual level.
I learned the word degloving from my fellow podcaster Aaron, who winces whenever it is said, and it added it to my lexicon. And I sometimes just say it offhand now, and it's technically his fault. Uh,
Well, I think he should be stopped then.
Agreed.
I've also had a horrible realization that my house is not built the way that I thought it was. It is in fact uneven on one side.
Oh no.
I'm in hell. This is hell. Hell is not other people. It is me. I've constructed a cage of my own design, and it was made to my specifications, and my specifications were wrong. Okay, hold on. So the lip goes out over here. It doesn't follow this way. So I think all I need to do is
I can so recognize this problem.
it's, it hurts my poor little brain.
I thought my house was even, and it's not.
Yeah. I mean, me moving into the house on Ash Tree Lane, fellow enjoyer of House of Leaves. Anybody?
I've heard the name.
It's
Otherwise, I'm uncultured.
it is the only book that has made me as uncomfortable as a horror movie has been able to make me. It's the one that's like all the pages are in varying the formatting is like half of the process of reading it.
Oh, nice.
Like it's all like stuff is upside down. There's footnotes within footnotes. There's 3 different consecutive meta narratives happening at once. Like it's a horror book.
I mean, that sounds like basically literary cosmic horror kind of vibes.
I mean, are you familiar with Infinite Jest by what's his face, friggin' David Foster Wallace?
Don't know that one.
Okay.
I'm not super well read. A lot of my book knowledge is from people telling me about books they read, and I'm like, wow, that's great. And then in my brain, I'm like, I read that, and no, I didn't.
Me watching like me thinking I have comic knowledge because I have binged so much Linkara. Let's see. Isn't World not a good guy though? I mean, like, no, he's a bad guy, but like, there's the whole like, if they hadn't taken his hands, like,
Yeah.
that's one of the most messed up. Like, he just wanted to be a watchmaker, and they destroyed him and took away his dreams and burned down his like, it's so messed up.
He's one of those characters where it's like he's a bad person because like it's weird to say in the world we live in now, but like things done to him were so horrific that they are like almost impossible to consider a real life equivalent to.
Yeah, it's like a little
as a
Homelander
descriptor.
adjacent. I feel like.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, like this is a horrible person, but also it is possible to not empathize with the horrible person, but empathize with the circumstances that exist.
Yeah.
To create that person. I kind of have enjoyed, like, as someone who mostly just watches it in clips, because I don't have Prime. I've been enjoying the journey of Amazon's The Boys and how they had their moment and they had their moment and they witnessed Mad Men and Breaking Bad and et cetera, et cetera. So they had their moment of like, oh no, they think Homelander's the hero, and then their reaction was like, we're going to heavy-handedly try our best to make you feel bad for thinking that.
Yeah. And it didn't work. It still didn't work.
It's really funny. It at least makes it kind of funny because it's like they are unsubtly casting aspersions to the character of everyone who thinks this character they themselves are writing is not the character they're writing.
Yeah, it is a very, it's both biting like societal commentary and also feels like such a cry for help. Like,
Yeah,
please recognize that we are making fun of you. Don't idolize this character, and they continue to idolize the character.
it's one of the actual not a bit please media literacy now moments.
Yeah. Um Fake comic fan. Yeah, Ryan is a real comic fan. That's canon. My House.wad was inspired by House of Leaves. I'm aware of that. I haven't played My House.wad because I don't have the requisite Doom knowledge for it to really hit with me. Oh my god, Nick. Sorry, Nick, I saw your DM. Isekai guy, Nick, said that he thought he was shadow banned. I don't know what happened. I didn't
What?
yeah, I guess he was trying to send messages. So I'm glad to see you back in
So
chat.
sometimes I think I mentioned this before on your streams. I've talked about it on mine. Like there is a moderating YouTube bot that floats around YouTube stream chats, and it is out of the creator's control. And I know it has like not I don't know if shadow ban's the right word, but like it's made someone's lines not appear for like a full minute because it thought they were saying something.
Yeah.
The only clue we've ever pieced together is it seems to react to like really vague hand waving as I say this implications of violence, but it's really vague. Like
yeah. Maybe
like don't
say
don't
in
get
Minecraft.
afraid to yeah like don't be afraid to say like the verb bite or stuff like that, but like it's those are that's the kind of like rationale to think of if you feel like something is happening.
Yeah.
And I like unless someone else who knows better than me can confirm, I have dug around the settings trying to figure out how to tone that thing down and or just make it go away, and I can't find them.
Yeah. So someone with like well, actually, are there any streamers in the chat, or are Chris and I the most qualified individuals for this?
I was about to say like most streamers are like I don't know, I'm just on Twitch, and I'm like, well,
Thanks a lot, pal. Ugh. Have I corrected my error?
you got pioneers like me and Lai out here in the YouTube frontiers.
Yeah, and it's definitely
Trying to-
because we want to innovate, not because it's the path of least resistance.
Exactly. And it has nothing to do with the fact that the VODs go straight on my channel and I don't have to think about it afterwards.
Yep, not whatsoever is it that. Emma saying, okay, Lenojo87 saying Yummers TM. I can accept Yummers. I don't mind Yummers.
Yummers is solid.
Boys is very, very not subtle. The boys rule. I think it is pretty good. The last season has had some horrific handling of sexual assault, and it's been kind of disgusting to watch, honestly. I did actually read, Ryan, I know you're a big comic person. Have you read the boys comic? Because I read all of it this year, and it's kind of nauseating, honestly.
I have nothing nice to say about the comic from my experience with it on Scans Daily, formerly a live journal community, but a lot of it went up there, and I always have like a soft spot for what I've seen of the show because I'm like, I am astonished that they actually managed to make something that I could remotely care about a year later out of this.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, Seth. Sorry, Seth looks. Yeah, this is Space Marine 2. We're in the midst of seeding. We're gene seeding so that we have more Space Marines to fight the Tyranids.
Yeah.
That's what all the crops are out here.
Yeah. I do not. Okay, so Ryan hasn't read The Boys and does not know why I subjected myself to it. It was mostly morbid curiosity, and I wanted to give it a fair shake. There's genuinely, though, a shocking couple of moments of real humanity and tenderness given to members of the queer community, in between all of the saying horrible slurs and being offensive. So I do think that somewhere deep within Garth Ennis is like a person, but still like pretty far away from the surface. It is not worth a read.
Yeah.
It is one of the most deeply unpleasant, cynical, disgusting, offensive pieces of work I have ever read.
And I saw someone mention it before. Like, what if you think that like there's like I don't know how to put this. The Homelander of the comic books is kind of an almost literal nothing for most of the comics.
Yeah.
Like and then there's a moment, but then there's a reveal. And I've still seen people because every time I look at clips of The Boys, YouTube starts showing me people's analytical predictions, whatever's gonna happen, blah blah. There's still
Mm.
people who are going like, I can't wait till they pivot to make him like the comic books, and it's like they can't.
Yeah.
The
The
entity on the TV show is a very different character now.
yeah, and the character on the TV show is 100 times. I'm sorry, I just put a cough drop in my mouth for voice
Oh, legit.
reasons. But the character on the TV show is 100 times more compelling than
Yeah.
the gosh darn Homelander of the comics ever was. I thought I have. Do I not have the supplies to make the blast furnace, chat? I think Emma was telling me, but yeah, like the character, if you can even really call him that, he's just like a force of nature, not complimentary. He's just an offensive force of nature who says slurs
Yeah,
for no reason and like eats babies.
he just sucks. And then the part you just mentioned where that's like part of this twist, if I remember right, where they're like, oh, what if he's really going? And it's like, no, it actually wasn't him. It was some other guy. And now he's maybe a little crazy. Anyway, we're gonna end the book now, and it's like, okay,
Yeah, no,
I don't know what I don't know what the
twist
thesis of this character was.
the twist made no difference because even if he didn't do like those specific terrible things right
Yeah,
before it's
he
revealed,
still sucks.
yeah, he
Yeah.
still sucks. And right before it's revealed, he like um in Minecraft commits an act on a in Minecraft severed head.
Okay.
Yeah,
I forgot if he actually does something before the denouement.
Yeah, no, right before that reveal, he's like, and then it's like played off as a joke because it's just, it's so disgusting.
Like there was a period where I memory hold so much where I was like, isn't he just kind of not even an anything? And then I forgot how this came about. It was like I forgot the entire events of the comic version of Herogasm.
Mm,
And I was like, oh right, yeah, he still sucks.
yeah, no, he's
It's just
yeah,
the Anthony Starr performed version is a much more compelling, actually layered character, who is also a horrible, terrible person.
yeah,
Which is like weird thing I always feel like I have to specify nowadays.
yeah. In the woke mob culture of today's society, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's right. It in fact is because of the media illiterate loud noise that drove me away from places like Twitter.
Let's see. What are people? Wasn't Black Noir? Yeah, Black Noir was a clone.
That's the whole. Yeah.
It's like not even, but it's not like in an interesting way. And then
No, it's
yeah,
like I've seen people do like, here's how Homelander will die on the show, and then they show Black Noir's death from the comic books, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, it's the thing he does. Whatever the comic book Homelander does, you don't even see what happens to him. He's
No, you do.
well, you kind of do, but it's not in the same way as the crowbar scene, right? Like it's not the like prolonged sequence that is given to the clone character.
They both die in like this because they fight each other. No, I think
Yeah,
if memory serves, I think Noir. Oh no, because Butcher does the thing with the crowbar with his brain or
Yeah.
whatever. And then like it's just like whatever. Like that's not gonna.
it's like
not,
you see Homelander, I think he gets his mouth punched off or something, and then it's
Yeah.
implied, but it's like if this is the end of the book, it's like why imply it, right? Like
Yeah, it's not a good payoff, and if people want that for the show, I mean, let fans write if you know what I'm talking about. If you
Yeah.
want a show that you hate to be terrible.
yeah.
Let's see. Really appreciate Homelander's show, one of the very few that can fly. Comic most of them fly. Black Noir gets his own twist on the show. It's like get away from more than meets the eye. Oh yeah, true. I'd say that's a fair comparison. Although I don't think Getaway ever did anything involving breast milk, so maybe not the perfect 1-to-1.
I saw something where the actor of I forgot her character name now
Yeah.
had to specifically ask can people please stop asking me about breast milk at conventions because I can't tell if you're joking and it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, some weirdo at a convention went up to her and asked for breast milk. So nice to know that fandom is being normal.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it makes sense because she's basically Marjorie Taylor Greene, but with superpowers.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that that genre of person would want breast milk from her. Oh, hi, gamer guy. Welcome back to the conversation.
I like the idea of a genre of person.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there are genres of people.
Yeah. No, it totally makes sense.
Yeah. Emma says laser cycle trans femme. I also agree. She is on my fembot shelf, and I think, well, I guess RC's on it too. Yeah.
Is that Oh no, they didn't call her Jazz on the box. That's Laser Cycle.
Yeah. Wait, are you talking about Laser Cycle or are you talking about Road Rocket? Because Road Rocket is the one who's almost, I mean, like, pretty heavily could be implied to be trans femme because the the pronouns
no,
change.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Laser Cycle because Road Rocket was the one where that one even had the designer saying like this was kunoichi sort of vibes is what we were designing. The red one from Velocitron.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Toxitron one where it was like this is technically G2 Jazz, but this character is just being called Laser Cycle. Yeah. So
because you don't want to have two jazzes right next to each other in the same wave.
Yeah. Lee Calba, that always messes me up too. People always shorten it to MTG, and I read it as Magic the Gathering.
Oh yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I was trying to figure out what they were talking about. Yeah,
constantly. I will see someone talk about MTG, and I'm just like, "What happened in the Magic the Gathering community?" And then they're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm like, does she play Magic?
She could sue for copyright infringement, probably. I'm making a hoe. Yeah, I'm making a hoe. If you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know the context of the weeb word. Lee, I don't know where we're at.
After seeing the audacity of the boys fans, the absolute decay of Star Wars fans, the sheer radiating cope of Snyder fans, I think we owe Sonic and Undertale fans an apology. I agree 100%. Sonic and Undertale and Five Nights at Freddy's also, I think, are victims of the whole post-ironic, if you're passionate about something, then it's cringe culture. And the only, literally the only reason those fandoms are so reviled is because kids enjoyed it. And, like, it's like, oh, cringe because kids enjoy it kind of thing. Like, I agree 100%.
I think that they all had, like, discourses that have details someone can get into, but that's in fandom stuff. Like, I think with Five Nights at Freddy's, it's mostly, like, all I've ever known about it is, like, it's, at a certain point, it became funny to think about, like, lore and FNAF.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lee, you meant, yeah, kunoichi. It's like the Japanese word for female ninja. It's not literally the word for it, but that's basically the definition.
A female, you say?
A female! Gotta pop the... Hang on, I got the Ferengi voice out. It's, a female! And a ninja! But her biology is inherently inferior to that of a male ninja!
It's so good! And so true, am I right, chat? No offense to Star Wars fan... No, you can be offensive to Star Wars fandom. They're horrific.
Cool Star Wars fandom people are tired of it, is my understanding. Like... Low-key, and I always am second-guessing if this actually happened, but I'm pretty sure it did because I read it in my logs. On Blue Sky, I was complaining about how tired I am of the term glub shido because I'm tired of Star Wars words. And I'm like, can we not come up with a better word for this concept than glub shido? And then I got agreement from someone who told me they are in fact the person who coined the phrase glub shido. And they were like, I'm sick of it too, it's fine.
Oh, but I love glub shido. It's such a perfect descriptor.
It's somewhere in my Blue Sky logs. I was like, the inventor of glub shido has my back. A glubshido is, by definition, it's like obscure character that no one but you cares about.
Yeah.
Is like the rough definition.
Yeah, Chris's would be Omega Supreme and mine would be Geomotus, even though there is like obviously there are other people who care about them, but it's like
Yeah.
deep in the annals. Or actually mine, I mean Geomotus does have a little bit of a cult following. Mine might be Beast Machine's Chi, which is just the battle chariot that has a Cheetor face on it.
Oh, I always call that one Shay.
Like Guevara.
Yeah, like Che Guevara.
D-Glove. It's like Blorbo, but bad. Blorbo's different, though. Isn't Blorbo like, would you still love me if I was a Blorbo?
Blorbo is like, just like, that's my personal character. Glupshito is like, that's your personal character and it sucks, is usually the implication. It's
Okay,
like,
but
no one but you cares.
Omega Supreme doesn't suck. Omega Supreme is based.
No, that's also why I got tired of Glupshito, because I'm gonna start.
I like
that
I like how you say it with both T's so pronounced.
Glupshito, is it? I was getting tired of people using it unironically to talk about like toy wave character selection. I think that's what set me off that day. Is people were like, they keep putting their Glupshitos in the toy lines, and I'm like, stop saying it! I'm so tired of hearing it.
Who are they referring to?
I can't remember anymore. It was something like a Road Pig, Road Rocket kind of character, like a laser cycle.
Get out of here.
And I'm like by the like, you know, biblical definition of Glubshido, I'm sure that is actually one, but also when I looked at the word, I'm just like, you're typing so many letters to make this point. And
that's me seeing any internet discourse. You were typing more letters than you need to.
True. But I also perhaps like to pronounce it glupshito, so it's like I'm trying to ruin the mouthfeel too. I want to ruin this word for everybody.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worse mouthfeel if it's pronounced that, if it is that pronounced. My glupshito is Beast Machine's Rat Trap. I don't think you're understanding the assignment necessarily. No offense.
I think it was glup, but like that's too much work. If I'm gonna concentrate on a consonant, it's gonna be the shito because it's more funny to me.
Yeah, shitoki mushrooms.
If I go glup shito, then I'm spitting. Like there's gonna be like visual backwash.
You need a pop filter over the mic.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go up to the mic and start going glup shito. I'm gonna go next to it. So I go glup shito. Because I got enough. I gotta clean this mic off.
Can someone confirm whether it's glub or glup? Because it seems to be
I'm 90% sure that the originator wrote glup, and perhaps it got malformed into glub by the culture.
Fellas, don't you hate when you're just minding your own business and then you malform into glub?
I hate it. When all my bones turn into water, it's the worst.
Okay, we got glup, we got glup, we got glup, no lup, we got deglup. Okay, Lee Calva said deglove again. Same energy as Albert as Robotnik pronouncing droplets. That's pretty funny. Also, yo, Chris, check it out. It's like inbreeding.
So messed up. I think I've heard of this before. The breeding pit approach to your livestock.
Yeah, I mean it's just efficiency, honestly.
Oh, so like there's board games, there's agriculture board games that have similar, like, if you think about it too much, this is super messed up moments.
Yeah, or like Christianity, Christian mythology. Yeah. Like, yeah, Adam and Eve had kids, but then how did their kids have kids? You wanna expound upon that perhaps just a little bit? Maybe it should have been Adam and Steve, you freaks. Everyone's saying glup. The piss droplets.
Droplets.
No deglove, no love. It's been going on since I started my shift. Yeah, I mean, what is it? We started like a little before 6. It's like a little over 4 hours, I feel like.
Yeah, this is regular stream length.
What did you just walk in on? Not a lot. I mean, we're just talking about our blorbos, really.
Yeah, we're talking about our blorbos. We're assessing our glup shitos.
Yeah. Who's the glup shito of the Bible? It's Onan, who had something related to seminal fluids. You should look it up. I only
There's
know
a
this.
character called Onan in the Bible?
Yeah, I know this because of the Binding of Isaac, because one of the rebirth challenges is called Onan's Streak, and if you miss shots, you take damage, I think. So it's like
Oh, there's a point with
referential.
Binding of Isaac where I started thinking like, well, now they're getting into other stuff for the name sourcing, surely. But I also have not read them. It's a weird
No,
thing to tell people.
some
Dear Internet, I can also confirm I have not read the Bible. I am simply acting upon things I've heard about it.
I've read a fair amount of the Bible, being raised as a Presbyterian. I don't remember a majority of it, but I can pull out a fun reference here or there. I have the trauma. Like, I don't have the knowledge, but I have the trauma. Emma asked how much longer we're streaming for. I don't know. I'm still vibing. I'm still mining. I'm still crafting.
I got energy, and Best Buy has not emailed me back.
Still? It's been like 14 hours.
I think they went to bed.
They should be on the clock. Nobody wants to work anymore in this society, if you know what I'm talking about. Just read about Onan.
I was only reacting to Onan because then I was thinking like, well, is that where they got like the name Conan from? But I forgot Conan is actually just a name that humans use.
Personally, I love we're getting Glup Chateau characters in the. I'm loving the spelling of Glup Chateau, chat. This is.
Actually getting. I'm coming back around on Glup Chateau. If we're gonna like visually malform it like that, then like hell yeah.
Yeah. Also, Emma, you could just okay, because here's what I do, right? I record the voiceover with no background noise or anything, obviously, because I need to record the voiceover. But then while I'm filming like the B-roll, I just have on like videos.
Same.
It's like it's so much easier for the neurodivergent brain.
Sometime I've come to B-roll that I shot but didn't use for several months, and then I will hear things in the background, and I will go like, "What the hell was I watching?" Well. Like, if I go down, like, a YouTube rabbit hole before realizing that it's, like, just a variant of DramaTubers, that's happened to me, like, twice. It's so annoying.
It's such addicting content, though.
I know, because I hate DramaTubers as humans. That came out weird.
I hate them as, like, people, but, like, as content creators, they're fine, you know?
It's like, I will get pulled into something where I'm like, oh, these folks in this fandom are like talking about a thing that happened, I guess. And then this happened to me with VTubers. When I was like looking into VTubers, and then I was present for when thing happened with a corporate VTubing company called Niji Sanji, and then I watched in real time as a VTuber focused DramaTuber right-wing pipeline formed before my very eyes. And I got super annoyed.
Darkest timeline. Oh my god.
It was like watching 3 Keemstars manifest out of like the soil.
You've described the apocalypse, I think. Hold on, Emma. I have to move my monitor. I gotta put it on the floor. That's fair, because I put my laptop on the floor when I'm recording. But why don't you have the dang stream on your phone then? Tempted to make extremely poorly researched. What's conlaying? What does that mean? What a pipeline. Pipeline is the best monster flavor. That's an okay joke, funny Womab, but I know you got better in you. I feel like my worst managers from Chick-fil-A, where like because I was good at my job, they would expect more of me and then burn me out, and then I would hate the job and do worse. And I feel like I'm doing that to funny Womab.
Isekai guy, I can see your message, and I'm just another, as far as the text chat's concerned, I'm just another civilian, so you're showing up for me.
Yeah, Nick, I've seen a couple of messages from you in the past couple of minutes, but I am also doing the 2 streamer Minecraft game. Oh my god, you know? My PS5 has football. Maybe Switch can be for stream. Okay, counterpoint though. Stream way more fun than football. You ever think about that, Emma? Funny Womab's winning too much. I unfortunately... Freya, no, you still have to try. To quote Kelly Clarkson, I think, where there is a flame, someone's bound to get burned. you gotta give up and try, or get up and try. I don't know. It's one of those lyrics, probably.
ZJ reviews that future is why I have been crafting and honing my ara for my future political career.
Ara.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I've been trying to like figure out like what the texture of the ara is.
The texture. What's the mouthfeel of it?
Exactly.
This game is important. Funny Womab in chat is going through what I am in real life. Screw hospitality. Yeah. Wait, Quacky, you called it hospitality. Does that mean you are also a Chick-fil-A worker? Because they were very big about we're not a fast food. We're not a quick. First of all, they don't even call it fast food. The proper vernacular is quick service industry. But they were like, we're not that. We're a hospitality. We're in the hospitality business.
I did not know it was referred to as quick service.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't. It's like supposed to reorient because fast food has like a negative connotation of being bad.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
I feel like the solution is not to just come up with like the Sora's version of fast food.
No. It's see, it's actually really smart because you maximize profit margins while minimizing actual effort output.
If we stop calling it oil and just start calling it cooking medium, then they'll stop thinking it's bad.
Cooking medium, me when I need to summon God, I lost the bit as it was forming. Oh, I lost it in childbirth.
I hate it when that happens.
Oh goodness. Okay, Lee Calba typed aura as in Rita Ora. Quick service industry is the same mouthfeel as convert. Quick service industry convert. I don't think I disagree with you. I mean, I don't think I agree with you.
Like Transformers convert and roll out convert?
Or are you talking like it sounds like a like an overdone thesaurus mistranslation, like deformation space. Quick cuisine.
Deformation space is good mouthfeel though.
Yeah, I think is that the one who abandoned the dang legend-sized Beast Wars ones in favor of being another boring G1 style masterpiece third-party company? Do you know?
Possibly. I was mostly thinking of like when I've seen like I'm thinking of like deformation champion. Whenever I see deformation on like knockoff packaging.
Okay, yeah.
I once again forgot there is actually a company that used the word.
Yeah. I think a lot about the classic Theo Adams video, it can turn 90. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh,
the movability share. It's just the most beautiful Google Translate packaging of all time. Sugar, you mean glucose sprinkles? So true, Nick.
But also precisely.
Yeah,
like they did that with,
it's the same.
They did that with like what was it? There was the trans fat thing that then they backed off from, but you can still get packaging that says like 0 trans fats, and it's like, but there's still fats.
Yeah,
so
now
like,
it's 0 cis fats now because of the woke mob.
All the cis fats.
Yeah.
The wokes took our cis fats.
Transformers convert to cars. Wait, somebody asked, is Chick-fil-A the terrible one? I mean, if you want to get pedantic about it, they're all horrible corporations run by terrible oil barons, but Chick-fil-A is the Christian one run. Yes, it is bad. And please take comfort in the fact that I was not at any point on board with their message. They just paid the most, and I had the pipeline of Chick-fil-A worker to transgender or queer person is very real. So there were a lot of us there. That's actually where I met all of my roommates and why I now have my current living situation. So
hell yeah,
fun. I mean, diet lore.
I've always run under the assumption that like me assaulting Chick-fil-A on the internet is more or less aimed at the company and not any of the folks who work there.
Yeah, I would say like, you know, obviously it's good to participate in like, I'm not going to support this X, Y, and Z, but at the same by the same token, like, there is no ethical consumption, you know. I'm pretty sure Megatron of Tarn said that once.
Oh, you mean in the books of Terminus? Yes, I
Yes,
recall.
yes.
I'm read. I'm read. I've seen book. Uh,
Terminus Hexatron. They really need to
the
the six shot, right? That's the six shot.
yeah.
They have
That's
to
the
stop
six shot
using
with lots of
words like
ridges.
that. Yeah. Ribbed for our pleasure.
That's right.
Um,
The Chick-fil-A thing for me is mostly just it is the folks who defend it as fine food and good eating that like tend to like, even though it's not the important part, it sets me off the most because it turns the conversation into, is the chicken any good?
yeah,
And I'm always like, is fast food chicken? Like,
yeah.
the ceiling is low.
I will say though, having worked there as long as I did, it will vary location to location, but our location did put out like it was pretty quality stuff. Like we were very strict on we were not afraid to throw away stuff that did not meet the standard. And I would say as far as like general fast food menus, it is a more like there's actual food on the menu as opposed to somewhere like Taco Bell, which you're just ingesting like purely like human designed calories that are designed to just make you want to eat more of it. I'm not standing Chick-fil-A, but like you can do a
I have
lot
never had.
worse.
Yeah, I've never had, like, Taco Bell's not even in the equation. Like, it's
It's
it's something I poke at once a year because I get curious, and it's like, well, that's neat.
yeah.
And then no, it is the way that like the, is the chicken good enough though, always comes up when people go like, this company kind of sucks, and people are like,
Yeah.
oh, the chicken's so good. And in Toronto especially, when people are like, oh, the chicken's so good, and I've gone on this rant a million times, so I apologize if folks have heard this before, but they opened up in proximity of like 5 really good local fried chicken places, a couple Korean ones, Hong Kong one, a Taiwanese one. There is they are down the street from a very good franchisee of the Popeyes franchise who make possibly the best Popeyes in Toronto, just down the street from the Toronto Chick-fil-A. When people were like, it's worth lining up for the Chick-fil-A, I was like, no, backhand. You, as a fellow citizen, I'm gonna drag you by the ear to all these other places.
Yeah, no, there's always support local when you can. Always support indie type things when you can. But like it's not special chicken. It's just like it's just food. Like it's not
Yeah.
deserving of, in a pinch it'll do for a meal, but it's not deserving of your defense. But if you like it, I don't hold it against you. Like it is yummy. I did enjoy eating it for the half decade that I worked there. Funny Womab, don't worry. I also love Taco Bell. I'm just being real with myself about what I put in my body on a weekly basis. It is so bad for me, but it makes me feel like a child again. So I have to continue consuming it until I run that well dry. Hey, you want to see a pro? Want to see a pro gamer move?
Oh no, it's too far. Oh. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, that not a single bit of damage taken.
What's wild is that works in real life too.
Yeah, no, try it. Swore I'd never go back to Taco Bell. Haven't since 2014. Lee, you're stronger than I am, and I respect your self-control. Best chicken sandwich is Popeyes. I would say for default, like unspicy chicken, yes. I do think Chick-fil-A's spicy chicken is better than Popeyes, mostly because Chick-fil-A's is like it's breaded spicy, where Popeyes they just slap some sauce on it, and the sauce is delicious. But I do, even though I've sworn to never eat at Chick-fil-A again, I do sometimes miss my spicy sandwiches.
In Canada, we had a baked-on spicy Popeyes sandwich, and I found out it was Canada only because they removed all of the Canadian sandwiches when America Popeyes went like, we have to actually actively participate in the sandwich fight, and then they downgraded. I'm going to say downgraded to the completely fine current Popeyes sandwich, but we had better ones in Canada Popeyes for years.
Yeah,
and it was so. But then I gotta also say, this is the other half of this rant of mine. Is like, I take polite issue with getting this granular about the quality of fast food, only because I'm like, if I'm putting this much thought into it, there are full-on restaurants that are not expensive. They are just not fast food. They're like, $5 more or something. Sometimes actually the same price as a McDonald's, for instance. Where it's not fast food, it's just a full on like kitchen and oven and everything, And whenever it gets really into the weeds about like, well, does the KFC breading have like a better crunch value than what you could find at Church's Chicken? That's when I start shaking the table again, and I go like, we could be there is a for the same price as an extra value meal, you could go to Paramount and have like a full platter of Lebanese bread and with cheese and meat on it, and that's all it is, and it's really good. And that descriptor always works, by the way.
I'm glad we found an issue that you were so passionate about.
I'm spoiled from being in Toronto, totally admittedly, but like it has really opened my eyes to like the monetary value even of local places, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
like,
no, yeah.
Fast food used to be monetary savings, but like it kind of ain't anymore.
Yeah.
And so once that happened, then I kind of really turned a corner, and I was like, well, it costs the same now. So now I'm like kind of me, like I still have fast food now and whatever, but like I'm not like nice to it. I'm like, hey, you little freak French fry, I'm gonna eat you and I'm gonna not respect you.
Me shaking my head as I bite into a delicious Burger King burger so that everyone around me knows that I am in moral superiority. I saw a minute back Emma asked if the Mastermind Creations Optus Pexis is good. I have both Nemesis versions. It's an incredible figure, and you should definitely get
love
it.
that toy a lot.
Yeah.
I also figured out how to transform it without having to take any parts off. And when I realized how it works, I loved it even more.
Is it the steps with getting the legs, the arms tabbed in always trip me up a little bit?
So the instructions and the videos make it look more complicated than it actually is.
Okay.
You can fully transform the legs pretty much, and then like basically the final step go into vehicle mode. Or a better way to put it, the first step to go back to robot mode is basically crack the middle of the vehicle mode, and that pulls the fists out.
Okay.
You have to like wiggle the tabs a bit, but it will more or less open like that, and then leave you free to like not have to detach the wrist blasters, not have to like do weird acrobatics to get the hands out. Because I was doing that for like a full year before I think it was during a lockdown month when I was just like, I'm gonna sit here with Optus Pexis and download this toy into my brain.
Yeah, I think I would enjoy it more if I could do what you did and lock in, because I don't like transforming it so much right now.
Yeah. Now, once I figured that part out, I got way more into transforming it. This is like another one of those moments where I'm like, if only I had like a video medium by which to demonstrate this to like a wider audience. Oh well.
If only. If only there was some way you could translate this talent and skill and pass it on to the next generation.
If only it were possible to share this both visually and audially across the globe, outside of certain territories, I guess. I don't know how YouTube works like that, but...
You were asked a question in all caps by Freya regarding food.
Oh.
Harvey's?
Are you familiar with Harvey's? Yeah, I've had Harvey's. It's all right. I can see how it can become someone's glup shito fast food. Like it's pretty neat. Like if you've never been to one, it's probably going to be kind of novel. It's just kind of like, it's like what, you know, when fast food like makes the sandwiches look like they put more work into it. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I don't. You're gonna have to be specific because I don't know what you mean.
Like, oh, what is it? It's what I used to think Jack in the Box was like because we don't have it in Canada, so I assumed it was nice.
We don't have it on the East Coast either, so I don't know a thing about it.
Oh, I've had it a couple times in LA now, and it's like it's stoner food now. I think it used to be nicer. Like Jack in the Box, they actually leaned into being stoner food. Like they have extremely stoner coded advertising for their like late night snack boxes of like 14 things. It's like,
that
hey,
sounds so good. Oh,
if you're baked out of your mind and it's 2 a.m. and you just want like a box of fried stuff, come to Jack in the Box. I'm like, you know who you're selling to. Hell yeah.
Yeah, no, know your market for sure. I want to address Joyless, who said, I don't know how they do it, but somehow Burger King chicken nuggets are the worst thing in human history, but their chicken fries are the greatest thing you'll ever eat in your life. I haven't worked at Burger King, but having worked at Chick-fil-A, my theory is that they have separate fryers with separate mixtures for the nuggets versus the fries, because that's how we did strips versus nuggets. They're breaded
Makes sense.
differently and with different mixes. So that is probably why there is such a disparity between the quality of the nuggets and the dang fries. Because the chicken, I agree, chicken fries are incredible and the nuggets are mid at absolute best.
I once had a very sort of a bit irrational blood feud with chicken fries entirely because I was like, they're just thin chicken tenders. They're just thin chicken strips. And I forgot how long I went on about this for, but it was for a while.
I mean, you're not wrong, but they do also hit different than chicken strips. It is a
Oh yeah,
it's
it's more breading.
yeah, more breading. It's softer. The mouthfeel is appreciably different. Quacky asked about Nando's, like the Nando's peri peri, because I haven't eaten any of their like actual food, but their fries and the peri peri sauce goes crazy when you're drunk.
Nando's was the first time I saw a Coke freestyle machine. It was at a Magfest. There's a Nando's by the Gaylord, and I never seen a Coke freestyle machine before. So being able to put orange into my Coke Zero like blew my mind.
The freestyle machine is the one where it has like the big touch screen and not as I
Yeah.
imagine when you said it like a Coke machine that could defeat Eminem in combat.
No, it does not drop rhymes, nor does it have a beat.
Okay.
It just lets you put citrus flavor into your colas, and apparently is a nightmare to work with.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. Yeah, no, that's I can't even imagine cleaning that thing after closing or for opening. Oof.
Yeah.
Hold on, people are saying things. Yeah, Womab, I definitely feel the election anxiety too. I'm actually
My
looking
heart goes
at.
out to all of y'all. All you Americans, I feel terrible for you.
Yeah, no, things are scary. I'm genuinely looking at Canada for if the worst happens, because I don't think this will be a very nice place for people such as myself post that happening, if it does happen.
Yeah, at the very least, it would be a good stopgap. We have our own horrific versions of right-wing parties that
Yeah.
primarily just look at what the American one does a year later and see that they can make money if they do that.
Yeah.
Which is the worst, because in our case, it's kind of like, I know what you're doing. It's like it's not even homegrown bigotry.
You don't even believe in it. You're not even a real bigot. Can you?
Exactly.
You're a fake fan.
Untrue fans. Yeah, fake fans. Friggin' fake fans.
Yeah. I as much as I know, and like obviously armadillo.
Oh, holy shit. Okay.
Whoa. Hey, little buddy. As much as I know that every place will have its issues, my thought is like, well, at least if I'm in Canada, I'm not gonna get shot. You know, because
Less likely. Don't
Yeah.
go to Alberta, but
well,
less likely.
yeah, like obviously there are places, but like the only place in the world where the shootings are constantly happening is the place where I happen to be located. So
Yeah. And Lee, I feel for you too. Like there are folks who just like the option of leaving is simply non-existent, and that's part of what is like it's such a my mom has a whole thing about this because as a German immigrant, like something that classically not to get heavy, but like classically something she always admired was like visiting America and how much everyone was kind of into it, and watching that kind of disintegrate has been like very not so it's very much a bummer for her. She's like, dang, like those folks used to be all about hell yeah, we love living here, and now a whole lot of people are kind of like, uh-oh, Canada.
yeah.
So she kind of feels, see, her perspective on it is like having seen the kind of disintegration of eager patriotism. I guess eager, I'll use the word non-toxic. I'm really just it's in absence of another word I could think of.
Yeah.
But no, I feel for y'all. I'm not saying interesting. I've had rough conversations, not because of the people, just the topic, the content matter. With Americans when they visit at TF cons or if I'm at a TF con.
Yeah.
And I can always tell, like, I was talking about this with someone else on the stream recently, that like often it's like folks who just want to be able to talk about stuff, and like when talking to a Canadian or literally being in Canada, just feeling safer talking about it.
Yeah. No, 100%. I feel that. I mean, there's that like what am I trying to say? There's a level of like if like going to I'm because for instance I'm going to TFCon Baltimore next week, and like
Hmm.
I would not feel safe at all. Like I high key, and this might just be my own like anxiety disorder, but I like barely am going to feel safe even just being there, like just being out in public in such, especially since like it is literally like 3 days before election day. Like the
Yeah.
unrest is becoming so much more palpable, and it's so like upsetting and distressing and stuff. But like if I was at like a TFCon in Toronto, I'd be like chopping it up, talking about what a nightmare I live in, like in this country. You know,
Yeah.
it's just
I've had like long lobby conversations with folks of like folks who want to have the like how do we fix this conversation, because I have outlooks on it of it's not like how do we fix the world, it's just like how can you feel more like you're able to affect anything, because the powerlessness I know is like one of the most common how do you put it, bummers, I guess.
yeah, yeah,
uh and so I got outlooks on it kind of like in my own country, like I have my own gripes all over the place. So I'm also want to make it clear I'm never going like, oh, if only you were in Canada where it's all better. It's just I think we have it better, and also I still have beef with every major political party in Canada.
yeah, yeah. It's
Uh,
just we're just kind of cooked like in totality. I feel like, and it's just kind of like something that I've realized when I've talked to my parents about it. Like I don't want to say the doomer mindset because that's such a like whatever, everything's ending, but really just the
yeah,
acceptance of that, like there isn't any like I guess kind of an embracing of nihilism, you know.
yeah. I mean, the kind of like, this is gonna sound weird, the positive spin I've put on nihilism,
Mm.
uh, is like I think that a lot of it comes from culturally, and this goes back to my generation too, because we had a lot of American TV, for instance. Culturally, it was highly ingrained that like no matter what happens, you can fix it as long as you follow the rules and put in your work. And I feel like a big crossing point is the wider acceptance that the system needs to be um I'll I'll use the calm language, put in a repair shop for a
Yeah,
while, uh, with recognition that like it has to be put in a repair shop, and we can't just use a copy paste of it in the interim. It has to be assessed and put in the repair shop, please. Like in Canada, we kind of have our own versions of that here and there with things like, you know, Canadian buzzword, first past the post voting is the big Canadian buzzword, and that's one of the ones that can make a lot of folks like myself kind of go like, yeah, you know, like the big, I have a big toothy grin on my face, but it's not kind. I am the Joker kind of smile. Uh, but yeah, so there is. I always am very understanding of like the notion of like a sensation of. I always use the word powerlessness, but like that sensation of like acceptance of a form of nihilism. I just think that it's like that is stage one of, in a wider sense, finding a way to continue moving forward. The one I tend to go towards is like in the current era, it's all about looking out for each other. You can't rely on a blanket to just make everything work.
yeah,
So we have to look out for each other. Have to look out. You know, if you want to affect change, it's going to be in your local area, in your local municipalities. With America, my understanding is like it's you look at all the other things. What if you were out voting? Uh, read up on all the other parts of I guess the ballot, and like what can
yeah,
you at least like affect like in a local area that is in your interest. It doesn't fix the federal level at all, but it's like it's part of the I guess the more sugary message is like we got to just look out for each other.
yeah.
um
And there's definitely a merit to like obviously vote, obviously like do what you can, but there's kind of a point where like reading up on anything, like I just kind of always come to the conclusion, well, I'm just gonna vote for which the less bad party because I know that's the one that is going to be less bigoted for me, and so
oh yeah.
it's never really I've never voted and felt like, yeah, this is like, I'm I'm proud to have cast this vote for these people. This is a great thing I've done.
Yeah.
Like it's always just been, well, it could be worse. I could be making a worse decision than I'm currently making.
That's something else I was talking to someone about on another stream was like uh this was I was in the chat. I wasn't like literally on the stream, but like
Mm,
it's the thing I'm really hoping for right now is like that we again, I think this is something that was implied culturally, cross-generationally, that needs to be deconstructed, is the notion that like voting is, and in America I think the two-party system makes this even harder.
mm,
Voting is presented as like you're doing it for the team. Yeah, I voted. Cheerful emoji. And I think more, I've seen more people kind of having the realization I had of like it's not about yeah woohoo, it's like yeah I voted, and also go do your job. I hate you, and we're going to be protesting next week. Go to work.
yeah,
Get to work. Stop bothering me. Like the whole thing, like that I've seen more people thankfully saying on social media of like uh it's always presented, especially with things like rallies, right? That like, oh, they're our friends, they're our allies, the folks we're voting for, and it's like they could be, but make the base assumption they're not, and don't treat them like friends. Like I have my kind of like super villain speech is I'm always like, I want politicians to fear me, doubly so if I voted for them.
yeah,
They should be afraid of me as part of the public who expects them to do work. And that's why I kind of like watching your guys' system turn out the way it was. At one point in the 2000s, I was like, this is like politics entertainment the way wrestling is sports entertainment. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of about making you feel serotonin rushes about the people that you're voting for. And I don't know, I had this realization like in my like early 20s where I was like, the cheerleading side of this is like the problem.
yeah. Yeah, no, it really just kind of legitimately just sort of becomes fandom culture. Like
100%, yeah.
you have the MAGA people getting all their merch and simping for the antagonist character and misreading the show basically, and then you have our side who's like, we're obviously on what we believe to be the right side, but we're also like susceptible to being pandered to by rainbow
Mm,
capitalism and stuff, and like accepting the bare minimum of like, oh, we won't like actively oppress you, sort of thing. And it's all just like it's a toughie. It's a little bit
yeah.
of a toughie situation for sure.
I think so I saw Lee mentioning the phrase. I think actually another way to kind of like put the positive spin on the nihilism is kind of treating it like kind of like getting into the fact it's harm reduction. It's tending a garden. It's
Yeah.
it's like it's like, do you do something about the weeds, or do you just go like, oh, whatever? Because I've done that with my apartment where I'm like, I'm not gonna clean the living room, whatever. I never see that corner, and then when I finally go to walk into that corner, I'm like, this is horrible. I should have cleaned this corner. Uh, it's not a perfect metaphor, obviously, but like it's the way that I look at it, and I always got to caveat with like, I'm never going to be the one who's like, so go out and vote, kids. It's like it is harm reduction. I had my couple of years in Canada where I was like, why am I always voting against rather than for? And
Yeah.
then especially in this year, I mean, I had the realization beforehand. This year though, we had some events here that really kind of codified it for me, where I'm like, no, I am kind of like voting against, but we have enough options where I'm voting against, but picking the one that I want to yell at the most.
Yeah.
Uh, and I feel fine about it. Like, you know
Good.
what? The party that I spent a while with a certain party in Canada, going like to the party leader almost, just going like, will you please inspire me? I am asking you politely, can you just please be inspiring? And then I watched like three or four opportunities to do so just go right by, and I was like, all right, you're never gonna inspire me. So instead, will you at least be useful?
Yeah. Yeah. Um
And then so it's basically like, I will probably vote for you, I will never donate to you, stop emailing me, and also do your job, thank you.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry to bring such a heaviness onto the dang Minecraft stream chat, but it is definitely for me at least, and I hope in a similar fashion for you, it is very validating to see people with similar anxieties. And like Sam said in chat, we're all we got. Like, it
Yeah.
is definitely, like, as lonely and scary as it feels. Like, we have community, we have people who support us, we have people who aren't actively out to get us the way that it feels like so much of society is. So
Yeah, and I hope you don't mind. I kind of jump right into, like, yeah, this topic is I always find like I want people to feel not good or even like not better about it. I want to like you said, like I want to validate people, and I want people to hopefully like some of the like the positive spins, I guess,
yeah,
can make it a little bit less like just outright nightmarish, because that's
yeah.
something my mom always kind of put into me is like how do you put this? I'm trying to think of a way to put it that doesn't sound like a Disney movie, but like, it's kind of like it is a little bit trite, and a little bit childish to go like there's always hope, but also like there is you do kind of require hope to continue persisting, to some degree, even if it's just like hope that like food's gonna be good today.
Yeah. It's the little
So
things. It's definitely the little things. Emma, welcome back. You're coming into the stream at a very peculiar time. We have been discussing the political state of the world and the sadness therein. But I hope you had fun filming your review.
yeah.
Hope is a discipline. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I don't know. Did you come up with that, or did you hear that somewhere? Because that sounds very very quotable, complimentary.
And Lee, it's a totally human thing to run out of it, because like hope is also it's like I was about to say it's like fossil fuels. It's not. It is more sustainable than fossil fuels. Speaking as a scientist, but in a given person, like you can run out of it like any other form of stamina, right? So it's kind of I don't know why I say it, but it is kind of about like finding your way through. And how do you put this? It's like I mean, I was kind of liken it to like having a depressive episode where it's like you just kind of like try to figure out like how do you train your brain when it's working against you to have like a little blinking light somewhere that goes like, this will end though. You will feel better at one point mathematically, because at some point you're gonna have some tasty food.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, I will. I am gonna have a donut tomorrow. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever watched Fleabag.
Oh, that sounds really familiar. I don't think I've watched it, but the name sounds super familiar.
It's a Phoebe Waller-Bridger project. Phoebe Waller-Bridger. I get Phoebe Bridgers and Phoebe Waller-Bridge confused sometimes, but they one of the most impactful lines in that show, and within context, it's very devastating, but I think it applies just to life in general, is "it'll pass," and it's so simple and it's so small, but like it's I feel like that's been my mantra, especially with the dire situations of the last however, I mean, it's been going on for a while.
It's actually been quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a kind of dire situation after dire situation, but it'll pass. We will body it. We will girl mode it. We will man mode it. We will girl boss it. Quacky, what if we voted for Sentinel Prime? I don't think, no spoilers, because I know Womab hasn't seen TF1 yet. But no, none of us are doing that. None of us are doing that. We have a bad
track record. We got a bad track record on Sentinel Primes.
Yeah.
Not my candidate. Does not represent my values.
Yeah. Hashtag not my president. I'm still trying to figure. I've looked up how to make a blast furnace, but I don't know how to make those stone blocks. Do I need a stone cutter? Chat, somebody please.
Do we have any Minecraft scientists?
I know Emma knows something. Yeah, Emma. I like the Chicago still be on our side. There's always going to be safe havens for people like us, Womab, and like I think that's something definitely to internalize and know that we will always have allies. Vote for Long Arm Prime. Yeah, how do you feel about that, Chris?
I mean, he's an absolutely what a marvelous candidate, honestly. Humanitarian, just a good guy. I could see myself having a beer with that guy. One of the worst phrases that we ever invented as a species. I could see myself having a beer with that guy. It's like, yeah, I could see myself having a beer with probably anybody. I might punch them afterwards.
Yeah, well... Brewski! Yeah, Ryan, Brewski! Wait, Ryan, I thought you left! What are you doing? Womab says only plays ancient builds in Minecraft. I'm honestly tempted to do some, like, beta 1.8 stuff, because it's so comfy and so much less confusing than modern Minecraft. There's so much going on in this dang game. Pardon my French.
Oh, I forgot about humanitarian alt mode. Thank you, Lanocho.
Humanitarian alt mode?
I think that's what I called the long arm vehicle mode.
That's so good!
Because it's a crane.
Oh my goodness. I could give this guy... I could see myself giving this guy some of my innermost energon.
I could lob with this guy.
You could... Wait.
Does anyone still remember lobbing?
No. Is it...
That's the thing TF Prime tried to push for half a second as like a thing the Wreckers did for fun, where they'd throw a ball around. And, like, it's a big metal heavy ball, but then it was like... I think it was when Wheeljack showed up in Prime, and he was like, Bulkhead's like one of the best lobbers we ever had. And they kept saying lob is like a verb and a noun, and I was like, it's not sticking, y'all.
Stop trying to make lob a thing.
Yeah, stop trying to make this a thing. You're throwing a ball. Just say you're throwing a ball.
Chat, how do we feel about lobbing? Do we like lobbing? Do we hate? Are we lobbying against it? Will it, like, wordplay, chat?
Do we got lob-pilled people?
Are we lob maxing?
Perpetually lob maxing, it's true.
A friend of mine accused me of being ableist for preferring Java. Like, as a joke, or is that, like, their legitimate opinion? Because I would question whether they know the definition of ableism.
I don't understand what that would mean, genuinely.
Try reindev. Oh yeah, Womab, reindev is on my list of things to try, along with, can't say that. Nope. Okay, moving on. Weird ball of metal that looking like a chewed wad of gum. What are you referring to? Any lobbers in chat? Lob maxing. My great-grandpa got a lobbing. Does that mean lobotomy? Or is that like what's the joke? Because I feel bad laughing if it's lobotomy.
Someone threw your great-grandpa.
Oh, I get
much
it.
Akin to a large metal ball.
Oh, I see. It connected. It's a shared universe of chat. The lob ball that Bulkhead had in Prime. Okay. Coley. Oh yeah, Bionicle Cole. Were you ever a Bionicle person, or is that after your time?
I very specifically missed Bionicle by like months.
Oh.
In fact, when we did last TFCon Toronto, me and Aaron did a panel about our stream series going through all the 2003 news. Because there was a lot of cross-generational stuff during that was really fun. And when we did the Q&A, every time someone came up, it became a bit that ended up working. It was very natural. If they looked like they were under 20-something, when they came up to ask the question, I would point to them and say, Bionicle? And then most of them would have this pause and this glance down and this, like, very silent, like, yes. It was really... I have to edit that panel still. That was a really fun panel. But no, I only ever had one Bionicle. It was one of the ones that was like a little spidery thing that could shoot a ball with an elastic band.
Oh, yeah, Jonathan. You had Jonathan.
I had a Jonathan Bionicle.
Jonathan Onicle. That was his government name, Jonathan Onicle.
I found out about all the wild Bionicle lore well after the fact, and I was like, it's impossible for me to... Like, it will never have that effect on me because it all happened already.
Yeah,
but...
it's an impenetrable... Somebody just released a 13-hour video on all of the lore that I'm very excited to watch. Let's see. Oh, people asking me questions. Have you ever played the Power Washing Sim? Oh, it's on my list. I'm just waiting for it to go on sale. Because it costs like 3 core class Cheetors off sale, so I wouldn't feel great about spending that. Chat, how do we feel about this little kitchen area that I've set up? I would
be pouring sweat if I was working there.
If you were working where? In the kitchen?
In that kitchen, because those are open fire ovens, aren't they?
Yeah,
like
it's just little furnaces. But look, but it's open air. Look, you get fresh air and such, you know?
Well, if you step back, yeah, I guess.
Yes.
Actually, wouldn't there be like a backdraft effect happening with that many open fires, like in the same?
You're thinking of real life. This is Minecraft.
I'd get like launched.
Pal.
I'd get launched into orbit as soon as the fires go.
And I think I need to make like I'll make like a kitchen island, and then people. Oh, and then I can like corner, in like chef,
Oh,
chef
yeah,
show.
yeah. Well, you have your sectors or whatever.
Yeah, vector prime, sector prime.
Sector Prime is like my OC. Don't steal that. That's sector spelled with a K because it's actually an insect.
Yeah, insector, like injector, but instead of injecting,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's actually my City of Heroes OC was Shin Sector, the Grasshopper Knight. Someday I will make a movie about Shin Sector.
Oh my god. He goes on adventures with Omega Supreme.
I have a very long, sprawling canon for Shin Sector because I role-played as him for like 8 years.
Oh my god.
That was my one online role-playing experience with City of Heroes.
That's pretty epic though. That's a long commitment.
I made so much friggin' canon. I learned about how catty role players can be too.
What are you talking about? They all seem like very polite, not mean people ever.
Well, never with me, but because I got along with lots of people, when inevitably the role players had a tussle, I would hear about it from both ends.
Oh my goodness.
They would be like, oh, let's go do some missions. Anyway, let me tell you all about how much I hate, and I'll be like, oh no, not again. Why don't you all just not go to the same park in the game to roleplay? Why don't you just pick a different place?
Let's see. People are Hero Factory solos. That's fine. I mean, I think Hero Factory has more quality Lego pieces. Like they. Can you not cook sand in a? What's the point? What did I do this for? Okay, hold on. Jonathan. I was a little bit of a Bonkles kid, but not as much as Transformers. There was only so much room in my heart. Jonathonical by Jonical. You do actually have to go to the Reindev Discord server to get the jar file. Oh, okay. Well, good thing I have an in with you. You have more ovens than my workplace. You joined Helldivers. No, I haven't played Helldivers. That is real. We do that at work. Vector the Crocodile. Oh, I forgot about Vector the Croc. Daniel, hello. I know you're at KFC right now, but thank you for dropping into the stream.
You have us on speakerphone again?
Oh my god. I think he said he was going into the alley this time.
Oh, okay.
I'm a man who owns 5 ovens. Markiplier realizing how rich he is. Omega spleens. So true. What does insect mean as a verb? You insect.
It means to insect.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't say it better myself.
Mm. Emma, I in fact sometimes was the one boy in the girlfriend group that got all the dirt in these scenarios. I didn't understand the concept at the time, but it is what taught me the concept.
Diaclone and BZ Power. I was not. That was like, because I was like 6, I think. Or something. Grab 13 biohazard boxes. Oh my goodness, Womab, are you mutating even further from your all the injection stuff at your workplace?
Unlocking your 4th upgrade tree?
Yeah. Speaking of upgrade trees, I've been playing a whole lot of Hades since we streamed it.
Ooh.
It's so good.
Have you made it to past the first 2 levels yet?
Yes, I made it to the Hades boss fight, and I'm sure I know there's obviously going to be more after that. I died, but I felt pretty good about how I did versus him for it being my very first time.
Yeah, much like the rest of the game, the more you fight him, like, it is astonishing how it goes from this is impossible to like, oh no, I know what I did.
Yeah.
Like.
And I mean, that's how I love that that's how all the bosses are feeling. Like, that's how it used to feel with Megara, and now I can take her and all of her sisters, no sweat. I'm starting to ace the Hydra fight. I've only fought... I went straight from fighting the Theseus and the Minotaur to the Hades fight, so I've only beaten Theseus once, but it was a pretty good fight, I think.
Once I was able to start flexing on Theseus, it was one of the most power fantasy moments in gaming I'd had in like a decade. Because I was like so relieved when I was able to start beating him regularly, because I hate him. Non-derogatory. Like, are
you sure it's a non-derogatory?
He is such a perfectly crafted video game character that makes you want to get better, because you're just like, screw this guy. I can't stand him.
Is it the voice? Is it the way he keeps talking?
It's perfectly written, perfectly voiced. The way he keeps calling you a blackguard. And it's
yeah, he does do that.
he makes it sound like a slur, and I'm just like, I hate this.
Oh, Womab works at Fallout Company. I can take her and all of her sisters, no sweat phrasing. Like, the only one I'm attracted to is Megara. Let's be real. She is the only true mommy among them. Because the other isn't one of them just like a corpse, and one of them is just like the jonqler, the woker.
One of them is a corpse, but if you play against the corpse enough, you get like a minor arc.
Like Minecraft.
Sort of, yeah. Sorry, minor, like minor arc, not like minors, like what
Dreadwing hates.
Yeah.
Or Darkwing.
The Darkwind.
Whatever.
This happened on my Discord, and I couldn't tell if people were doing a bit or not.
Do you not know who it is? Do you not know what the name is?
I know, because like the Darkwind, Dreadwing thing is like a huge like literal pile of mush in my brain.
Yeah, because they keep changing it too, because they have to change it because it's such a generic name, right? So they lose copyright on it.
Yeah, every now and then Darkwing Duck like just rears his legal head.
Legal head. The jonqler mention. We've been mentioning the jonqler all night, Nick. Where have you been? We even talked about his. Yeah, that's true. But we even talked about his brother.
Oh yeah, Sounder, brother of the jonqler. Sorry, Sounder, brother of the jonqler. I still can't believe Sounder is the verb. Like, I get it. We were informed of the etymology, but it's so distant. I want to know who's the one who coined it. I want to know who's the one who went like, I read on the internet today.
Did you look up the etymology? You could do the research right now. You could do your own research.
Someone else did when we were talking about it. I forgot who.
Oh, it was Emma. Because it was it was a medical procedure or some such.
It was a thing where it was just to hear if you had kidney stones. They'd
go
like, think. and then someone got that and went like, actually, doctor, do that again. This is an experiment.
It felt pretty epic.
Yeah, Emma, it was you. I remember now.
Yeah, it was me.
It was me. I'm the one who knows about sounding. Me.
Me and my next job interview.
Did you know? Hello, thanks so much for giving me this interview. Did you know sounding comes from attempting to identify through echolocation dried kidney stones in the urethra? It's true.
So what do you think your strengths are? Sounding. Do you want to elaborate? No. You don't want me to. Melvin.
And it's like, this is a flex, by the way.
Yeah.
I hope you respect me.
I hope you think more highly of me for this. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I'm trying to make like a little a little counter with like cutting boards, but I can't figure out the shape of it.
I can see the overhang for the fan happening and unhappening.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the fan. Dang. Holy.
I know, Joe. No smug smile.
Wait. No, it was the Sounder, brother of the Joker. You're so right. It was the Joker.
Oh, it was the jelqer. That's right. It was. Yeah.
We tried to rewrite history. Oh my goodness.
Hire this woman immediately.
Hire this womab.
We have been requiring a sounder at this establishment for 14 years, and finally, an established sounder of note and skill.
I feel like if I was paid enough, I would do that professionally for someone. Not for myself, but like I feel
what would the training be? Like, you need to be qualified, right?
Yeah.
You need to have like a certification.
I mean, I imagine you find like somebody who has a passion for it, you know.
I'm thinking of like actual cert, like, you know, I have like a Jaguar cert from like Sounder University.
Sounder University. It's like Andrew Tate's like Hustlers University, you know.
Yeah, what a friggin' small timer. If only he had thought with his full brain, could have had Sounder University instead,
He didn't.
and then he would have been left wing.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have ended up in Romania
He
doing.
would not have trafficked humans.
Yeah. Oh no.
If only.
Yeah. Do we think because you pointed out and I totally hadn't considered like the blast coming off the furnaces, should we leave this back part open air to vent?
I think so because like I'm just imagining how like warm my head gets when I'm like cooking a stir fry over
Yeah.
one oven element and or one stovetop element and I'm looking at like the 15 stone fire ovens all aimed centrally
Yeah.
at like into like the heat vortex.
Yeah, it would be a little bit overwhelming to say the least. Sam says Bateman versus the Jelqer. That's pretty good.
Quacky Wacky says you need to learn how to sound like a real man, end quote, Andrew Jelk.
With me at Hustlers University, you'll learn how to joke like a real. I don't. What does he sound like?
I can't deal with how he actually talks because it doesn't make any sense every time I hear it.
Hustlers University.
He's like one of those like snake oil con men from the 1800s who have 15 accents at the same time.
Yeah, because then they appeal to everyone at once.
Yeah.
I should. How would I mount a fan here? Like, what's a good? I guess it just more fences. Let me model it. Chat, are we liking the builds? Because like I have no confidence in my building ability, but I feel like I'm cooking a little bit with this one. Because like I feel like a fan. We have just this like. Oh, I needed more. Okay.
Isekai guy, we don't have to be cruel to people who've been hit in the head several times. They deserve better than an Andrew Tate.
That's very true.
Connotation.
I've been hit in the head. I have a freaking. I fell many times when I was a wee lad, and I didn't turn out. I mean, maybe it made me trans, but like that's do your own research if you know what I'm talking about. But like, I feel like this is the best way to make a Minecraft fan. But where am I hanging it from? Without ruining this nice open air situation.
Oh, I was going for like just role play one of the blocks as being like there's a fan duct on the bottom of it.
Wait. You're cooking. Hold on. You're cooking. Let me get you the ingredients.
Gordon Ramsay hand slap thing he always does.
Oh, I haven't watched Kitchen Nightmares. What does he slap?
He does it more in his YouTube stuff. He's always like, "All right, onion."
And then he just claps cheeks? Or
cut!
like...
He, like, slams, like, one knuckle into his other palm. Like, it's just, like, an incredibly loud noise he constantly makes.
Oh. I mean, we all have those. That's reverse.
Yeah.
That's reverse. There we go. And then, I believe... I can do that. No, hold on.
Isekai guy, who hit... I don't know why I'm assuming it's a who. Who hit you in... How did you get hit in the head today? And who are we punishing? Who are we?
Yeah, who are we hunting for sport?
Here?
Oh,
yeah,
that too. In Minecraft.
Wait. Who are we putting into fully what's the word I'm looking for? Consensual detention.
What? Tankor, I hardly know her.
They agree with being in detention. They know they did wrong and they're fine with this.
Okay. Late night mom stream. Yeah, we've been at it for a while now. Like, oh wow, we have been at it for a while. Hold on. Holy.
I think I mentioned it last time. Like I am the last person who goes like, "Ooh, look at the time." Like I just sort of keep going. So
yeah, it's
when I'm not hosting, especially, I'm not the danger, but I don't know a better word for it.
You are the danger.
I am the danger.
Hank, don't try joking, Hank.
Try joking.
Is that a good placement for the? Or should
I think so.
Should I have a matching one, or is the asymmetry kind of
yeah. I think symmetry works for this because the ovens are symmetrical.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have to let me craft another one. I have to go to the doctor tomorrow. I hope it goes well, Lee. Gordon Ramsay is just stimming when he yells at people. Okay.
Oh, just in general?
Yeah, I don't know what. I
was gonna say his hand slap thing does kind of have a vibe like that, but
Not quite Timothy Chalamet, but maybe close to Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, I'm very much like I'm very much like a kind of a tourist to stimming. I don't know what that even means.
I'm a casual stimmer, not ranked professional.
I only came into awareness of the idea and the word like in the last 10 years. So I don't entirely know if A, I do it, or like B, like what I could like in isolation by myself qualify something as. Like I rely on other people to say what is stimming and then I just agree with them.
Yeah, you gotta go to the Stim Council.
I did not go to Stimmers University.
Go to Stimmers University. Ooh, Daniel, congratulations on becoming a manager soon. I hope they pay you more what you're
Hey,
worth.
yo.
Let's go, Pog. Do we need this overhang? Do we think it's better without the overhang? Is that better?
I think so. If there's an overhang, you'd be having to roleplay that it has like lights or a cupboard or something.
Yeah, I do want, because there are in Minecraft other light sources other than torches. I want to get some of those to put in the kitchen. I feel like that would be kind of a look.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sky.
I feel like Chateau quality. Skylar,
Skylar.
I am the jelqer. Me. When I open that door, they are not the ones jelqing, I am.
I am the one who jokes.
Jesse,
we need to
need
joke.
the sound.
We need to.
that was funny, Womab's bit. I'm simply vocalizing it. I did not invent that.
Oh, Womab, seriously, can you be like the content creator? You're outpacing both of us. This is you got gold. Ooh, I think I like that. I think I like that.
Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah.
That matches with the grid of the windows too.
Yes. And then for a proper kitchen, non-slip rugs.
Soundenberg.
Bravosins. We go black wool. That's what those were always made of, I think. And then a little bit of Soundman. He's a serial joker. He's the Soundman, serial joker. That. Well, hold on. And then that, and then that.
Oh, rubber mats.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see it.
And then like upon entrance, maybe. Could Mr. Fantastic actually? I mean, I don't think he'd need to.
I think he actually just could make the choice himself. Like, that's part of his superpower, technically.
Yeah, uncircumcision. He's powerful like that.
I saw a messed up comic panel on... I was on Facebook for whatever reasons, and there's accounts that just post random comic panels, and it just keeps feeding them to me. And it was a comic panel where someone went to punch Mr. Fantastic in the face, and he just opened his head like a donut, and it was horrifying.
What? That sounds horrible. What a nightmare. Oh my goodness. Yeah, out of context comic panels, I used to enjoy it, and then that one of Peter Parker getting vored by Sandman became super popular, and I just never...
Oh, from the Zombies book?
Yes, where he goes, Gwen! And then...
Yeah.
Yeah, and now I never want to read a comic again.
I think I own that book because the first year of Marvel Zombies, I thought it was neat.
Yeah.
I don't actually hate that. I don't hate that panel, but it is an incredibly distressing panel, and I don't blame anyone who is just like, I don't want to look at this.
Yeah. No more jelqing, we're welking, we're turning into snails. So true. Not horde, vord. Oh, this isn't a good angle. I thought I could get a good angle of the build. Yes, thank you, Quacky. I've seen an X-Men race. Yeah, they have a weird amount of it.
Oh, Kitty Pryde
Kitty Pryde
is like...
says says something that you're not supposed to say.
Well, what I noticed in all the panels and what I remember, because I had God Loves Man Kills back in the day, and it's like, the idea is that she's trying to make a point, and it's like, I see the point you're trying to make, and I feel for you, and boy, you sure are a teenager.
Yeah, there are other ways to illustrate that point for sure. For sure, and 7 years ago, Quoth the Raven, I think, said that.
Yeah.
Raven from Teen Titans said that.
That was one of those things that
Chris?
I was like, no, not Patrick Stewart. I'll say Jean-Claude Van Damme, his Star Trek character. And this fell apart.
It's okay, you cut out for most of it, so I didn't hear.
Oh, that's even better. That's even better. My lost train of thought. Also, packet lost. Disaster. Everyone imagine I sounded really clever.
Yeah, imagine it was the funniest punchline that has ever been in any Evangelist. I was gonna say property, like you're a dang.
Yeah, part of my franchise.
Yeah.
Part of my brand.
The VCU.
The letter V, my entire brand.
Yeah. I would become a content creator if I had content to create. Yeah, well, man, I've seen your messages about the lack of voice training and stuff, and that's definitely like, it's very scary to start without voice training. But I don't know if you watched any of my old videos. Like, I started way before I had voice training, and like, it was scary, but like, it's so gratifying to. Content creation is so satisfying and very creatively fulfilling. So I would highly recommend at least giving it a try. And even like, you could just make stuff for yourself at first if you're not comfortable with other people hearing your voice or seeing your stuff.
It like sounds super like basic to say, but like it's worth saying out loud that like if you make media, you don't have to put it on public.
Yeah.
You can just make it, put it on unlisted to see how it looks on YouTube or whatever, wherever you're putting it, and then see how you feel when you look at it there.
Don't look at the screen chat. That was embarrassing.
What's
I did
water?
I did a cool gamer move. I did a really cool.
Oh
pro
sweet!
Gamer
Oh
move.
sweet! I like that Quacky helped me out by telling me what everyone did here, which is
Yeah,
right.
right,
So, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Me becoming intimate with Jean-Claude Van Damme be like, I say his full name.
Only ever all four names.
Yeah. Wait, Jean-Claude Van. Oh, that is 4.
I think it is in fact just 2, and there are hyphens missing. But
Or they're yeah. Emma's back. Emma, you should encourage Womab to do content creation like you do, because you're a big cool content creator now. Subscribe to let me real quick for anybody who missed it earlier.
Oh, you mean MRC?
Yeah, see, you know what's up.
YouTube.com/@MRC.
If I'm sleeping with someone and they say my full legal name, I'll be confused. That's super valid.
Only ever your full legal name.
Also, Nick, don't think I didn't see you say Jelqer Allan Poe. That's a good one. That's a. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, Van is a Dutch thing like de la in Spanish.
Oh,
Thank you, Lee.
okay, so it's just part of the. Gotcha,
Yeah, it's like Vaughn in Germany.
Ah, like Victor.
I found
Doom.
like Victor Doom / in Germany Victor Von Doom.
Yes.
I found out that nowadays Von names are like not always, but sometimes someone who touts a Von name in Germany is trying to make sure you know they come from good family, aka rich family, aka service us kind of stuff.
Okay.
There are people who will marry into having a Vaughn.
Huh. Me when I have a child and I name her Yvonne.
Yvonne Von Von. Let me spell that out. Yvonne Von.
Oh my.
Von.
Chris, they're pointing out something crazy about your lore, so you're just jealous. Cause you.
Yes, I'm Chris Van Gelus. I mean, that people always mispronounce my internet name, and I kept telling them it's literally 3 words: Van Gel Us. It's 3 one-syllable words. That's all.
How do they
And
pronounce?
I always get people going like
Vangelis?
a lot of people. Yeah, Vangelis. I know people
Oh,
like, oh,
what?
Vangelis. And I'd be like, whoa, that scratches my ears on the wrong side when I hear that. That's
Lee Calva said V anus. Freya, hook up, but you refer to each other by your social security numbers. You said you weren't trying with jokes. That's so funny.
Well, hey there, 75221. And then 75221's cheeks erupt in blush. Oh, well, and then they get flustered. Well, 02A Alpha Billy Soup Soup. Oh no, sorry.
Billy Soup Soup.
You know, because they're trying to say the social security number, but they get nervous, so they just start saying words, and then
it's like
so embarrassing.
Billy Soup Soup. Vangelkus. I think somebody already said that one, man. My favorite YouTuber, Vungerloose Vangabus.
I love Vungerloosing.
Vangelus like Skylings where his top half is Van and the legs are Gelus.
Not untrue, not untrue.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
I love Vangerloosing on the Vangabus.
Oh, chat, we're almost at 5.5 hours. I think we should call it in like 10 minutes. So whatever, because I do have to be up for work at 7 in the morning. So, whatever you have to say, you got 10 minutes to say it. So hit us with the bangers. I think I already said that. I'm running out of dialogue options. That's how it feels. Because I have to like talk to people on the phone sometimes at my warehouse job, and sometimes they'll be like making small talk, and I'll be like and in my head I'm like, you've run my dialogue tree empty. Like, move on to the next NPC, please. Funny Womab, are yiffs and yaps so true? Emma, you don't love me. You don't know me like that.
Indeed, one man alone
betrayed
by his Vangabus.
See, you said it with gravitas, but you have to say it with the Agent Simmons. One man alone.
One man alone, betrayed by his Vangabus.
It's perfect. The only thing I can imagine him saying, aside from "I am directly below the enemy scrotum," is unfortunately, "She's a criminal. Criminals are hot." You know, referring to like, I'm pretty sure she's like either 18 or possibly younger. Michaela Baines, pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Michaela Baines lusting in the opening movie, I feel like got somewhat memory hold by the post Michaela Baines films.
How do you mean memory hold?
I feel like no one. I don't know. I feel like no one talks about it. I mean, granted, it's leagues apart, but because obviously Romeo and Juliet scene, it's the classic. Everyone knows it. Everyone hates it. But like, I feel like there's stuff with Michaela Baines that is kind of worth glancing at sideways on a meta level many times over.
Yeah. Yeah.
When people talk to me and they go off script, like, bro, how do you think this is gonna go? Wait, you turn, reach your lines.
Once again, Quacky, Womab, and I guess now Freya stepping up to the plate for the funniest people in chat. Seriously, the three of you should just make your own stream, and I would watch that instead of streaming. People forget the actress was the girl who played the Romeo and Juliet law mom. I don't even know her name. She's just Romeo and Juliet law girl. She was 17.
Yeah, she's her and Irish boyfriend both. I'd never remembered their character names.
Wait,
wasn't she Rosie Huntington Whitley or whatever? What?
No.
Rosie Hunting.
No, that was Dark of the Moon. That was Dark of the Moon.
Oh, that was Dark of the Moon. Oh, sorry. Yeah. You're right.
Jessica Moon from Dark of the Moon.
Jessica Moon from Dark of Tessa.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Megan Fox was 7. No, she wasn't 17 in the first Transformers, was she? Somebody else Google Megan Fox birthday, because I don't want to. This feels like a weird thing to look up. Vangeling my Ellis, her and Irish boy Shane was 20, Tessa was 17, he was 18 when they met, she was 15. The writers had the choice not to. Yeah, that's the thing that gets me the most, is it was out of nowhere and for no reason.
Yeah, like it's part of my grander thesis, but it's actually just one component in the reasons why Age of Extinction is the one that I most fondly think of.
Mm,
It's part of its honesty. It's a big, ugly, sweaty movie, and
yeah.
it's just instead of going like, well, there's heroism and America and camaraderie. It's like, what if we have a really sweaty scene about Romeo and Juliet law too? It's like, all right, I like this, and and classically, Optimus Prime, first line, I'll kill you. Second line, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
First course of action, let's
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 kill.
destroy the lab.
Yeah. I mean, it's just classic Optimus Prime things.
Yeah, it's the one that as time went on, it's the one I didn't sour on. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it
I know it's everyone's least favorite for lots of good
it's
reasons.
not mine.
For whatever reason. It's
Revenge of the Fallen is easily, I think, the worst.
it is my second least favorite. I think The Last Night's my least favorite for various, again, reasons not really related to the events of the film. Uh More like what it is as a production.
Yeah, that's valid. It's definitely the most like cluster. You know what? I know we're
Yeah.
late in the stream, but they could always be listening. But it's the
They,
most. It's so much more messy, but at least the robot designs are coherent for the most part.
oh yeah.
I think.
The Last Night is a really cool short film anthology that's for whatever reason they edited to be a film.
Yeah.
Uh
Do you remember when the gun that killed Hitler was a transformer?
I keep forgetting that that's part of The Last Night.
Yeah. Still refuse to watch the fifth one. That's valid. You tried to look up Megan Fox origin. These are the basics on Megan Fox. Transfem urge to change my legal name to RC. Womab, that'd be kind of baller, honestly. Oh, I did the jump again. Revenge of the Fallen has the forest scene. AoE has nothing. AoE had You know what? I'm struggling to think of it, so you might have
Oh,
me there.
so I admittedly, this is another place where I don't match up with most folks.
Mm,
The forest scene is fine. I have always been a little bamboozled, bedoggled at
mm,
like how it is like been treated so peak. Like I don't
yeah.
think it's bad.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of like I don't understand, but that's folks' tastes and mine's the weird one. So
No, I would agree. Like it's good. It's a good action scene, but it's not leagues above the rest of the Bayverse action scenes, honestly.
yeah,
And it does not redeem a movie that features the twins in a prominent role.
I saw a really cursed Twitter post. Um, I think it was a Twitter post. It wasn't cursed. It just really made me squint. And
Mm.
it's not a call out. The person is completely fine and valid to say this, but it really made me go. It was a moment for me in the forest scene where someone was like, "Transformers One has an action scene that might dethrone the forest scene," and I like ran my hand over my face, and I was like, "Oh, you like." Like it's fine. It's a good action scene, but it's calling it like the pinnacle of Transformers filmic action. Like made me want to
Yeah.
like roll over and go to sleep. And
Yeah. Like have you seen the fight choreo in Bumblebee's final battle? That is if anything like the peak of the live action movies. The way that he as a
yeah,
smaller fighter has to think like use his environment and be like what's ingenuity to be ingenuity commit
is
ingenuity.
ingenuity.
Yeah, so true, so true. -2, bad joke. But yeah, no, Revenge of the Fallen forest fight is fine. It's nothing spectacular. And all of the fight scenes in TF1 are better than it easily.
It was just such a line to read where someone's like, "This might dethrone the forest fight," and I was
Yeah.
so it's like just like and it's not like an ignorant thing to say. It's not like how could you? It's just like I'm amazed that like in 2024 that would still be peak.
Yeah.
But
Is the forest scene the fight in Revenge of the Fallen? It's so mid. Yeah. It is the one with not Blackout and
it's with
Starscream.
Grindor getting face hooked.
Yeah, I prefer Tindor mostly, but if you know what I'm talking
Legit.
about.
I use Hinjor.
So close.
Doesn't quite work, but
Let's see. Guys, Optimus brutally murders some guy. I just thought 2 appearances of Ravage were separate characters. There are 2 appearances of Ravage. What are you talking about, Womab? Oh, the pretender.
Oh, the cat thing. Okay, yeah, Ravage appears twice. Once as like projectile that deploys Alice, and then second time when he gets gutted.
Yeah,
If I remember right.
when he gets like somebody once described it as he gets like that like a dandelion treatment.
His entire body gets reverse degloved.
D16 Megatron's lines don't. Hey, no TF1 discussion in here. Womab hasn't seen it, and Womab's one of the protagonists of the stream.
Want some chicken indoors?
The guy's trying to offer her a pizza with like 20 meats on it. Look, it would kind of bang though. A 20 meat pizza, it would be horrible for you, but it would kind of bang.
The college sequence in Revenge of the Fallen, I think, is like actually the part of the movie I most fondly remember, because it's the one where the guy's like, we don't have a tighter shirt.
We checked.
And then they
Yeah,
fist bump.
no, that's really.
It's like
funny.
that's actually a really good sequence. Like
yeah.
that's.
And did you know that from the first movie, the generic jock character who Sam owns with facts and logic, is canonically the same character as one that appeared in a Friday the 13th remake?
I did not know. Right! I forgot there was a Friday the 13th remake.
Trevor or something?
Yeah.
A 20 meat pizza would be as like we sold at a restaurant somewhere in Texas. Very true. They do they do things different there.
20 meat pizza, though, is a huge offer to the restaurant to commit the sin, and 15 of the meats are just word sausage.
Yeah, just different flavors of sausage.
Or
different
like Brooklyn
genres.
pepperoni,
yeah,
and pepperoni, and then it's like
Manhattan pepperoni.
Yes, they're different, but
yeah, very marginally different. Chat, how
should be
how are we
1A
feeling
and
about
1B.
how are we feeling about the project today? I'm feeling like this is pretty nice.
That's accomplishment. I love the bamboo shoots.
Yeah, they need to be dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. Also, nobody commented on it, and I wasn't really paying attention, but I kind of went autopilot and that was the wrong way. Started building like a secondary house somewhere over here. Remember that? Like,
oh, yeah.
Dang it. The crib has evolved. Chic. I like how you said hick first. Love the stair house. Thank you. I have no idea where House 2 is. House 2? Build on that thing. Chat, do we still like Hawk 2? When autopilot jumps off a cliff. Yes. What can I say? Have you seen Cowboy Bebop? I watched like 15 episodes, or like 10 episodes, and it was really good, but then I got distracted. I will go back for it eventually. Shut up, lie, I will cry. So true. Sorry, Emma. I feel like I was flashbanged by words. Yeah, I'll finish it. No, don't worry, I'll get there. I feel like No has the least latency of anyone in stream. That was the fastest I've ever seen a response.
Oh, like, yeah, No is, what do you call it? Like, when we had our time traveler, that probably left some kind of, like, latent, like, drag in the timeline, and No has simply slipped into that spot.
Yeah. They're in the gosh dang, what's time dilation? They're in the
time dilation backwash.
Yeah, the time dilation chamber. The time dilation. Me when I run out of words, because streaming for 5.5 hours kind of goes crazy.
It's my fault. I walked in and went like, "Remember jelqing? Wasn't that funny?"
It was funny. I really would like to find House 2. Did I imagine it, or it was real, right?
Well, there wasn't that like when you jumped and then like slipped perfectly between all the crags and took fall damage. Wasn't there like a box structure next to that?
That was the quarry where we go digging, but it's not that. But it's like nearer to the house. Like I thought I could see the house from it. Oh, this is like an interesting landmass. We got a lot of great areas to build on in the future. Can I ghostwrite you during a stream? Emma, what are you going to ghostwrite me to say? House 2 was the friends we made along the way. Oh. Man, I can't believe I gotta, like I'm doing this fun stuff now, and in T-minus 8 hours, I'm gonna be at freaking work. What a ripoff.
It's legit, yeah.
What a dang tragedy. Wait, wasn't it? Where's the box? What's in the box?
That looks human-made. That divot in the floor.
Oh, it's a creeper hole.
Oh.
House 2.
That's different though That's different from a breeding hole though.
Yes. No, creeper hole is that's where Drake goes.
Right.
Sorry to dunk on Canada's golden boy, but he's
Oh, we all hate him.
Okay, that's good. That's I would hope so. Wait, is this it? No, this is not it. Oh my. I legitimately cannot end the stream until I find it. Where's Gamer Guy? Gamer Guy would know where it is. I was talking to my friend last night. She kept saying she was talking to, and I kept interjecting with "talk to." Oh, Quacky, we are kindred spirits for sure.
Was that whole situation like a Chewbacca mom thing?
It's progressed because she has made an actual legitimate influencer career out of it instead of just being a flash in the pan.
Okay, so she is the weapon that surpassed
Metal
Chewbacca
Gear.
mom.
Yeah, she apparently does good things. Like she's I think humanitarian stuff for animal charities.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, she has a podcast called Talk to Her, which is just great branding, honestly. Like incredible name to come up with, and yeah, apparently she's thriving right now. We support her, and anybody who says that she sucks instead of saying that it's really funny that like society has let her become a celebrity is cringe and not based, and you will not see the light of heaven.
It all sounds like it's going better than Chewbacca mom. Whenever that kind of thing happens, I'm always thinking of Chewbacca mom and her outcome of like having the same ruddy Chewbacca mask and trying to make like speaking appearances, and then didn't she get legal action because she was like
she did
literally branding herself Chewbacca mom?
Yes. Star Wars was not happy with her for this.
Yeah.
Gamer Guy, it's okay. I hope you don't bleed to death in Minecraft. I made it
kindly
back.
Don't bleed to death.
Yeah.
That's bannable.
Fun fact, Minnesota Vikings QB just broke up with her. Emma, you would know that, wouldn't you? Respect the bag, I guess. Hawk 2 will only be funny for brain rot. I mean, I haven't watched the podcast yet. I kind of want to give her a chance to see if she actually has the it factor. I would have had an easier... Yeah, Nick, I know. You sent me that. Hawk to a girl like Elon Musk. Ooh. Alright, maybe we don't stand Hawk to a... Chew to a buck.
Don't worry, ZJ Reviews. I am here as the steward of the knowledge of Chewbacca mom. I'll make sure nobody ever forgets.
Chewbacca? Is that better, do you think? Chewbacca?
I would say there's a non-zero chance Chewbacca mom ran back to Instagram to drop a Chewbacca to see if it would stick.
I would know that. I just do know the limpest defense in all of history. Alright. I believe my voice didn't give out this time. I think possibly because of the dang menthols, not the cigarettes, the dang menthol cough drops I had. So that
Thanks to the tobacco industry.
Yeah, no. Shout outs to Marlboro for having an unpronounceable name.
True.
Diaclonosphere's most random collection of memorable figures. That's very true. I like to think we're a kooky cast of sitcom characters. But yeah, I think I will stream again.
The YouTuber angle.
The YouTuber angle. Haksua. Stream's still going. Lilith. Wait, Lilith, you haven't seen the updates to your house. Hold on. I just realized I carved a path out to the house so I could find it, and I didn't look for the...
Oh, there's even torches and everything. Yes. I was about to say, I'll just put torches down. It'll be... Oh.
Recurring like 20-ish people. Yeah, it's a great sitcom cast. Lilith, how do we feel about the Lilith Slayer? Is that what we called it? Lilith Slayer? Yeah, Lilith Slayer. It fancy now. Yeah, there's like a whole kitchen and everything. Marlboro sounds like a weird Pokemon name. Marlboro, use flame fire. What is it? What?
Marlboro, use lung damage.
But yeah, check it out. There's like a whole kitchen with ventilators and everything. So you get to do stuff and then freaking bamboo and such. Nick, shut up. I don't know Pokemon attacks. It's been years since I played Pokemon seriously. Okay, chat. I think it's time to call it. Why am I so awesome? It's clinical. There is no cure. But
yeah.
Thank you to Chris for showing up for another classic live stream.
That is too many Marlboros. Oh yeah, no worries, Ed. Thanks for having me on. It's always fun. I am demonstrably a happy yapper, so
Yeah.
I'm always down.
Yeah, I hope
it'll be so cool if I ever have a personal computer again.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun to have someone else in game instead of me just running around a lonely world.
I checked. I can run Gang Beast on this thing, but I was also sitting there going like, I think Gang Beast needs more than 2 people. Otherwise, it's a cruelty simulator once someone learns the controls.
Yeah, it's kind of just bullying whoever's not good at it. Yes, good night, Tua. Good night, gang. Everyone, stay hydrated, stay saucy.
Yeah.
Stay woke, etc. Do your own research. And to Quacky and Funny Womab and Freya, stay funny because you guys carry the chat for sure.
I do have a plug I can do.
Oh yeah,
hit
us with the plug.
I got a video that I forgot to put live today, so it's going live tomorrow. Ayo. It's a stream edit even of my stream from January. It's the tier list of the McDonald's Armada toys with TJ Omega. I finally finished editing it. So it's about 45 minutes long. It used to be just over 2 hours long, so I edited it successfully. That'll be up tomorrow. So hit that up. Hit that up because also it's not a review, so I will be lucky if it gets like 500 views. So
yeah, everyone check out the dang Vangelist tier list of that. Sounds like so much fun. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to watch that. Yeah, hit the bell. Make sure you know when the video's going up.
I forgot that's the thing you do on YouTube.
Yeah, no, it's very useful because the dang sub boxes are not reliable anymore.
I got yelled at on Twitter once when I brought that up, and then someone who's like loves Google was like, oh, "It sounds like your subscribers don't know how to use the website." And I was like, "Who the hell are you?
Are you shilling for the Google Corporation?" Chat, is he stupid? Yeah, like, comment, subscribe. Lilith, you are funny. It's just they are the funniest people in chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to give power rankings or like a MySpace top 8 ranking, but they are my top 8. Google more like Goongle. And on that note, I think that's a perfect way to end the stream. Good night, gamers.
Take it easy, y'all.